Section 18 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hannah Carr. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Four Facardins, Part 1.2. The History of Facardin of Mount Atlas. I have vowed never to discover myself, so long as my heart shall remain thus ridiculously susceptible of first impressions, and my person thus universally scorned even by those very damsels who to all others are very far from being cruel. You must excuse, therefore, the concealment of my birth. Neither will I mention the kingdom which I quitted with the design of signalizing myself by some remarkable action. Suffice it to say that my first object was probably the same which brought yourself and so many other adventurers into the field. I mean the conquest of Messalina the Serious, heiress of Astrakhan. But although, as you already must know either by experience or by report, she is the most perfect of mortals, I undertook this adventure less from curiosity to behold or wish to possess her, than from ambition to perform a task so difficult, I may say indeed so impossible. Glory was then my heart's only passion. On the subject of love I felt the most absolute indifference. As yet I have met with no more than 2 adventures which can merit your attention. The first happened in the Isle of Lions, and gave rise to the second, which took place upon Mount Atlas. The circumstances were as follows. At 2 days' journey from that famous mountain, on whose summit, if poets tell the truth, heaven and the zodiac recline, a vast forest extends itself to the very brink of the sea. This forest is filled with animals of every kind, those of prey alone excepted, and we met them in such multitudes that it was frequently by no means easy to force a passage through them. The inhabitants of a small town, which is situated on its confines, afterwards informed us that all the lions of the surrounding desert used formerly to quit them for the sake of hunting in this forest, and that having eat up the stags, goats, and hares, they proceeded to eat up the men, women, and children. In this distress, the people had recourse to the enchanter Carmusal, who resided on the mountain's summit, by whose spells the whole lion nation was banished to a small island, which I easily saw from the part of the shore where the sea bathed the foot of Mount Atlas. Unluckily, the consequence of this emigration, the stags and hares had multiplied so prodigiously that the distress was nearly as great as during the reign of the lions. The enormous herd, which I had observed in my way through the forest, spreading their ravages to all quarters and devouring the whole produce of the country. To remedy this complaint, a hunting match was made every year into the neighbouring isle, not with the intention of disturbing or hurting the lions, but of taking a dozen and turning them loose in the forest. I was also informed that this hunting match was to take place in 2 days, and that if I chose it, I might be present at it. By any other than a knight-errant, a lion hunt might not have been thought a party of pleasure, but I accepted the offer with great joy. The rendezvous of the hunters was on the shore opposite to the Isle of Lions. The isle seemed to be tolerably extensive, of a wild aspect, and much wooded. The preparations of this chase surprised me not a little. I expected to find plenty of huntsmen, armed with darts, arrows, and clubs, besides dogs of all sorts and sizes. Instead of this, I only saw 20 men, accompanied by the same number of girls, young and by no means ugly. Each girl held a cock upon her wrist, and the boats in which we embarked were well supplied with strong nets. As we approached the isle, we could hear roaring howls so loud and terrible that my squire, though naturally brave enough, was evidently by no means at his ease, yet not one of our nymphs was in the least disconcerted. The shore was soon entirely covered by troops of these polite lions, who waited impatiently to receive us. I did not see the possibility of disembarking in front of our enemy so tremendous, But 3 of our vessels touching the shore before the rest, 3 stags were instantly turned out, whom the lions pursuing, the entrance of the isle was left clear for us. As soon as we landed, we advanced into the depths of the forest, and here, while the men spread their nets, the women covered the cocks with small hoods, similar to those which are put on falcons. Scarcely were the nets spread, when the lions returned to us at full speed. There were about 24 of them, and all, as far as I could judge, were lions with good stomachs. But, as we only wanted 3 or 4 at a time, one of the girls unhooked her cock and pulled him twice or thrice by the tail. The spot in which we stood was so dark that the birds imagined that day was breaking and began to crow with all its might. The lions, at this, were so terrified that they fled from us with all expedition, one excepted, who fell into our toils. He was immediately embarked with one of the huntsmen and the girls whose cock had just crowed. Though the lion was sufficiently entangled in the net to prevent his doing any harm, it was thought right to put a kid in the same boat to prevent his thinking the voyage tedious. This mode of hunting, which appeared to me not more novel than entertaining, lasted till every sportsman had embarked with his lion, his lady, and her bird. I insisted upon being the last, the person who brought up the rear running the greatest risk, and I sent off my squire in the last boat which left the island, the one which had brought me remaining for my own use. Being a stranger, the girl of the best courage and the cock with the shrillest voice were assigned to me for fear of accidents. The damsel began to instruct me respecting the best means of retreating, but enraged to see the cock carry off all the honour of the expedition, I begged her to keep her silent till I had measured my strength against one of the lions, observing that in case several attacked me at once, she would always have time enough to come to my assistance and interrupt a combat so unequal. I saw by her looks that she did not above half like the proposal, but at the moment that she prepared to reply, the lions returned to the attack. Drawing my sword, I advanced to meet them. At their head was the most formidable monster that I ever beheld. His mane bristled and his eyes glared with rage. By accident, too, this lion was deaf as any post, which I soon discovered, for my companion, terrified at his enormous size, made her cock crow without a moment's delay, and its cry was so horribly discordant and so shrill that it went through and through my head completely. All the lions, except that which I have just mentioned, were immediately seized with a sudden panic and tumbled over each other in their hurry to escape. The girl and the cock squalled and crowed until they were hoarse, and the noise which they made was even more disagreeable than the company of the lion. Without vanity, the beginning of our engagement well deserved the observation of more calm and illustrious spectators. I soon drew blood from my antagonist in several places, but in return he gave me a scratch, which, beginning at my right ear, descended like a scarf to the extremity of my left heel. I had but little skill, neither indeed had my adversary, but then he was furnished with a tail which annoyed me even more than his claws. As it grew late, I took my sword in both hands, meaning to end the contest at once before the night arrived. The lion, who, according to all appearance, had the very same intention, rose immediately upon his hind legs, at the same time opening for my accommodation a mouth so enormous as to exceed all measure, all rule, all probability. In her terror at the sight, the girl let the cock slip from her hand. The lion left me to run after the cock, and I left the girl to run after the lion. I soon overtook him, but not time enough to save the unfortunate cock, whom he had already seized and whom he swallowed before my eyes, as you would do a sugar-plum. This affront added fresh fuel to my wrath. So much was I transported with rage that without observing the attitude into which the lion had put himself, I struck off his right paw, with which he endeavoured to make me understand that he was willing to capitulate. The ground was deluged by the blood which gushed from the wound. I still kept upon my guard. not doubting that the violence of his attacks would be redoubled by the thirst for vengeance. But vengeance was the last thing in his thoughts. On the contrary, supporting himself against a tree, he cast on me a piteous glance and sighed, "Ah, Facardin!" This appeal affected me, and I was on the point of approaching to assist him when the cries of my companion summoned me to her succour. She was exerting all her strength to retain the boat which had broken its cord during the battle, and as she knew this to be our only resource, she made every possible effort to prevent its escaping. Finding as soon as I joined her that instead of embarking I prepared to fasten the boat again to the shore, she was ready to go distracted. I told her that I would sooner die than abandon in such a forlorn situation the unfortunate lion, who had addressed me in a manner so affecting that I was going to search of him in order that I might transport him with me to the continent, and that it was my firm resolution to give him all the assistance in my power. She exclaimed vehemently against a proposal which appeared to her the height of extravagance, and besought me on her knees not to expose her, as well as myself, for the sake of an old dead lion, to the fury of all the living lions on the islands. She talked in vain. I returned to the place where I had left him, but it was without success, and I sought him both there and in the adjacent parts of the forest. In consequence, I was obliged to regain the boat, heartily ashamed of not bringing back a lion like the other hunters. But my companion's distress is not to be described. She told me that the loss of her cock had dishonoured her and her whole family for ever, and that she never could survive so signal a disgrace. I was still endeavouring to alleviate her despair, which I thought not a little ridiculous, when we reached the foot of Mount Atlas. It was almost dark. I had lost much blood, and suffered greatly from thirst. Having, in spite of his request to stay, had the attention to send back my squire, I expected that he, in return, should have the attention to wait for me on the river's bank, or else at the foot of the mountain, but nobody appeared. My companion, growing more desperate with every moment, resolved to attempt gaining the summit of Mount Atlas, and implore Caramusal's assistance, or, in case the magician refused his aid, to precipitate herself from such place as might seem to her most convenient. To prevent the execution of the latter design, I followed her as long as it was possible, but losing her in the obscurity which prevented my observing the winding paths through which she passed, after much wandering around the cliffs, I was obliged to seat myself in that part which seemed to be most level, and resolved upon passing the night in that situation. Scarcely had I taken my place when I heard the distant and agreeable noise of a rivulet, which flowed among these solitary rocks. So tormenting was my thirst, that, heedless of fatigue or the dangerous precipices by which I was surrounded, I bent my step towards the spot whence the sound proceeded. I was certain that I approached it. Still, I should have found it difficult to reach if, by dint of examining, I had not discovered just above me a faint ray of light. I took this for my guide. As I approached, by degrees the light grew stronger, and I fancied that I could distinguish the noise of spinning wheels. I was not mistaken. By the blaze of two large torches, placed on each side of the door of a wretched hut, I perceived two lean and withered arms, with hands suitable, which, passing through the two holes in the door, managed a wheel and spun with more grace than their appearance promised. Having admired for some moment this discreet and mysterious mode of working, I pushed against the door without knocking. It opened without difficulty, and I beheld the spinner, the rest of whose person was certainly worthy of the specimen which I had already seen. Her face was like an old parchment pasted upon a death's head. She was naked to the waist, and never was a corpse more dry or wasted than her miserable body. I turned away my eyes and demanded something to quench my thirst.
"In this abode," she replied, "you shall want nothing, if you will but have patience, and can resist your inclinations and conquer your dislikes."
Thus saying, she embraced me before I was aware of her intentions, Then placing me by her, she perceived that my clothes were bloody. She shuddered, alarmed at my situation, of the danger of which I was myself ignorant.
"Your death would have been inevitable,"
said she,
"had the succour which I am going to give you been delayed another hour."
Thus saying, she began to undress me, and examining my wound from top to bottom. She pressed me in her odious arms most affectionately, every now and then kissing the place from whence she wiped the blood. The intolerable disgust with which her endearment inspired me did not escape her, but in spite of these marks of aversion, she continued to anoint my wound with an essence whose odour perfumed the whole hovel.
"Senseless youth," said she, "knew you the treasure which you reject, and which I see you will lose, how fervent would your gratitude, how different your emotion."
I was so much recovered and refreshed by this first dressing that I needed not a second to be in perfect health. I now only wished to quench my thirst and free myself from my disagreeable hostess. I therefore requested her to satisfy the first and most urgent of my necessities, since the succour which she had given me would be unavailing if she suffered me to die of drought.
"I must put you to that trial,"
said she,
"which I foresee you will be unable to sustain. Follow me."
So decrepit was she, that she raised herself with the utmost difficulty, and her person gave me so much disgust that I could not bring myself to afford her any support. She was quite bent double, and in spite of the crutch on which she leaned, I thought she never could drag herself out of the first apartment, the most dirty and miserable one that I ever beheld. The next was rather better, and the third much larger and tolerably furnished, but the last was the most magnificent room perhaps in the universe. It appeared to be rather the fabled habitation of some fairy than the apartment of a mortal. Nothing was to be seen but glasses, admirable pictures, and furniture the most costly. On one side stood an elegant toilet, displaying a variety of jewels, on the other a bed, covered with Chinese gold and oriental pearls and embroidery, seemed only to wait the divinity's arrival, for whose use they were prepared. Not far from the toilet I perceived an undress, fit for the wearing of an empress of 18. It took us a considerable time to reach this chamber, for besides that the old lady moved very deliberately, she never suffered me to enter any apartment before she had passed her hand through 2 holes in the door, and spun for a few moments, as I found her doing on my arrival. My thirst was much irritated by this delay. Still its violence was suspended for some instants while I gazed on the objects contained in the latter chamber. But my companion soon interrupted this examination. "Come," said she, taking my hand, "let us to the fountain. What you behold here can only serve to excite flames in your bosom, and what you want is water to cool those which burn there already. Follow me, and you shall be satisfied." It was unnecessary for her to say this twice. I followed her eagerly. The fountain was within a few yards of the magnificent chamber, and from thence had the sound proceeded which first induced me to search for water. As soon as I beheld it, I rushed open-mouthed towards the largest sheet which fell from the rock above. But the provoking old woman detained me by the arm. "Hear me for the last time," she cried. "If, resisting your inclination to quench your thirst, you can resolve to pass a whole hour in my arms without tasting this water, I will reconduct you to the chamber through which I led you, and you shall be at liberty to pass the remainder of the night with me on that superb couch which you have just beheld." Wishing to accompany this proposal with a tender glance, she turned upon me 2 little pig's eyes, which rather resembled a dog's just dead of the mange than a human creature's. As for me, in the perfect indifference to beauty which I then felt, and the violence of thirst so immoderate, I should have preferred 3 glasses of cold water to the 3 graces. I therefore shook off her hold rather rudely, ran to the fountain, and began to drink as eagerly as if I feared seeing the stream fail before my thirst was satisfied. The lady, to whom I had not thought proper to sacrifice this pleasure, retired while I was drinking, and probably not in the best humour. That, however, was to me a matter of absolute indifference. I now found myself perfectly easy and contented. Sleep came upon me, and I accepted its advances without hesitation. It was broad day when I awoke, and much was I surprised to find myself in a spot the most horrible that I had ever seen. I gazed around me, striving in vain to comprehend how I had got into such a desert, or how I should get out of it. The stream, of which I drank the night before, gushed from the summit of a rock seemingly detached from the rest of the mountain, and I found myself stationed upon this summit. I could perceive the roof of the hut and the enchanted palace, which had excited in me such admiration, but I was separated from them by a precipice so tremendous that I shuddered whenever my eye dared to measure its depth, and on every side I was surrounded by beetling rocks, which, instead of offering me passage, seemed leaning forward for the express purpose of tumbling themselves upon me. Fully persuaded that I had not been transported to this place through the air, I persisted in my perilous search after some outlet, and at length I succeeded in my inquiry. It was the entrance of a cavern, equally obscure and deep, which seemed rather the retreat of some wild beast than a passage to scenes less tremendous. However, I resolved to examine it, and drawing my sword, I descended into the gloomy cave, hopeless of finding any other issue than by which I had entered. But, after many difficulties, I felt that the ground rose and perceived a feeble glimmering of light, which guided me to the spot where day penetrated into this subterranean abyss. This second outlet was totally different from the first. It was a spacious grotto, ornamented with shells and marble statues. A bow of polished steel hung on one side. On the other was a quiver, ornamented with gold and jewels, and filled with arrows. And in the middle of the grotto, a large cage of jet, inlaid with ivory, was suspended from the roof. I was so eager to get out of the scrape in which I found myself, that without staying to reflect on what I saw, I hastened out of the cave, and was near treading upon something sparkling, which lay a few paces from the door. It was a shoe, whose buckle was formed of 4 diamonds, the most perfect and brilliant I had ever beheld. But the shoe itself was so small and so exquisitely shaped that I bestowed no thought upon the immense worth of the buckle. Having read that Pallas, when she walks, makes the earth tremble and the forest shake, and that the immortal Juno takes but one stride from Mount Ida to the Isle of Samos, I was tolerably certain that I had not found the shoe of a goddess. But I determined to discover the mortal, if it were possible, whose foot could be worthy to wear so delicately formed a slipper. I brought it away with me, though I did not expect to retain its possession long, for I guessed it to be the lady's property, whose hunting accoutrement I had seen in the grotto, or else that it belonged to another invisible nymph, for whom the toilette was prepared in the old woman's hovel. I was still hesitating whether I should return there to seek her, or had better wait in the grotto till someone should come thither to look for the shoe, when I was induced to abandon both designs by hearing cries and lamentations proceed from the rock above. I ascended it in haste, for the voice seemed to be a female's, and since my finding the slipper, my heart was wonderfully softened in favour of a sex, for which till then I had felt the most perfect indifference. I soon discovered that the mourner was no other than my nymph of the cock. As soon as she saw me, she fell at my feet, entreating me to plunge my sword into her bosom. I was by no means disposed to grant her this favour, for she had already inspired me with a tender inclination. I raised her respectfully, and having assured her that I would hazard my life in the attempt to extricate her from her difficulties, I was on the point of seating myself by her, in order to hear at my ease the cause of her affliction, when she gave me a look of surprise, eyed me from head to foot, as if she had never seen me before, and removed immediately to some distance.
"Be good enough," said she, "to sit a little further off, for you seem to me so disagreeable that I cannot suffer you to come so near me."
I obeyed with all humility, and the impertinent creature, turning away her head that she might not see me while she spoke, addressed me as follows.
"Before I disclose the cause of my despair, which perhaps appears to you ridiculous, you must know that the cocks which you have seen are only entrusted to those damsels who, like myself, are distinguished either for rank or merit. 3 grand hunting matches are held every year, similar to that unlucky one at which you were present yesterday, and those young women who in 4 years bring home 12 lions are united to the lovers who attend on them during those 4 years. In the meantime, they see their admirers at all hours, but 'tis as much as their lives are worth to grant the least favour till the 12 lions are taken. Should a cock make his escape, 'tis a sign that there has been some little impropriety in the conduct of his mistress. However, if the bird is found again, the crime is not capital, but at the end of 3 days, if he is still absent, it is a convincing proof of a criminal intercourse, and the seceder from virtue is immediately buried alive.
It is this which causes my despair. My cock never can be found again, since I saw it with my own eyes devoured by that brute of a lion.
Wretch that I am! Why did he not devour me at the same time?
Why did I not perish without knowing the most amiable of mankind?
Or why did all the men whom I have ever known appear to me as ugly and disagreeable as you do?"
Insults so broad would have offended most people, but the worse that she treated me, the more did I admire her, and I was still endeavouring to express my growing passion when her lover made his appearance. I immediately recognized him for one of our hunters, nor was my companion slow in showing his recollection of him. She instantly flew towards him with open arms, and professed herself happy before she was deprived for ever of the light of day, once more to behold the beams of his bright eyes. Now this lover of hers was bandy-legged, pug-nosed, and copper-coloured, and the bright eyes which she raved about, like a Chinese pig's, never had known what it was to be quite open. Having embraced her tenderly, he told her that, guessing her distress, he had provided a boat, which then waited at the foot of the mountain, and that he could easily carry her off if I, who had reduced her to this extremity, would for 1 hour protect them from the matron's monster. "And who is the matron's monster?" said I.
"You will know but too soon," he answered, "for he is looking for his lady's slipper, which I see in your hand."
This said, he clasped his mistress in his arms, and hastened with her toward the sea with all expedition. At first I felt a little jealous, but no sooner were they out of sight that I thought no more of them. Adventures had succeeded each other so rapidly on this mountain that scarcely could I persuade myself that I was not in a dream. But more were yet behind, for it now happened.
"'Tis you who dream,"
interrupted Denersod impatiently.
"You are desired to relate your own adventures, which in the present posture of affairs you should have told as concisely as possible. And instead of this you weary us with another person's, accompanied with details so uninteresting that it is a doubt whether they are most tedious or trifling."
"Then what does it signify?" cried the Sultan. "Whose adventures he relates, so that they amuse me and last out the night? What have I better to do than to hear them? Go on, Facardin," he added, "and heed not the remarks of these chatterboxes, who never are satisfied, but when they are talking themselves."
Denersod bit her lip with impatience. The fair Sultana, who had now passed 1,000 nights in bed with nothing better to amuse her than tales only fit to set one to sleep, raised her eyes devoutly to heaven, and Facardin of Trebizond proceeded thus. If I remember rightly, I was interrupted in that part of the stranger's history where he informed me
that he fancied himself to have been dreaming while revolving the variety of events to which so short a space of time had been given. I now endeavoured, he continued, to regain the grotto, but instead of taking the path by which I had ascended the rock, I followed one which, after a tedious journey, conducted me to the matron's abode. The door was open, the spinning wheel was still there, but no hands were employed in turning it. Finding no longer so insuperable an aversion for a female, whose first appearance had so much disgusted me, I resolved to enter and review the wonders of the beautiful apartment. I held the slipper in my hand. I ceased not for a moment to admire it, and I frequently pressed it to my lips as fondly as if it had been a portrait of a mistress most passionately beloved. Just as I prepared to enter the hut, I was stopped by an enormous giant, armed with a huge club and covered with rough hair from head to foot. His manner of accosting me surprised me considerably, for his gestures were much less gentle and his looks much more savage than the lions whom I had had the honour of killing the day before. The first thing which he did on seeing me was take his club in both hands and gnash his teeth like a wild boar. The second was to thank heaven for throwing the thief in his way who had stolen his lady's slipper, and he then proceeded to assure me that he should already have dashed out the few brains which the gods had given me, if the matron, his mistress, had not commanded him to reserve me for torments the most excruciating. From the sound of the voice which uttered it, I fancied that some bull was pleased to make me this civil speech. After which the giant, continuing his discourse, ordered me to surrender the slipper and follow him without delay.
"I should find it less trouble," said he, "to take it from you by force than to ask you for it. But my mistress has commanded me to make you restore it through fear of my prowess, and therefore down upon your knees this moment."
"Are those your mistress's commands?" said I. "Then pray present my best respects to her, and tell her from me that neither you nor all your fellow monsters put together shall make me surrender a shoe whose beauty has charmed me, and which I did not obtain by dishonourable means." As I said this, I saw that the wild dromedary had already raised his club to crush me, and I instantly drew my sword. His strength was prodigious, but as he was not very expert, I easily avoided his blows, the gentlest of which was sufficient to shiver the rocks in pieces and overturn the surrounding trees. However, as I contrived to draw blood from him every time that he missed me, I should probably have finished the combat unhurt, had it not been my fate to get snatched in this land of wonders. It seems that the giant had a nail on the great toe of his right foot, which the Erymanthian boar might have been proud of. This I did not discover for some time, but at length I had good reason to perceive it, for, as I stooped to escape a blow from his club, which he pretended to aim at me, he found an opportunity of giving me a slash by no means inferior to that which I had received from the lion the day before. This incensed me so highly that with a furious blow I lopped off the leg to whose foot was attached the weapon which had favoured me so respectable a wound. His fall was like that of a tower's, and the earth trembled as he touched it. I threw myself upon him, intending to strike his ugly head from his shoulders, but a voice, which proceeded from the hut, made me hold my hand.
"Valiant knight," cried the voice, "kill not my monster."
I obeyed, and quitting him entered the hovel, intending to present the matron with the slipper, which force could not oblige me to surrender, and to explain that I had not obtained it by discreditable means. I now supposed that it must belong to some daughter or niece of hers, for whom in all probability the chamber and clothes were prepared which I had seen the night before. But in vain did I traverse the various apartments. No one appeared, and part of the garments which I had seen near the toilet had been taken away. Hoping to obtain from him some intelligence of his mistress, I returned to the place where I had left the giant, but he also was gone, and had carried away his leg with him. Though I had lost a considerable quantity of blood, I did not find myself much weakened, and was only sensible of hunger for a degree not less violent than had been the thirst which tormented me the night before. I resolved to look for something to appease the first, where I had so lately succeeded in appeasing the second. But the hovel door closed at my approach, nor could all my efforts suffice to open it. The grotto was now my only resource. I sought it for some time without success, nor perhaps should I ever have found it had I not been conducted thither by an agreeable smell of roast meat. With an appetite like mine, I could not have met with a guide more acceptable. I followed it with joy, and no sooner did I reach the grotto than I had more than ever convinced I must certainly be dreaming. How beautiful was the form which on my entrance presented itself to my admiration! A nymph in a hunting dress was reclining on a magnificent sofa, and looked in that attitude as if the Queen of Love had borrowed Diana's garments, to follow to the chase some new Adonis. Part of her bosom was uncovered, and that part which was in my opinion worth all the treasures which the caverns of the earth, the billows of the sea, of the woman in the universe could possibly manage to conceal. Her petticoat was tucked up to one side, and fastened above her knee by a diamond buckle, similar to that which ornamented the beautiful slipper, and the leg, which by this means was displayed, was so exquisitely turned as to make me certain that it could not possibly be the property of a mortal. As soon as she saw me, she gazed on me for a few moments with attention.
"Though the aversion with which your ridiculous deformity inspires me,"
said she,
"and the esteem which I cannot deny to your valor are now combating within my bosom, I am still willing to offer you the means of securing your own happiness, and at the same time of contributing to mine. You have found my slipper," she continued, "and your presumption in touching it is expiated in some degree by the intrepidity with which you asserted your claim to it. Had you surrendered it to the giant, there would have been an end forever of your hopes and mine. For in the man who would possess me, courage is an indispensable qualification. But before I proceed, let me prove to you that this shoe is really mine. Here is my foot. Approach and put it on."
I obeyed with mingling tenderness and respect, and while kneeling before her, my transports were so violent that I scarcely knew what I was about. The shoe was put on with all imaginable ease, after which she bade me take it off again, and then inquired what had conducted me to the grotto. I now, for the first time, recollected my necessities, and I told her that I was dying of hunger, with a look as fond and languished as if I had told her that I was dying of love.
"What?" she exclaimed. "Ever these gross and sensual desires? Last night you visited the matron because you were dry, and this morning your only reason for visiting me is because you are hungry? But no matter. I shall soon discover whether you deserve the misfortune which you have drawn upon yourself by drinking, and whether you will make yourself worthy of that glorious fate which will be yours as soon as you shall have eaten sufficiently, as I am impatient to know whether you really merit the advantages which the stars appear to promise you. Take this bow without delay, and let me see whether you can bend it."
I obeyed, persuaded that I would find this task as easy as putting on her slipper, but it was not without considerable effort that I at length succeeded. No sooner was the deed performed than the string of the bow produced a sound so melodious that it could only be equalled by that which proceeded from the cage of Jet, whose door opening at that moment, a large bird flew out with such swiftness as to prevent my distinguishing its species. Surprised at the adventure which I had just accomplished, the nymph surveyed me with attention, but almost instantaneously turned away her head again, as if her eye had been shot by some disgusting object.
"Take an arrow from yonder quiver,"
said she.
"Look upwards, and aim at whatever you see in the air."
I left the grotto and thought I could distinguish a fly far above me. As nothing else was to be seen, I discharged my arrow at it, which was soon out of sight. But just when I supposed it to be in the middle region of the air, so long was it ere it descended, I saw it fall at my feet, loaded with the largest cock I had ever beheld. The nymph ran towards the bird, kissed it thrice affectionately, and drew out the arrow, on which the cock sprang into the air as if nothing had happened, and disappeared in a few moments. This exploit seemed to inspire the fair huntress with more respect for me, though not enough to abate her aversion.
"Yes,"
said she,
"you must certainly be the person destined to release me. Yet if I owe my deliverance to you, how can I endure to pass my life with a man whose appearance is no less disgusting and ridiculous than his actions are glorious and sublime? Prince, be careful of my slipper. Seek through every region of the earth, nor present yourself again before me till you have found a foot that can fit my shoe, a woman that can love you, or a cock that can fly as high as that which you have just seen. Having presented me with one of these three wonders, you will only need to obtain the matron's favor to entitle you to mine. But without this last condition, and one or other of the first three, I shall always be unfortunate, and you never will be happy. However, before you set out in search of these adventures, I must put you to a preliminary trial. You remember, I suppose, that in spite of all entreaties to the contrary, you insisted last night upon drinking. To punish you for this obstinacy, I now inform you that however great may be your disgust, you are expected to eat whatever may be set before you, without being desired at all.
I asked no better. I thought that nothing could be served up at the table of a person so elegant that could possibly balk an appetite so voracious as mine. But when I examined what was placed before me, it was a wonder that I kept from fainting. You never could guess, valiant knight, what composed this diabolical ragout. I am therefore obliged to explain that the dish contained the giant's leg, not forgetting the foot, and the large nail that adorned it. The sight made my hair bristle with horror. I turned sick, and was leaving the grotto, anxious to escape from so disgusting an object, when without speaking the nymph heaved a deep sigh, and gave me a look no less expressing pity than resentment. That look was sufficient to determine my conduct. I closed my eyes, tore off a morsel from the leg, and swallowed it. Having obeyed thus far, I again prepared to retire, assuring my hostess that I should feel no desire to eat for at least the next 4 days. She seemed much softened by my compliance, fixed her eyes upon me more steadily than before, and so much delighted me by the change which I perceived in their expression that I got down a bit more. On this she drew nearer, placing her hand firmly upon my shoulder, and told me that although she would not ask it of me, it was necessary for me to pick the whole leg to the bone.
"I feel the charm's effect," said she. "My heart tells me that the first spell is on the point of being dissolved. Persevere, and you need not go to find a woman who loves you. But if you leave this place, or if your meal is interrupted before you can empty the dish, you will become, if possible, more disagreeable to me than you are at present."
These words touched my heart, and produced no slight effect upon my head. They animated my courage, but, alas, they did not augment my appetite. However, Though the leg was sufficient to feed 10 famished persons, since such was the condition of my trial, I resolved to use every effort to fulfill it, and I determined either to swallow the whole, or to burst bravely before the eyes of my divinity. It was in the very midst of my magnanimous attempt that my confounded squire, who probably had been seeking me for some time, made the rocks re-echo with the name of Facardin. Suddenly the nymph changed colour. She seemed irresolute for a few moments, and then, finding that I was the object of pursuit, she hastened into the subterraneous passage, leaving me more confounded and surprised, and more afflicted than I had power to express. I had perceived that her glances grew milder. The wound given me by the giant closed while I employed in eating his leg, and the presence of the most lovely creature in the universe, who reclined affectionately upon my shoulder, had enabled me to support the horror of my trial. But no sooner did she leave me than, forgetting her injections, I forsook my horrible repast and flew towards the passage by which she had departed. The moment that I approached it, a strong and rushing wind not only opposed my entrance, but raised me with violence from the ground and blew me out of the grotto. As soon as I was on the outside, the door, which had 2 holes in it, similar to those in the door which protected the matron's cottage, closed of its own accord. Through these holes, 2 arms, whiter than snow and more beautiful than Cytherea's, immediately passed themselves. An ebony spinning wheel inlaid with gold placed itself spontaneously before them, and the spinning recommenced with more diligence than ever. I was now convinced that the divinity whom I had just seen was the matron's daughter, and that spinning was a favourite occupation in the enchanted family. I drew nearer with the intention of throwing myself on my knees before the nymph, of whom I saw nothing but the arms, and of conjuring her in pity to open the door, when my squire, having at length discovered me, began to bawl out my name louder than ever. Immediately the beautiful hands disappeared, and the grotto door opened with violence, and the giant, putting out its head, blew in my face with such force that he rolled both my squire and myself down to the place where I had first distinguished the ray of light which had guided me to the matron's cottage. When I recovered from my fall, my squire informed me that it was high time to be gone, and he conjured me to descend with all expedition, while it was still in my power to escape.
"What could put it in your head," said he, "to climb this confounded mountain which is crammed full of sorcerers and enchantments, while all the inhabitants of the neighbouring villages were in search of you? I waited till midnight by the riverside, and then supposing that while I was looking for you there you must have landed somewhere else, in hopes of finding you I hastened to the next village, but here I was told rare news of you. It was reported that you had either seduced or ravished the girl who was left with you on the island, that her cock was lost, that you had disembarked with her, and that both had concealed yourselves in the cavities of the mountain to avoid the punishment of your offence. In consequence, all the inhabitants assembled this morning at daybreak, a council was held, the troops were ordered to march, and one part of them undertaking to surround the mountain and bar every avenue, the other ascended it and dispersed themselves through all the various paths by which it was possible for you to have passed. Now then, my dear master, I gave you up for lost. They had secured me, fearful lest I should apprise you of their designs, and they assured me very seriously that I should have the honour to share your punishment. I was almost distracted to think that a man who had always been so prudent and so indifferent respecting the sort of frailty as you have been, should at length throw away his life thus foolishly for the sake of a vulgar hussy and her dunghill cock. In the midst of these melancholy reflections, a loud shout proceeding from that side of the mountain which was nearest the sea augmented my distress, for it was immediately reported that you had been seized in the very act of eloping with your new mistress. How great was my joy when I beheld the captives!
The companion of this unlucky girl was one of the hunters, who it seems had been long attached to her. Their doom was pronounced without delay, and though they continued to assert their innocence, the lovers were compelled to dig a pit, into which he put his mistress up to the neck. After tenderly embracing her and taking a most affectionate farewell, the pit was then filled up again. But at the very moment that nothing of the damsel was visible except her head, and which was also on the point of disappearing, a cock was heard to crow in the air above her. All raised their eyes. The noise was heard again, but still nothing could be distinguished. At length one of the principal persons drew a telescope from his pocket, and declared that it was a gnat mimicking the crowing of a cock. On the other hand, the lover asserted that it was the identical cock which his mistress had lost, and swore by the great Caramussal that he recognized him by his manner of crowing. While they were still debating this question, a real live cock, which had raised itself higher than ever cock had done before, descended and perched upon the damsel's head. The universal acclamation gave him not the least alarm. He kept his place with great intrepidity, while the whole company agreed in thinking that this prodigy was effected by the great Caramussal, and was a convincing proof of the girl's innocence. But no sooner did they approach in order to restore her to liberty, than the cock stretched out his neck, clapped his wings, crowed thrice, and then darting into the air with the swiftness of a falcon, in a moment was out of sight. This persuaded the spectators that her conduct with her lover had not been perfectly correct, but, as the cock was clapping his wings, had put out her left eye, he was supposed to have meant this as punishment for granting trifling favours, and she was declared fully justified of any capital offence. In consequence, she was immediately released, both from the pit and her apprehensions. She was conducted home to her parents in triumph, and while they were busied in dressing her eye, I hastened hither to conjure you to leave a country where the mountains are full of sorcerers, the islands of lions, and the villages of men, women, and cocks, who, for anything that I can see, are not a jot better than the sorcerers or the lions.
The truth of this account was confirmed by my adventures on the mountain. I resolved, therefore, to follow my squire's advice, and we left this repository of prodigies and incomprehensible events without meeting any further impediment. The more that I revolved upon what had passed, the less I was persuaded that it had really happened. The lion who had called me by my name, the old woman who loved me so tenderly, the young one who hated me so inveterately, the nymph of the grotto who enjoined me to do what could not be done, the water which I drank with such eagerness, and the meat which I eat with such disgust, all appeared to have been equally delusions. But the precious slipper was still in my possession, and that was sufficient to establish the reality of all the rest. I caused this helmet to be made at the nearest city, and this cock enriched with diamonds, clapping his wings in the act of crowing, conceals the wonderful shoe which I shall now offer to your admiration. Here, opening the crest of his helmet, the courteous stranger drew forth the shoe which he had praised so highly. It was concealed within the golden cock, which I had first mistaken for an eagle. I confess, most illustrious Sultan, the sight of it filled me with surprise. This slipper was in truth a masterpiece, no less in respect to shape than size and elegance. I could not look at it without emotion, though I was convinced that it was made solely to display the artist's workmanship. It could not have been designed for the use of any human being. In vain did the stranger protest that his own hand had placed it on the foot of the fair huntress. I persisted in my incredulity, having examined it for some time, and with the owner's permission, pressed it respectfully to my lips. I at length restored it to its former concealment, after which Facardin of Mount Atlas resumed his narration. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The insignificant adventures, said he, which I met with after this, are unworthy your attention, nor will I trouble you with a tedious list of refusals, insults, and disdain which fell to my lot wherever my vows were offered. I thought every woman deserving my affection, and every woman thought my affection undeserving her acceptance. They who were no longer in the bloom of life preferred their servants, and they who were preferred mine. However, if all refused me their favors, none refused to try on the shoe. But here, alas, I was no less unsuccessful. Not one could get in a single toe. No hope now remained for me but to find a cock which could raise itself as high as that of the fair huntress, that is to say, a cock that could fly like an eagle. To my sorrow, I find that this is no less a rarity than a woman who can love me, or a foot that can fit in the beautiful slipper. I had already traversed Asia and Africa, and was on the point of embarking for Europe, when the ambassadors of Fortinbras with the great mouth, King of Denmark, arrived at the port of Sedan. They told us that they were in pursuit of a mouth proportioned like their master's, and expressed their fears that their search would be unsuccessful. To justify these apprehensions, they drew from a golden casket the exact measurement of the royal mouth, and a most enormous one it was in truth. I owned that though I had travelled far and wide, I never had met with a mouth at all to be compared to it, and I begged to be informed, when he had found it, what in the world their master meant to do with a mouth so monstrous. I was answered that this desire was excited by a most strange and unfortunate adventure, which they had not then time to explain. On this the chief ambassador, who seemed a person of no small consequence, sighed several times, and at length burst into tears. The eyes of his companions immediately overflowed, and both my squire and myself were too well bred not to follow their example. Though what these venerable persons were crying about we could not conceive. "Adieu, my beloved country!" exclaimed at length the chief ambassador. "We bid you eternal adieu, forbidden to revisit your happy climates till two things are found, neither of which the earth can furnish." Guessing that the large mouth must be one of those things, I begged him to inform me what was the other. He replied that his master had a daughter on whom he doted. She was extremely beautiful, and called Sapinella of Jutland. This damsel, not being able to get slippers to fit her, had gone mad in consequence, and persuaded her father to hang up all the cobblers in the kingdom. Informed of the difficulty to please her, and dreading the fate of their comrades, the foreign shoemakers had refused to work for her, and at length things were brought to such a pass that, yielding to his affection for her, the king had published throughout his dominions that whosoever could shoe the beautiful Sapinella should marry her for his trouble. It was, however, specified in the bargain that such as failed in the attempt should be hung, with as little ceremony as had been shown to their predecessors. "And thus," continued the ambassador, "thus are we, wretched slaves of a despotic master and a capricious mistress, condemned either to find the little slipper and the large mouth, or never to revisit the fertile plains of Denmark. Denmark, that beloved country which gave us birth. Such are the curious commissions which we are enjoined to execute, and you can easily conceive that we have but too much reason in thinking that we have bidden adieu for ever to our native land." While making these reflections, the tender-hearted ambassador cried like an infant. Those which his narrative had suggested to me were of a very different nature, and after meditating for some time upon the conditions stipulated in the King of Denmark's edict, I asked what would be the consequence of presenting Sapinella with a shoe too small. For, said I, though I suppose her in size to be no bigger than a doll, yet a slipper may be made so small that even a doll could not get her foot into it. Highly offended by this observation, the chief ambassador bestowed upon me a look of most profound contempt. "Young man," said he, "when you have seen a little more of the world, you will learn to treat a fair one with greater respect, whose fame can only be unknown to yourself and such as resemble you. Should chance ever lead you to the feet of our princess, you will see what sort of feet they are, and be obliged to confess that, Musselina the serious excepted, she need yield to no one in point of figure. 'Tis not therefore so much the smallness of her foot, that being perfectly proportioned to her commanding height, which makes the fitting her shoes a matter of difficulty, as its shape, elegance, and form, no less singular than beautiful." "But, my good Lord Ambassador," said I, "suppose the person who produces a slipper perfectly adapted to the shape, elegance, and singular form of this beautiful foot should by no means be inclined to marry your Infanta. What would be the consequence of this refusal?" "Should anyone be found," answered the Dane, "but it appears to me impossible that there should, so cold, so stupid, so weak in judgment, and so deficient in taste as to renounce Sapinella of Jutland's lawful possession, she is then obliged by oath, her honor and all belonging to it being out of the question, to grant him whatever favor he may think proper to demand." My reason for asking this question, I doubt not, valiant stranger, are already known to you. This answer determined my conduct, for till then my scruples had kept me in suspense. Though the charming huntress still reigned in my bosom, not to fall in love with every woman who came in my way was to me utterly impossible. However, the moment they were out of sight, I forgot all others and only remembered the beautiful unknown. The princess offered her hand to him who could accomplish a task which she despaired of ever seeing performed. On the other hand, certain death was his punishment who failed in the attempt. I had long sought a foot worthy the most beautiful shoe in the world. Sapinella had long sought a shoe worthy the most beautiful foot in the universe, which, as she thought, belonged to her own person. If, on the one hand, I feared lest the sensibility of my heart should make me forget everything but her beauty, while I gazed on a princess who had been painted to me in colors so fascinating, on the other, the aversion with which I had always inspired the whole sex seemed to promise me a safeguard against my own weakness. I had traversed 2/4 of the world without finding a female who would accept my heart, nor had I found any cocks except dunghill ones who knew no more how to fly than I did myself. I determined, therefore, to embark on board one of the ambassador's vessels to try my slipper on the foot of the Danish princess, and, should I succeed in my attempt, then to lead her to the grotto in triumph, where dwelt the nymph with the steel bow. The ambassadors, who really were mighty good sort of people, opposed this design with much earnestness. They represented to me all the difficulties of such an enterprise, and they assured me that I should find it very inconvenient to be hung in the flower of my age, a fate which I could not escape should I handle Sapinella's foot without success. I was obstinate, and as I had not divulged to him the mystery of the beautiful slipper, the chief ambassador, who was much addicted to blubbering, actually burst into tears on seeing me ascend the vessel. The wind was so favorable that 7 months after my embarkation I reached the Scandinavian coast, so favored by nature. Having traversed those immense provinces, I at length arrived at the court of Fortinbras with the wide mouth. Here it was that I expected to meet with adventures much more worthy your attention than those which you have just heard. Judge, then, how great was my disappointment when, upon inquiring for the princess, I was informed—" In this part of his history, the handsome stranger was interrupted by an unexpected flourish of cymbals, timbrels, fifes, trumpets, flageolets, bagpipes, cow-horns, and drums, which suddenly resounded through the forest. We looked eagerly round us, and our eyes for some time rested in vain on the spot whence the noise proceeded. The nearer that this singular concert approached, the more was our surprise augmented, as we still were unable to discover the cause. Suddenly my secretary and the stranger's squire, who had climbed 2 lofty trees, and who by this means enjoyed a more extensive lookout, rejoined us in terror, and announced that a troop of Arabs, whom the hills had till then prevented us from descrying, was seen hastening toward us, no doubt intending to surround our little party. On receiving this intelligence, we took our camels from our attendants, and having mounted them, advanced boldly toward the robbers, whom we could now perceive. But we soon discovered that the newcomers were neither robbers nor Arabs, and that as to surrounding us, nothing could be further from their inclination. Still, their appearance surprised us not a little. As far as our eyes could reach, we discovered an ever-lengthening chain of camels, horses, mules, and elephants, heavily laden with litters, palanquins, and baggage of every description. They were escorted by a numerous body of soldiers and slaves, all habited in chintz, the colors of which were so lively and brilliant that the whole appeared to us a moving parterre, enameled with the choicest flowers of spring and summer. We stopped to observe the progress of this singular convoy, in whose middle a palanquin, sparkling with gold and adorned with designs of the most exquisite finish, failed not to attract the chief part of our observation. This palanquin was shut up on all sides. 4 slaves of gigantic stature bore it on their shoulders, while of 4 satraps on horseback each supported an umbrella over it to protect it from the heat of the sun. The satraps, the slaves, and the palanquin were all covered with chintz, but that chintz was of so fine a texture, so admirably painted, and magnificently embroidered, that my secretary, than whom nobody understands these matters better, has frequently assured me since that it could not be worth less than 2 talents an ell. Round the palanquin the musicians were stationed, whose concert had been the original means of engaging our attention. Unluckily, as soon as they approached us, the concert began again, and we soon discovered that in order to remain in its neighborhood, it was absolutely necessary to be well used to it. This unexpected music made us start, one and all, but it appeared so terrible to our camels that after all the extravagant actions which sudden terror makes those animals perform, they fairly ran away with us. Every effort to hold them back only redoubled their impatience to be gone, and the impetuosity with which they hurried us away. My secretary's beast and my own, who stuck close together, turning short round as if by agreement, dashed like mad things through the rear, which came loitering after the rest, and trampled upon all who happened to be in their way. The general confusion which this occasioned, and the cries of such as found themselves attacked in this impromptu manner, increased still more the fury of these infernal animals, who slackened not their speed till they reached the banks of a large river. Here for a moment they stopped to take breath, but the recollection of their fright soon returning, they plunged into the water without giving us the least hint of their design. All that we could do in this moment of surprise was to hold fast by the ears and endeavor to reach the opposite bank of the river, which was both deep and rapid. We were now above 15 stadi distant from the forest, where we had caused so much confusion. Gladly would I have returned thither, being equally anxious to know what was become of the handsome Facardin, and to hear the conclusion of his adventures, but my secretary representing to me the danger and difficulty of repassing the river, the near approach of night, and the fresh disturbance which our camels would occasion, should the same infernal clatter recommence upon our arrival, I gave up the point and suffered him to conduct me to a cottage which we descried at some distance. I passed the night in all the agonies of impatience. No sooner did the morning dawn than I again set forward, anxious to learn what could be meant by this triumphal procession, in which chintz furniture made so conspicuous a figure, and still more desirous of rejoining Farquhar and his shoe, from whom I hoped to hear the catastrophe of his adventures. Unluckily, a dreadful tempest, which had not ceased during the night, swelling the mountain torrents, had caused such an overflow of the river that it would have been useless to attempt to pass it or wait till the waters should abate. The people with whom I lodged assured me that all the plains on that side would be inundated for at least a month. Thus it was I was separated from this amiable stranger, of whom I have never since been able to obtain a sight, in spite of my anxiety and efforts to rejoin him. Here Dinazarde heaved a deep sigh, as if just relieved from some great oppression. "A thousand thanks," she cried, raising her hands to the heaven, "a thousand thanks to the satraps in chintz, the gilded palanquin, the slaves who bore it, the umbrellas which shaded it, and above all to the flageolets, fifes, cymbals, and bagpipes which frightened your camel, separated you from Farquhar II. And oh, forever blessed be the river, whose well-timed overflowing prevented you from falling in with him again. Had it not been for that fortunate accident, I doubt not you would have wearied us as intolerably with the end of his adventures as you have already done with the beginning. For heaven's sake, my dear prince, tell me at once how many years will it take you to relate your history, and how many volumes may be made out of your secretary's journal, since, though you have now trespassed upon our good sultan's patience for a very considerable time, as you have employed it entirely in recounting the misfortunes of another person, while of your own I have not heard one syllable, I confess to you that I begin to despair of ever hearing your history conclude." Luckily, Shararar, whose custom it was to have the soles of his feet tickled by his great chamberlain, had just then fallen into a gentle slumber, and therefore his sister-in-law's remarks for this time escaped him. Had it not been for this accident, there is reason to believe that she would not have gotten off with a simple reprimand. Farquhar, indeed, who, to give him his due, was extremely good-humored, hastened to prevent the Sultan's being aware of the interruption, and rescued Dinazarde from his displeasure by resuming his discourse. "As during the latter part of my narration," said he, "the attention of your most august and victorious Majesty seems to be drawn off by some meditations, no doubt of very serious public and political importance, in order to connect the broken threads of my story, I will just repeat the heads of what escaped you while buried in your own profound reflections." "Do not give yourself the trouble," answered the Sultan. "I have not lost a syllable. And to convince you of it, I remember that while I meditated on the means of preserving the tranquillity of my subjects and the prosperity of my dominions, you recited how the palanquins, elephants, chintz curtains, and umbrellas took to their heels and dashed into the sea as soon as your squires and camels began to play upon their fifes and bagpipes." "Exactly so," exclaimed Dinazarde. "The Prince of Trebizonde need only continue his history, and if ever your Majesty should take it into your head to repeat the whole in style of the specimen which we have just heard, I'll engage for its being the most curious narrative that ever was related in mortal hearing." "Silence," said the Sultan. "I wish to give all my attention to the prince. Trebizonde, proceed." "I was considerably vexed," continued Farquhar, "at my abrupt separation from the handsome stranger, not only because I had already imbibed a sincere attachment to him, but because I meant to have requested him to change his name, lest the exploits by which I intended to make mine illustrious should be ascribed indiscriminately to one or other of the only two Farquhardins existing. However, but a short time elapsed ere I discovered that this precaution would have been of no avail. Some persons have minds so inactive as to pass whole hours without opening their lips, and this more particularly happens when they are alone. For my part, never having been afflicted with that supineness of imagination which leads people to meditate on the various objects which present themselves to travelers without discussing them by word of mouth, whenever I had nobody else to converse with, I held a conversation with myself. Sometimes I repeated a scene or two from some new play. Sometimes I hummed a favorite air, and at other times I whistled. In short, I made use of every source of amusement which talents and an excellent education should supply. Instead of wasting my time in building castles in the air like the stupid dreamers to whom I just now alluded, it is true, my secretary did not come under this description. But then he had another whim, which was not a jot more sensible or entertaining. Every 12 yards he halted, and drawing out a portfolio crammed full of his remarks, he busied himself with the utmost gravity in chalking down all the rivers, castles, windmills, mountains, and pigeon houses which he saw from the road. One day in particular he put me all out of patience. "I wonder, Jessamine," said I wonder that with such a long beard hanging down to your girdle, you are not ashamed of being so childish as to keep eternally scratching and scrawling, when you might employ yourself so much better in remaining near me, listening to my discourse, and replying to my questions. Prithee, put up that bundle of trash, and look in your list of perilous adventures for that which happens to be nearest at hand, for in fact I am heartily wearying of wandering about, as I have done for these last 3 weeks, without knowing where I am or whither going." As I said this, we approached a bridge, which he was just then in the very act of drawing, nor was it without infinite reluctance that he consented to lay aside his employment. However, my orders being repeated, he prepared to obey me, when suddenly our camels began to whine and snuff, seemed to be seized with some violent panic. A moment after we heard the tuning of instruments, and immediately about 6 persons appeared at the other end of the bridge. They were all dressed in a sort of chintz uniform, and no sooner did they descry us than they began to get their instruments in order and tune, by way of doing honor to our approach. Perceiving these musicians to be the same kind with those whom we had left in the forest, we begged leave by signs to decline the serenade with which they were preparing to compliment us. They easily discovered by the violent agitations of our camels that we made this request on their account. Unluckily, the distress of these beasts appeared to the musicians so entertaining that as they staggered across the bridge, for they were completely drunk, they thought proper to heighten it by an additional symphony. No sooner were the first notes audible than my secretary's camel, recollecting the means by which he had just escaped, dashed into the river without hesitation, and while in hopes of gaining the opposite bank his master held fast by the neck, the curious memoirs of our travels, which he had not had time to put up, floated down the stream to our great discomfiture. With respect to my camel, the principal musician had seized him by the bridle, and the others prevented him from rejoining his companion. When the poor beast found that all avenues to escape were barred, he dropped upon his knees, trembling like an aspen. He shut his eyes, not being able to shut his ears, and sent forth such melancholy cries and groans that I found it impossible to refrain from laughter, especially when I heard the other camel, affected by his friend's situation, answer her in the same pathetic strain from the opposite side of the river. I sprang upon my feet, and the principal musician, who still held my camel's bridle, having persuaded his companions to withdraw, for he dreaded lest they should occasion some new alarm, he conducted me across the bridge, frequently apologizing for the insolence of these drunkards. He informed me that they belonged to a band, with the other members of which he supposed I had not come in contact, since, to judge from my camel's turn of mind, he thought that he had heard them. The animal might have died of fright. they being very numerous, and being positively ordered to play on all their instruments as soon as a stranger appeared in sight. He added that he had stayed behind in order to collect these rascals together who had separated themselves from the convoy, in order to drink at the different alehouses on the road, and that he must hasten to rejoin the train of the princess. "What princess?" said I. "Muselina the Serious," answered my new acquaintance, "who is returning to her father's dominions in hopes of laughing." "Of laughing?" I exclaimed. "What can you mean?" "I mean," replied he, "that she has been traveling about for these 3 months for the sole purpose of laughing, and it is for the sole purpose of laughing that she now returns to her native land. But what a simpleton am I," he continued, "to think it necessary to explain to you what you must know so much better than myself." Thus saying, he hastened to rejoin his companions as fast as he could lay legs to the ground. It was in vain that I called after him, begging him to come back and satisfy my curiosity. He turned not his head toward me, and nothing could persuade my secretary to let me mount my camel and follow him, for Jessamine protested that he'd rather die than be again in the power of that unmerciful music. We hastened, therefore, to escape from it, he lamenting the loss of his journal, and I that of an explanation respecting the Princess of Astrakhan. I might have passed the time till midnight in these reflections, had I chosen it, for my secretary kept at a considerable distance behind, probably endeavoring to set down the heads of adventures which had been contained in his journal, but the silence which his reverie compelled me to observe became intolerable. I stopped and waited till he came up with me. "Jessamine," said I, as soon as he rejoined me, "look among your papers for the list of places of which the enchantments and perils are likely to furnish me with some employment. I wish, as I told you before, to go immediately to those which are nearest at hand." "Look for it yourself," answered he peevishly. "All my lists, journals, and papers of every description are following the course of the river, while I am following your highness on this devil of a camel, who makes me every moment give myself up for lost. Nay, he is even a great obstacle to my salvation. So often does he put me under the necessity of cursing both himself and our great prophet for introducing him into the world. If you like it, my lord, you are perfectly at liberty to follow these papers, which in fact are commentaries of our illustrious actions. For my own part, I am not quite so great a fool as to run the risk of drowning in the attempt to fish them up. But for heaven's sake, where is the use of scampering after adventures in your present equipage? Is it not clear that however great may be your courage, there needs but a fiddle to make you run from one end of the world to the other? I would really advise you to restrain this violent thirst for glory which torments you till you have a better chance of satisfying it. We are now within 3 days' journey of the Persian Gulf. In the city which is enriched by the commerce of that sea, you may find the most beautiful horses in the universe. There, if your highness will take my advice, you will get rid of these unlucky camels and mount yourself according to the established fashion of knights errant, instead of trotting about the world like Armenian merchants or pilgrims on their way to Mecca." I took his advice. On the 3rd day after this passed, we discovered the banks of the Red Sea, having traveled without meeting any fresh accident, that is to say, without falling in with any music by the way. The sun was just setting, and I beheld with infinite pleasure the variety of brilliant hues with which its rays tinged the surface of these waters. I could have sworn that a purple carpet had been spread over them, for the color of the sea and that of the light in which it sparkled were mingled together in a manner at once most splendid and beautiful. My secretary, who now kept close to me, asked whether I knew how these waters had obtained the appellation of the Red Sea. I answered that I supposed it had been given them on account of their color. "Quite the contrary," said he. "They are no more red than you are, and since it will be an hour before we reach Florisafan, the capital of Arabia Pectoria, I may as well employ the time in explaining this matter." He had not time to begin his story before something glittered which appeared on the water at a considerable distance, attracting my attention. The sun was already sunk beneath the waves, and his last beams illuminating this object, we imagined at first that a golden hillock was floating toward us. As it approached, we could perceive an infinity of streamers fluttering in the wind, and at length ascertained that a bark was drawing near us, which was covered with gold from the extremity of the mast to the very surface of the ocean. It was conducted by two dwarfs, extremely black and extremely deformed. As soon as it touched the shore, there came out a kind of nymph, more ornamented than heaven and more hideous than hell. While I busied myself in conjecturing how it was possible to be at once so young and so ugly, she threw herself at my feet and embraced my knees before I could possibly prevent her. "Invincible knight," said she, "follow me, and preserve the most precious life that ever yet was given to a mortal. But first swear to me that however dangerous may be the undertaking, that however disagreeable may be its conditions, you will not hesitate to attempt the deliverance of a beauty more perfect than till now the universe could ever boast." Here, as she began to weep, I raised her from the ground, anxious to spare myself the wry faces which she then thought it proper to make. Nay, I had already opened my mouth to give the oath required when my secretary clapped his hand before it. "Stay one moment, my lord," said he. "Before you engage yourself, let me ask this young lady a few questions." Then taking off his bonnet and shaking his long beard, "Either my name is not Jessamine," he continued, "or you come from the Crystal Island. Am I right, sweetheart?" "Hold your tongue, child," answered she. "My business is not with you, but with your master. Yes, amiable youth," she added, "it is to you that I am sent. The paragon of beauty has just entered the bath, and unless you are so condescending as to see her come out of it, never must she enter it again. In defiance, therefore, of your page Jessamine, swear to follow me. Swear to me this, and in return may the dew of morning cool your sweet slumbers. May the zephyrs of evening breathe gently on your cheeks, and may the accents of your well-beloved be as favorable to your wishes as the cock's crow is grateful to the ear of him whose couch during the night sleep hath denied to visit." These prayers were so extremely kind and acceptable that I could not think of rejecting the nymph's request. I took the oath which she tendered, and swore that, happen what might, I would not only see the lady whom she mentioned step out of the bath, but afterwards would do my utmost to effect her deliverance. My secretary no sooner heard me make this vow than he judged it expedient to tear his hair, pluck out his beard by the roots, and utter groans and lamentations the most deplorable. "Unhappy prince," he cried, "what evil star conducted you hither to engage in an enterprise whose event must either prove your ruin or entail you on everlasting dishonor? None but a satyr, or the offspring of some Spanish fly, would dare even to think of an adventure which you have sworn to attempt, but which I will take my oath you will never accomplish. However, I have still one means in my power to release you from the vow which you have just made so rashly." Thus saying, he drew his dagger and rushed upon the ambassadress, no doubt intending to kill her. I had no difficulty in preventing this act of passion, or in finding words to express how much I disapproved of this unmanly transport. However, so far was I from exciting his contrition, that seeing me on the point of embarking without him, such was the law of this adventure, and finding that I positively forbade his accompanying me, he gave way to an impulse of passion not less violent than unavailing. "May the sea," he exclaimed, "swallow up the gilded bark, the fur-bellowed monkey who is just on the point of entering it, and the unfortunate Facardin who is now preparing to follow her." On hearing my name, my conductress examined me with a look of surprise and asked me if in truth my name was Farquhardin. Why should it not be so? Said I. However, not satisfied with this answer, she addressed herself to my secretary, who was still weeping by the water's edge. Venerable Jessamine, said she, tell me the truth. Is your master really called Farquhardin? Hoping that this would be of service to me, he called heaven to witness that such was my real name. Then let me away without loss of time, she said, since I possess the invincible Farquhardin. But if this stranger is really he, what has become of the other half of him? Not understanding this question, I did not attempt to answer it. The gilded bark made its way with incredible swiftness, and soon losing sight of that shore on which the inconsolable Jessamine was still venting his lamentations, a quarter of an hour landed us upon another. This was an immense rock, which rose in the midst of the sea. It appeared to be transparent, and as soon as we disembarked, I perceived that it was entirely composed of crystal. A female, more advanced in years, more splendid in dress, and more frightful in feature than my conductress, came in all haste to receive us. Take courage, cried the nymph of the bark, as soon as the newcomer was within hearing. I bring what our charming mistress has sought for so long in vain. This is the great Farquhardin. The great devil, answered the other. Why, you must be mad, Harpiana, to mistake this shrimp for the invincible Farquhardin. But no matter, we shall soon see of what stuff this daring youth is composed, and as he seems likely to fail in the very preliminaries, we shall at least have the comfort of seeing him flayed, while they burn the unfortunate Crystallina. Has he taken the oath? He has, assured the first scarecrow, and so readily that I am almost sorry for his fate. Disarm him, then, rejoined the other, while I announce his arrival to our charming mistress. Softly, said I, a moment's patience, if you please, Miss Monster. Let me inform you that if you pronounce the word disarm a second time, I shall whip both your ugly heads from off your shoulders. Thus saying, I displayed my sword. They seemed not a little confounded at a proceeding so unexpected. Conduct me, I continued, immediately to this lady whom I have sworn to protect, in order that without loss of time I may deliver her from a danger which appears to be so pressing. Truly, it would be extremely well timed to give away my arms when I come here for the sole purpose of fighting. Flower of chivalry, said she who had come to receive us, do as we request, since resistance will be vain. Give up your arms, and I swear to you by the Prophet Ali, the original inventor of green turbans, that if you meet a single enemy with arms, yours shall be restored to you. I suffered myself to be prevailed upon, and retaining only my sword, which nothing could induce me to relinquish, I followed wherever these damsels chose to lead me. In my way I observed a number of persons, the singularity of whose appearance surprised me not a little. They were men in female dresses, who, being each provided with a spindle and distaff, were spinning with great application as we passed along. I inquired the meaning of this humiliating masquerade. I was answered that I was unlucky in not being permitted to increase their number, that all these persons had been adventurers like myself, who, having taken the same oath, preferred passing their lives in this degrading situation to engaging in the enterprise at the risk of being flayed if they failed to accomplish it, but that no choice was left for him who should present himself on the last day of the year, that space of time being allotted for the trial, except to attempt the deliverance of the lady or be flayed without further delay. May I ask, said I, the nature of this perilous exploit? Our lovely mistress will inform you, answered one of the guides, as soon as you are presented to her. It would have been difficult to walk, and indeed to keep one's feet on an island of crystal, if the roads had not been strewn with diamond dust. It was already night, nor should I have been able to distinguish the several objects which presented themselves, had not the rock been hollowed out with much labor in various places, where orange trees were introduced, from whose branches large crystal chandeliers and a profusion of burning lamps depended. This made the whole island as bright as if it had been day. We were situated directly under the torrid zone, scarcely 4 degrees removed from the equinoctial line. The sun during the day had darted its rays full upon the immense mass of crystal. The air was considerably heated, and not a breath of wind was stirring after twilight. Consequently, I was almost suffocated with heat by the time that I reached the other end of the rock. On the brink of it, I perceived a square pavilion in which both my guides advised me to take some repose. I found there all sorts of refreshment, and hastened to enjoy that of bathing at the request of my attendants, who assisted me to undress, but who failed in persuading me to commit my sabre to their care, as I scrupled not to do my garments. In vain did they exert their lungs in assuring me that nobody in this world ever bathed with sword in hand. All their remonstrances proved fruitless. I not only entered the bath, but came out of it in this warlike posture. A magnificent nightgown was immediately thrown over my shoulders, and while I ate of what was set before me, and appeased my thirst with cool and delicious wines, my clothes were carried off by my conductresses. The day broke. After demanding my clothes without success, I was desired to step forward, and also was entreated once more to lay aside my clumsy, ill-looking cimeter, which would be totally useless in the business for which I was preparing. "Pray thee," said I, "talk no more about my cimeter. As it is, I want only a close cap, a distaff instead of a sword, and a jacket and petticoat to be dressed like those wretches whom I saw on my way thither." Finding me deaf to all entreaties respecting the sword, of which they were so anxious to deprive me, they conducted me without more delay to a bridge which connected the crystal rock with the most delightful meadow that I had ever beheld. Here the 2 ladies left me. When I had crossed the bridge, 2 little negroes, even more deformed than those who had managed the bark, closed behind me a brazen barrier, and with a low bow demanded my sword. I answered that this request being particularly disagreeable to me, if they mentioned it again, I should be under the necessity of cleaving them from head to the navel. This threat put them in such terror that away they ran over the meadow like 2 black kids. I followed them without hurrying myself till I came near a palace, which could not well avoid being transparent, for the walls were formed of the clearest and most beautiful plate glass that the world ever produced. Near this palace was raised by means of golden pegs and cords of purple a magnificent pavilion. I have since heard that it belonged formerly to the unfortunate Darius, of whom I have the honor to be a lineal descendant. In this tent, which was open in the front, I perceived a bed, if possible more rich and elegant than that which now contains the charms of the divine Scheherazade. These objects would not have given the most distant idea of a perilous adventure, had they not been placed in a very disagreeable neighborhood. For to the right of the transparent palace there was erected a pile of wood evidently intended to burn some criminal, and on the left I observed a kind of altar, the 4 corners of which were provided with iron rings for the purpose of fastening the victim, and with sacrificial knives for the purpose of cutting his throat. Though I never could even form an idea what it was to be afraid, I confess a little kind of inquietude passed through my head like a vapor when I remembered what I had heard respecting the crystal rock. However, no person being in the tent, though the bed seemed prepared for somebody, I approached the little palace, and here the first light was thrown upon the singular adventure in which I was engaged. Chance had conducted me to the bathing room. To enter it would have been unnecessary, since I could distinguish perfectly well through the walls what was passing within. 4 negresses, more dingy, more flat-nosed, and less dressed than any to be found in the heart of Guinea, surrounded a marble basin, in which, according to all appearances, their mistress was waiting for my arrival to begin the adventure. As soon as they perceived me, these ladies-in-waiting ranged themselves in a line, and immediately the admirable Crystallina stepped out of the water with as few clothes on as it was possible to have without being stark naked. She remained in the midst of these four ugly old toads a considerable time before they could find anything with which to cover her. This piece of art did not escape me, but though I conceived that her complexion must be seen to great advantage while contrasted with the horrible figures around her, I own I was much struck with the dazzling whiteness of her skin, and I looked with contempt upon the perils of the enterprise, while I reflected that this uncommon beauty would certainly feel some gratitude for the service which I hoped shortly to render her. While such were my reflections, the lady and her attendants disappeared, I know not how. In a few moments after, one of the negresses came to say that her mistress, the heavenly Crystallina, that divinity whom I had just been so fortunate as to see bathing, waited for me in her apartment, where she had just gone to bed, and hoped that I would make haste to preserve her life by my politeness and generosity. Scarcely could I believe that this message, at once so flattering and so free, was not sent for the purpose of making a jest of me. The adventure may end as it pleases, said I to myself, provided it begins as this obliging ambassadress gives me hopes that it will. I followed her with great eagerness, and on her part she lost no time. I guessed that she was leading me to the tent of Darius, and no sooner had I entered than it was surrounded by a troop of soldiers completely armed. The nymph Crystallina desired me to sit down for a moment at her bed's head, and being obeyed, she next rang a golden bell. Immediately an old man appeared, whose beard was at least 3 feet longer than my secretary's. In his left hand he held a scythe, and in his right a small clock. Having placed which on the other side of the bed, he retired. To him succeeded 2 figures still more extraordinary. The first was a sort of high priest, respectable from his habit, but of an aspect the most ferocious. Among his sacred ornaments was included a great butcher's knife, which was stuck in his girdle, and his beard was even longer than the one which I had just seen. The other was a blacksmith. At least, so I suppose, from his having a hammer, a file, and a bag of nails. Beside this he held a brazen hoop, on which was strung a variety of rings of different sorts. This hoop he fastened to an iron staple, which was fastened to the floor by a broad plate of gold. The lady, from whom this mummery had drawn my attention, now desired me to make the first efforts toward her deliverance by bringing her one of those rings. That done, the adventure would be accomplished, and I should remain the sole master of her person and her treasures. These words made me examine her again, but she was now too close for me to be as much charmed with her as I had been at first sight. In spite of the art which she had used to conceal her beauty's decay, she seemed to be much gone by. I suppose, she thought, that the suspicion of her being painted occasioned my surprise, for in order to show me that she was not, she immediately took great pains to display her arms and bosom. This convinced me beyond a doubt that she was daubed from head to foot, and she now disgusted me as much as she had enchanted me on her first appearance. However, as I had promised to undertake this adventure, and as all she wanted was one of these rings, I advanced toward the brazen hoop on which they were strung. "Hold, my little friend," said the long-bearded archbishop, who now perceived that I was armed. "Hold," said he in Arabic. "Who taught you to appear sword in hand in a lady's bedchamber? Down on your knees, young man, and give me that useless weapon without delay." I cannot describe, magnanimous emperor, the fury which I felt at hearing this piece of insolence. However, I strove to repress it, lest I should betray myself in some impropriety. "Mr. Person," said I, "what you have just said has been dinned into my ears by all the rabble of this place, and I now assure you that if such another speech comes out of that bush which covers your face, I shall strike off your head and convert it into a scrubbing brush." In finishing this compliment, I made my sword whistle twice or thrice about his ears. I soon perceived that, as all these islanders made the same request, my answer produced the same effect upon every one of them, for after ducking several times under my sword, my friend the high priest took to his heels, and the blacksmith did not stay long behind him. No sooner were they departed than I hastened to end the adventure by bringing a ring to the fairy Crystallina, for I supposed that I must have one for the trouble of taking. But though I possess more strength than the gods bestow upon many, it was in vain that I exerted it and tried each ring separately. Not one could I move. Piqued at a resistance which I did not expect, I redoubled my efforts, but with no better success. At length, recollecting Alexander's method of dividing the Gordian knot, I was going to procure one of the blacksmith's files when the nymph desired me to resume my place near her. "It is not on exertions of this nature," said she, when I had obeyed her, "that my safety and also your own depend. It is evident that as you now employ it, no strength can obtain from me one of these rings. However, there is a way of disengaging them with as much ease as if the brazen hoop were open. Take breath while I explain it to you, and in the meantime examine with attention the furniture of this tent." I threw my eyes round and perceived beside the clock and the brazen hoop a crystal wardrobe and 2 spinning wheels. The lady, perceiving that I was ready to hear her, addressed me in the following manner. End of section 19. Section 20 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. History of Crystallina. Nature bestowed on me those sentiments of prudence and virtue which in others are merely the effects of education, but with them I also possessed a degree of curiosity which I never could succeed in repressing. My mother, who wished to preserve me in all the purity of original innocence, suffered nothing male to approach our dwelling. In a short time my curiosity had no other object than the sight of a creature of whom I only knew the name. In vain was that creature described to me as a horrible monster who would devour me the moment that I met his eyes. My curiosity daily grew more urgent, and at 12 years old it was so violent that I resolved to run away and see a man, cost what it might. Accordingly, one night, when the family was buried in sleep, I dropped from my window into the gardens, of which I next scaled the wall. I jumped down on the other side at the risk of my life, and all this trouble did I take in hopes of finding an animal whom I expected to devour me. I ran like a mad thing across the plains, trembling lest I should be pursued and brought back, nor was it till my security was certain that I sat down under a bush to rest myself and wait for day. Under this same bush a young pilgrim, whom the night had surprised, had also taken shelter. This I did not discover till the dawn permitted me to distinguish the surrounding objects. He woke at the same time with me, and showed no less surprise than I did on finding himself near me. In spite of my curiosity, I was then so uninformed that I took him for a girl of my own age, whom I conjectured to be a foreigner, from the difference of her headdress and strange cut of her clothes. As to features, I thought, though I was quite as handsome then as I am now, that the stranger's face was even handsomer than my own. For some time we examined each other in silence. "Amiable stranger," said he at length, "if you understand my language, deign to inform me where I can find a woman. My father, who inhabits a desert abounding with wild beasts, and who has bred me to the chase from my childhood, permits my engaging bears, wolves, tigers, and wild boars, but he forbids my trying my strength against that most dangerous of animals, the woman, for he assures me that nothing can defend me against the poison which it carries about it. I begged him to tell me how this creature is made, in order that I may avoid it, but he would not oblige me. Then I requested that I might have a young one brought up tame in the house, but this also was denied me. At length, his repeated refusals augmenting my inclination to see one of these dragons, about a month ago I escaped from my father, and have ever since been wandering through the gloomy wood and frightful deserts in hopes of finding this animal. My search has yet been fruitless, but as your dress declares you to be a foreigner, should there be any women in your country, be so good as to tell me, how may I get sight of one? And are you not one yourself? Said I, much surprised. No, truly, answered he. So you need not be afraid of me, and even should one happen to pass this way, my bow and arrows will be sufficient to protect us. But if you are not a woman, said I, what are you? A man like yourself, answered he. In short, Sir Knight, after much surprise and many questions on both sides, our alarm was dissipated. We found what we had been seeking, and without my being devoured or his being poisoned, our curiosity was satisfied. This discovery pleased us so much, and we thought the deceit of our parents such an affront to our understanding, that we resolved to return to them no more. We concealed ourselves for some time in the very depth of the forest, persuaded that a strict inquiry would be made after us. We knew no other fear than that of being separated, and I submitted without difficulty during the 2 or 3 first days to subsist on the produce of my companion's chase, and to have no other retreat for the night than a tree or a cavern. But my curiosity was not extinguished. It revived in my solitude, and I grew tired of my situation. I fancied that my new acquaintance was not the only man in the world, that though he was more beautiful than the day, the world might possibly furnish somebody even more to my taste, and this idea having once gotten into my head, I took care to ease my heart of it. Accordingly, I proposed to my companion that we should leave the wood and see a little what was going on elsewhere. He desired no better, and we proceeded together till we arrived at the seashore. Neither of us had ever seen that immense element. You must certainly know that it is a very striking object when beheld for the first time, and we were both of us occupied in admiring it, when suddenly its surface was disturbed by a swell, which seemed to extend itself further than our eyes could reach. At length a dark vapor ascended, which at first, raising itself into the air, grew thicker as it fell again, and forming a cloud, was driven by a strong gust of wind to the place where we were standing. It wrapped itself round me like a cloak, and then hurried me away with it in spite of my lover's cries, whom I was compelled to leave behind. I perceived that I was borne along with great rapidity, but this gave me not the least uneasiness. I am naturally courageous, and was only angry with the fog, which, I doubted not, prevented me from seeing many things worthy my curiosity. Suddenly it dispersed, the sea opened, and I was swallowed up without suffering the least inconvenience. I now found myself in a spacious grotto, ornamented with that infinite variety of shells which the sea produces, and enriched with enormous pearls, as well as every sort of coral which it conceals within its bosom. Before I could look about me and recover from my surprise, I saw the faithful Harpiana near me, the same person who brought you in the gilded bark from the shores of Florispan to the Crystal Isle. She was dressed much after the fashion of the attendants of Thetis. That is to say, she was hardly dressed at all. This by no means set her off to advantage, for at that time she was, if possible, uglier than she is now. She informed me with a low courtesy that I was welcome to an empire whose sovereign had commissioned her to show me its wonders, and afterwards to conduct me where my arrival was anxiously expected. Having said this, she led me to a long gallery of crystal, whose roof was supported by 2 rows of columns covered with coral branches and mother of pearl. When we had traversed it, my conductress inquired whether before I ascended I chose to see the gallery of shipwrecks. Perceiving that I did not understand her, she informed me that we were then standing under the Red Sea, and that this sea, being the channel through which by continual navigation the treasures of India were conveyed to the other parts of the globe, it frequently happened that such as had enriched themselves by long labors carried the fruit of them to the bottom of the sea, where the different presents made by tempests to the most greedy of elements were carefully collected and arranged with order in a particular apartment. I, who never could deny anything to my curiosity, eagerly accepted this proposal. We now entered a room where heaps of gold, silver, and precious stones met my eyes on all sides. This salon was so large that I could not conceive how the whole earth had contrived to furnish the immense wealth which filled it. Having admired this magazine for some time, I was conducted into another still more gratifying to my curiosity. This was a chamber less wide, but much longer than the first. On one side were statues of gold, silver, bronze, and marble, with furniture of all kinds and arms of every fashion, either valuable for their quality or exquisite workmanship. On the other side of the salon stood a row of wardrobes, over each of which were the portraits of a man and a woman, with an inscription underneath. The dresses and ornaments of these portraits were all different countries. I bestowed so much time upon the first that the nymph Harpiana informed me that her master's impatience to see me elsewhere would not admit of my making so long a stay as would be necessary for my examining the rest. She added that in each wardrobe were the garments of those whose portraits were on the outside, that they were all illustrious persons of both sexes who had perished by shipwreck, and that likenesses had been taken of the most distinguished, some having been restored to life, and others painted after their death. For example, she said, 22 years have passed since I drowned in company with the Sultana Fatima, the Grand Signor's favorite, who was carrying presents to Mecca. What followed? She was reanimated on account of her uncommon beauty, and I had the same good luck in order that I might wait upon her. The lord of this island loved her passionately, but all his power and skill could not long preserve her from the grasp of death. At the end of 6 months she was carried off by the smallpox, the only malady over which my master has no power. That is her portrait, she added, and her clothes are in the same wardrobe. She opened it and showed them to me. Nothing could be more splendid and elegant. While I examined them, she considered me with no less attention. "It is the very thing," said she. "Your dress is unworthy of your person, and the Sultana's will be much more suitable. One would think they were made for you. I have already measured you with my eye, and on these points I am never mistaken." The proposal was accepted. No sooner was I dressed than my lady-in-waiting thought me so lovely that she pressed me to hasten take command of the empire of which I was soon to be a mistress, and with which I could not fail to be enchanted. "You will there see the genus of genii," continued she, "and will see him at your feet." "Shan't I see a man too?" interrupted I. This question surprised her a little, but before she could reply, my demand was answered by the appearance of the personage whom she had mentioned. This genus of genii, himself in his own person. Impatient to examine his new acquisition, he had transported himself, though how I know not, to the place where we were, instead of waiting for us above, as his dignity required. His look surprised without alarming me. Though his make was very different from the pilgrims whom I had found under the bush, I had not the least doubt of his being a man. It is true the other was much handsomer, but then the other was not half so large. Reflecting, therefore, in my own mind that a man of whom I had heard such terrible things was an animal in his kind so excellent, I concluded that the more there was of him, the better he must be. This idea induced me, the first compliments being over, to accept the offers of the genus. So ignorant was I at that time that it was necessary to preserve appearances. This ceremony, the only one used in our marriage, being over, he gave me his hand, or rather his paw, for it was covered with long hair to the very tip of his fingers, and aided me in ascending a magnificent staircase. We stopped not till we found ourselves on the same crystal rock which you traversed in your way hither. Thence I was conducted to this island, and our marriage was celebrated in this pavilion. I was soon disgusted with my new bargain, for the genii are in general a very whimsical, cruel, ill-made sort of people, and above all are abominably addicted to witchcraft. Though my spouse was naturally fickle, to me he was so eternally faithful and so insupportably fond that I was ready to die of vexation. To this constancy he united an extravagant degree of jealousy, though of a kind quite peculiar to himself. He wished everybody to admire me, but it made him violently angry if he suspected me of inspiring any more tender sentiments than admiration. He looked on me as a treasure of which he was resolved to be the sole possessor, but he by no means chose to be the only person who could estimate that treasure's real value. I passed my time very disagreeably with this wretch, whose caprices constrained and whose fondness disgusted me. Harpiana was my only consolation. She warned me to conceal an aversion which her master and mine, dull as he was, might at length discover, and she advised me by redoubling compliance to persuade him that I was distractedly in love with him, both on account of his personal and mental accomplishments, by which means I should find it an easy task to dupe him whenever I found a proper opportunity. I took her advice, and I soon established myself so perfectly in the confidence of the genus my spouse that by degrees I became the mistress of his dearest secrets. Among other things, he informed me that there were only 3 enchanters in the whole universe whose power was equal to his own, that all 3 were his inveterate enemies, that each of them possessed a magic spinning wheel, which, in order to render them his slaves, it was necessary to put into the hands of the 3 most beautiful princesses in the world, and that as soon as these beauties should have spun long enough to make a cord able to reach from the top of the loftiest mountain to the surface of the sea, he should attain the utmost summit of his wishes. But till this desirable event could be accomplished, he was in danger of losing the talisman in which consisted the whole power of his enchantments. However, he added, this talisman was a mystery so well concealed that there did not exist a human being who had the most distant suspicion of its nature. He had no sooner said this than I was dying to know in what this talisman consisted, and I flattered him so adroitly and timed my caresses so well that at length I became possessed of a secret which till then he had concealed with the greatest caution from everyone. From the little toe of one of his feet he suddenly displayed a monstrous and terrific nail, or rather claw, which he had the power of hiding at will, after the manner of lions. He then informed me that so long as this nail remained attached to his person, so long was he invincible, and that even in case of it being separated, it would be easy for him to rejoin it, and thus preserve his power undiminished, unless, before he could produce it, someone should swallow the whole separated limb down to the nail in question. He told me besides, for he was disposed to tell me everything, so perfectly was he fascinated by my caresses, that he had contrived to insinuate himself so artfully into the society of the possessors of these important spinning wheels, that 2 of them were already the reward of his exertions, but that these were of little use unless he could gain possession of the 3rd, which of all the 3 was the point most difficult to compass. Upon receiving this mark of confidence, I displayed such unbounded gratitude that my husband knew not by what means to express to me his delight and satisfaction sufficiently. Perceiving that the sky was overcast, and that the winds were beginning to whistle, he transported me to the summit of the crystal rock in order that I might enjoy the entertainment of some shipwreck or other, which, he doubted not, would be the fruits of the approaching storm. He told me that it was from the top of this rock that he discovered me for the first time, and caused his spirits to carry me off from the shores of the ocean. He then put into my hand a telescope, not so long as my finger, and yet so miraculously powerful that I could make out the most diminutive objects as distinctly as if they had been close to my feet. I had no sooner placed the instrument to my eye than I beheld a vessel in the open sea, the whole crew of which seemed to be in the extreme terror at the storm which threatened them, a single night excepted. The face of this stranger was to the full as beautiful as that of my little pilgrim, and his size was almost as advantageous as that of my great booby, the genus. Suddenly the storm became so violent that the vessel was swallowed up by the waves, whose fury conspired with the raging of the winds. Not a man of the whole crew escaped, except that stranger, who had already fixed my observation, and who still disputed his life against the assaults of the hostile billows with efforts almost incredible. The degree of interest and compassion with which this sight inspired me was such that I was almost out of my senses. The genus thought that my transports were occasioned by the excessive delight which I received from this species of entertainment, and was the better pleased with me. He told me that what I had seen was nothing, and that he would furnish me with a much superior kind of amusement. With this assurance he placed me in a small car upon wheels, taking his seat beside me. It was not without experiencing some uneasy sensations that I felt this machine put itself in motion, and precipitate us from a place which I fancied to be the loftiest upon earth into an abyss whose depth I trembled to measure. However, I had not time for many reflections. In an instant I found myself in the crystal gallery. We had entered it at the same place by which I penetrated into it on my first arrival. From this gallery we could see distinctly everything which passed, as far as the surface of the sea, that is, when the sea is calm, for at that time was too much agitated to permit my distinguishing anything. Some time after we were informed that the tempest had produced nothing but a small bark, 10 or 12 mariners, some naval stores, and a horse of value. The genus, my spouse, having cast his eyes upon those poor wretches, gave it as his opinion that such sorry knaves were not worth the trouble of reanimating. He then begged my pardon for having given me an amusement so little worthy my attention, and to recompense me for my trouble in coming so far for it, he suffered me to examine that magazine at leisure, on which at my first visit I had only been allowed time to cast a passing glance. This was an employment exactly suited to my natural curiosity, and after examining the portraits and various habits of those whose spoils were deposited in the crystal wardrobes, I found infinite entertainment in perusing the histories of their owners. Charmed with the attention with which I examined these different relics, the genus would gladly have multiplied his treasures and his curiosities solely for the purpose of furnishing me with amusement. For, to say the truth, though he was immoderately jealous, he was by no means disobliging. On the contrary, you could not have found a genus in the whole world more easy to live with, except when the tender passion was concerned. He left me in the magazine, the faithful Harpiana being commissioned to explain to me such points as would otherwise have been unintelligible. I was gratified by this permission to prolong my examination of the wardrobes and their contents, for it was seldom that he would trust me out of his sight. And when he did leave me for a few minutes to myself, it was only for the purpose of preparing me for some entertainment or another, which sometimes astonished, but never was able to please me. I cannot tell you how ardently I wished that the sea would bring to us, dead or alive, that unfortunate stranger who alone had survived for a few minutes the shipwreck in which his companions had perished. I had the greatest desire to take a nearer view of a man who, even at such a distance, had appeared so charming, for I have already told you to what an excess I am governed by curiosity. However, it was in vain that I raised my eyes every moment to the surface of the waters. The calm which now smoothed them still offered nothing interesting to my sight, and my husband's messengers, who examined every part of the surrounding abyss, returned without discovering more than the miserable remains of the shipwrecked vessel. The entertainment prepared for me by the Janus detained us in the crystal gallery the whole of that night. The next day we amused ourselves with fishing for dolphins on the coast of the crystal island. Nothing can be more diverting than this mode of fishing. A band of excellent musicians, perhaps the best to be found in the universe, as well in point of voice as instruments, was on board the vessel by which you, Sir Knight, were conveyed hither. As soon as it reached the open sea, the music struck up in perfect harmony. The dolphins, who of the whole fishy tribe have the most curiosity, came flocking from all quarters round the glittering bark in order that they might have a nearer view of it. And as they have a still more decided taste for music than even for shows, they followed the concert in profound silence, without perceiving, so attentive were they to the sweet sounds, that the bark insensibly conducted them into a long chain of nets which lined the whole extent of the shore. However, this adventure did not produce any very bad consequences to them. It only cost a few of the most beautiful their liberty. The Janus ordered them to be deposited in some superb reservoirs, where he amused himself with superintending the education of these illustrious fish. When the bark returned for the third time with its capture, one of the fishermen came to inform us that in this last haul he really believed that they had caught the king of the dolphins. So heavy were their nets, and so brilliant were the variegated scales which they saw sparkling through the water. But what was my surprise when, instead of this magnificent fish which we expected, I saw enveloped in the nets the very same stranger whose composure during the tempest and whose courageous exertions afterwards I had witnessed with such admiration. The armor in which he was arrayed was enameled with gold and azure, and ornamented in an infinite number of precious stones of all kinds and colors. The Janus, my husband, who knew nothing about generosity, immediately ordered the fisherman to despoil him of his brilliant arms, and then cast him back into the sea. I looked round for my faithful Harpiana to implore her by looks that she should find some means of evading the execution of this command, but she was not to be seen, and I was on the point of interfering myself when we were informed that the stranger still possessed some remains of life. Upon this, the Janus, who wished to learn his history, in order that it might be engraved upon the wardrobe in which his spoils were to be deposited, ordered his attendants to assist in recovering him. To rescue his life was to preserve mine, so warmly did the compassion interest me in his behalf. The succor which was given him proved so efficacious that he soon opened his eyes, recovered his spirits, and was upon his legs in less than an hour. The sight of the Janus appeared to surprise, but not to alarm him. He easily comprehended that everything which he saw in these enchanting regions belonged to this extraordinary figure. He cast his eyes upon me, but instantly turned them away again, aware that both of us were in the power of one who was near enough to observe all his actions. What effect this single look produced upon the stranger I cannot pretend to say, but as to myself, it did my business effectually. He now returned my husband thanks for the assistance which he had just received, in a manner which, without having anything degrading or servile, was full of gratitude and insinuation. It quite softened the Janus. For my part, this compliment appeared to me so ingenious that I almost fainted away through admiration. The stranger now proceeded, without giving us time to question him, to inform us that his desire to achieve so famous an undertaking had induced him to embark at the port of Florischland for the purpose of visiting the court of Mussolina the Serious, less indeed from any inclination excited by her reputed beauty than on account of the glory to be acquired in an adventure so perilous, that on the 4th day of this voyage a dreadful tempest had destroyed his vessel and all his attendants, without his being able to comprehend by what means he had been brought near enough to these hospitable shores to receive assistance, and finally that he should feel but little regret at having been shipwrecked, since this trifling accident had been the means of his reaching the dominions of the most magnificent and best-made sovereign in the universe, if it were not that he saw a woman in his company, of all creatures upon the earth, the one for which he had the greatest antipathy. This speech, aided by the stranger's agreeable manners, could not fail to be well received by my Genus, for the brute was no less greedy of flattery than subject to jealousy, and from the moment he took such delight in the stranger's conversation that he could not exist without him. On the other hand, the stranger affected to shun me on all occasions. Nay, when the Genus, who seldom quitted me, desired him to join our party, he always turned his back towards me, and during the whole time that he remained with us, never addressed to me a single syllable of his conversation. This behavior made me quite desperate, for the more that such marked unpoliteness proved that he detested me, the more desirous was I of pleasing him. The Genus was ready to die with laughing when he saw the constraint which his guest seemed to suffer in my presence. He sometimes rated him severely for his aversion to a sex which makes the whole happiness of mankind, and repeated till he was hoarse the assurance that if the knight but once looked me full in the face, he was persuaded that his aversion would be overcome. The very idea was sufficient to make the stranger run away from the place where I was, as if something most horrible had been proposed to him. At last, so much importunity was used with him that he consented to look at me once, on condition that he should never be asked a second time. Nor did I neglect to make a great many objections, as well to mark the stranger how much his conduct had displeased me, as to impose upon my husband by the appearance of extreme delicacy, so that the Genus was obliged to hold my head forcibly between both his hands to prevent my avoiding the glance of his favorite. Oh, if I had avoided them, how much I should have lost! While my jolter-head of a Genus labored with both his body and soul to give his friend a fair look at his wife's charms, the eyes of the charming stranger were doing their duty. They assured me that he was dying for love of me, and that all these marks of antipathy were assumed. This first scene over, its inventor exultingly inquired what effect the sight of me had produced upon his guest. "An effect so disagreeable," answered he, "that if it were to happen frequently, I should utterly lose my senses. I even doubt whether in the violence of my delirium the goddess your wife would herself be secure against my transports." I thought I understood the meaning of these threats, and from that moment I felt the greatest inclination to see myself the object of one of these frantic fits, and all this through pure curiosity. The Genus, however, was exceedingly surprised to find that the sensibility of the stranger's heart, instead of yielding on this trial, had only been converted into frenzy. He told him that he was resolved to carry the point, that he would prove to him that a woman like me was not a person to be despised, and that since the charm of my face had failed to produce the expected effect, those of my whole person from head to foot must be called into their assistance. Was it possible, Sir Knight, for a jealous husband to carry this extravagance further? Our charming guest appeared to change color at this declaration, and requested permission to depart that instant, since he preferred leaving the island rather than consent to give proofs of his complaisance so extremely disagreeable. The better to deceive him, the stupid Genus gave him a promise that in future he should be let alone, and that no further mention should be made of me and my charms, since he was so horror-struck at a proposal which he would not have made to any other man in the universe. But all these assurances, as I said before, were only made for the purpose of deceiving his friend the more artfully, and this was the plan which he adopted. He caused a cabinet of crystal to be made exactly similar to that which you see yonder. He placed it in the magazine of shipwrecks among the others, after covering it with a curtain of green taffety embroidered with gold. This done, he disclosed his plan to me, which was to shut me up stark naked in the cabinet, but for fear of accidents he took care that no one but himself should be able to let me out. I was ready to die with desire to communicate this fine project to the stranger, but I never could contrive it. So eternally was I teased by the presence of my everlasting Janus. But as the stranger had more wit and penetration than all the strangers in the world put together, I have no doubt but he guessed something of this premeditated surprise, and you will soon see the consequences. Everything being prepared for this new scene, the Janus, in order to bring it about the more naturally, thought proper to ask his illustrious guest whether, according to the usage of other knight-errants, he had not provided himself with armor previous to his setting out on his expedition. The other replied that he well remembered being completely accoutred on the day of his shipwreck, but he was ignorant what had since become of his arms, his sword only excepted, which those who found him had kindly left in his possession. "Well, then," said the Janus, "tomorrow I will show you the only place in the island which you have not yet seen since your arrival here. Perhaps this place may afford you some news of your armor. At any rate, you will see something or other well deserving your attention. I will leave you alone there, lest my presence should oblige you to hurry over the examination of many rarities which ought to be revised at leisure. And I would lay a wager that you never saw anything more curious than that which is contained in the glass cases, which you will find ornamented with portraits and inscribed with the names of those whom they represent." "And I would lay a wager," replied the stranger, "that there is not among all those names a name half so curious as my own." "And pray, then," inquired the Janus, "what makes this name of yours so curious?" "Its novelty," he answered. "I am called Facardin, and I do not believe there is another person of that name to be found in the universe." "Oh, as to that, I am quite of your opinion," said the Janus, "but my good friend Facardin, since Facardin is your name, in every other respect, I am sure that you will be quite of mine." End of section 20.
Section 21 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Four Facardins, Part 1.5. The next day my jealous spouse locked me up with his own hands in the crystal cabinet. I was in the state which I before mentioned, and the genius failed not to expatiate upon the astonishment which the sight of me would give the stranger, and the amusement which I should receive in witnessing his consternation. I was quite in despair to find that the cabinet was transparent to no purpose, since there was no possibility of unlocking it either from within or from without. The curtain was drawn before it, and now the genius, without loss of time, conducted his guest into the apartment where I was enclosed, and according to his promise immediately left him to himself. In spite of my vexation at finding myself shut up without any means of escaping, my heart palpitated with impatience, principally from reflecting that while occupied in examining the other glass cases, the handsome Facardin might pass mine over, or might not think of drawing away the curtain by which I was concealed. But my uneasiness was soon removed. He came directly towards it, and without losing the time which my brute expected him to bestow upon the survey of the rest, he drew away the curtain and appeared so much charmed with the manner in which I was presented before him, that after a few unavailing efforts to free me in a more peaceable manner, and 2 blows of his sword, he broke my fragile prison into 1,000 pieces. As he did not intend to render me this service without reward, and as my heart was filled with a decent sense of gratitude, his curiosity confined itself to those wonders whose knowledge had been forced upon him with so much perseverance. Mine, too, was so perfectly satisfied that I thought the whole merit of all the pilgrims and all the geniuses under the sun must certainly be contained in the only Facardin whom the universe could produce. We soon arranged the characters which it was necessary for us to play in order to account for the demolition of the cabinet, and we settled our proceedings for the future, though this last precaution was quite useless, as you will soon see. The charming stranger now took his brilliant arms from the place in which I told him that they had been deposited. Arrayed in them he seemed to be the god Mars, who, quitting the Queen of Beauty, carried away with him all the loveliness of her son. I already mentioned that he was almost as tall as the genius, but this towering stature was by no means a disadvantage when accompanied by such admirable proportion of limbs. He now left the saloon of shipwrecks, his sword in his hand. The genius was extremely surprised at seeing him in complete armor, but he was much more so when, after complaining bitterly of the trick which had been played him, he proceeded to tell him that as soon as he had removed the green curtain and seen behind in the statue of a woman without clothes, he was so much shocked that in the first movements of his indignation he broke the niche in pieces, and was afraid that he had done the statue some injury by a heavy blow, which he had given it with his sword. Nothing more was necessary to frighten my amorous genius almost out of his senses, and without replying he ran to my assistance. When he arrived he found me extended upon the floor and apparently in a swoon. However, on seeing that I had not received any wound, his fears were tranquilized, and as soon as I did him the favor of coming to myself, he laughed, ready to split his sides at the recital which I gave of the stranger's fury, and of the terrible fright into which his brutal behavior had thrown me. However, he was by no means pleased that his guest had not given himself sufficient time to examine the whole catalogue of my perfections before he broke the crystal cabinet. For my husband's ruling absurdity was an anxiety to make the whole world know the value of a treasure, of which he was himself the sole possessor. I could read in his countenance the determination to bring us together again by some new stratagem. But fortune ordered things differently. From that day the charming Facardin was not to be found either on the island which we inhabited, nor on the crystal rock, though during a whole month both were searched for him with the greatest diligence. The vexation which his loss occasioned me was so violent that I was scarcely to be known for the same person. The merit of him whose absence I regretted was of itself sufficient to produce this effect upon me. Still, I fancy that curiosity had a still greater influence, and I strove in vain to console myself for having lost the opportunity of ascertaining whether this stranger would have been as agreeable in a second interview as I had found him in a first. As the complaisance of my genius was quite inexhaustible, the ennui to which he saw me a prey afflicted him extremely. He took it into his head that change of air would be good for me, and that in order to amuse me and restore me to my former state of health, nothing would conduce so much as traveling. I was delighted with the plan, but I was not equally well pleased with the precautions which accompanied its execution. He caused a crystal cabinet to be made similar to that in which I had already been enclosed. It is the same which you see yonder. He shut me up, but for this time with my clothes on, took me upon his shoulders, and commenced his travels by traversing the bottom of the ocean. Occasionally we landed to repose ourselves, and take refreshments in the most delightful spots which the shores afforded. On these occasions he never failed to let me out of my glass case, and resting his head upon my lap, he generally sank into such profound sleep that I had the greatest difficulty to rouse him when it was time to recommence our journey. I had flattered myself at setting out that during my travels fortune might enable me to gain some intelligence of the excellent Facardin, but on this head I obtained no kind of satisfaction, and as I was out of all patience at being of no other use in the world than to serve this brute of a genius for a bolster, I called to my succour that curiosity with which nature has so plentifully endowed me. It suggested to me the doubt whether I could possibly contrive to deceive a jealous husband who always carried me upon his back well packed up when he was awake, and who when he was sleeping always slept upon my lap. I answered my curiosity that I would immediately satisfy it whether the thing was practicable or not. With this view I tried whether I could manage to draw my knees from under his ugly head. Finding that I effected this without the least difficulty, and that I could go whither I pleased for whole hours together without his ever stirring from the place where I had left him, I seized the very first opportunity of trying whether I could not carry the remainder of my project into effect. I succeeded, and this appeared to me so amusing, as well from the singularity of the thing as for the gratification of my vengeance, that my curiosity, which was always fertile in novel ideas, persuaded me to persevere in these innocent trials of my skill in artifice till I arrived at the 100th infidelity. I guessed that I should find infinite entertainment in the different excuses and cowardly terrors of those whom the presence of the genius would of course inspire with extreme alarm. I always carried with me yonder hoop which you see loaded with rings. They belonged to the persons who assisted me in tricking the vigilance of the genius, and of whom there was not one who was not heartily terrified. But above all, the two last were the most cowardly, chicken-hearted knaves that I ever met with in the course of my existence. "Trebizonde, my good friend," cried the Sultan, interrupting him, "what was that you said last?" "Mighty lord," replied the prince, "I said that the virtuous Crystallina informed me that having carried her adventure as far as the 98th, she received the two last rings, which completed the 100, from two poor cowardly devils who almost expired through fright." "She lied," said the Sultan. "But go on with your history. We will discuss that point another time." In obedience to his sovereign's commands, the Prince of Trebizonde proceeded to state that the nymph of the rock continued her narrative as follows. "The hoop being now furnished with the complete number of rings which I had resolved to accumulate, I grew weary of playing tricks to an animal so jealous and so stupid, and I determined to find some new entertainment for my curiosity. But Fortune, who had favored me so long, turned her back upon me when I was least prepared. We had returned home 4 months and a few minutes, and I was not sorry to find myself in a prison less narrow than that in which I was confined during my travels. The Rock of Crystal, the pavilion in which we are at present, and the Palace of Shipwrecks were all places whose variety presented me at every turn with the most unusual charms. But above all the rest, the saloon which contained the crystal cabinets was the most agreeable to me, on account of its recalling the recollection of the admirable Facardin. One day I had shut myself up in it with Harpiana, in order that we might talk of that regretted hero without interruption. Harpiana had never seen him, but being entirely in my interest, she was extremely anxious to obtain a sight of him, charmed with the wonders which I related, both respecting his person and the very genteel manner in which he conducted himself towards me. We were quite at a loss how to obtain any intelligence of him, for though she had an infinity of sense, and my curiosity furnished me with 1,000 expedients, still we never could effect our purpose, surrounded as we were on all sides by the ocean. "If we had but a sword," said she, "I would go in pursuit of him myself." "And why is a sword so necessary?" I inquired. "Because," replied Harpiana, "the golden bark is the only vessel to be found here, and this always remains motionless except when the genius himself touches it with his wands, or when any person enters it, sword in hand. Now, as we have neither the one nor the other, it is useless for us to think about the golden bark." I know not what I intended to do with the rings, of which I had made such a fine collection, but it happened that I always carried them about me, without ever thinking of examining them. One day I took it into my head to satisfy this unlucky curiosity, and while I was thus employed, the genius surprised me. I was extremely confused. My embarrassment appeared suspicious to my husband. He was astonished at the number of the rings, and asked me how I came by them. As I observed the strange and sudden alteration of his countenance, I was thoroughly aware that this question was dictated by the true spirit of jealousy, and as there is no animal in the whole world so ugly and so terrible as a jealous husband who asks questions, I threw myself at his feet without delay, and requested his forgiveness of a crime which I had not committed, in order to conceal from him the fault of which I was really guilty. Accordingly, I confessed that I had stolen them from the cabinets in which the spoils of persons shipwrecked were deposited. This confession augmented his suspicions, for he had himself laid all those rings aside in another place, and he was certain that there were not above 15 of them, or 20 at most, while on the hoop which he had taken away from me, the number amounted to a full 100. He examined them one after another without finding what he was in search of. However, I was so frightened after the detection of my first lie that I scarcely knew what I said afterwards, and he at length guessed so dexterously all the circumstances of my transgressions that he pronounced my sentence upon the spot. He condemned me to be burnt alive at the end of a year, unless in the course of it I could find some adventurer who would remove from the brazen hoop in a single night all the rings which I had acquired during the whole of my travels. No human effort could get them off except one after another, and it was only in the same manner by which they were obtained that they could be made to move from the places in which before the trial was made the genius took care to fasten them. Such was the monster's decree. His servants were charged to see it executed. He disappeared himself, being engaged by some undertaking whose nature I have forgotten. Ever since I have sought for a person who, by rendering me so slight a service, would save my life, but all those whom the golden bark has conducted hither have barely refused to try the adventure. I always hoped that among those whose succours Harpiana employed without intermission, she might at length meet with the invincible Facardin. He, I am persuaded, would accomplish this adventure, but in vain have I flattered myself with those fond hopes. Fortune refuses him to my prayers, and hitherto has only conducted to this pavilion the miserable wretches who preferred the occupation and dress in which you saw them for the remainder of their effeminate existence rather than even hear of the enterprise in question after they had seen me come out of the bath. Doubtless you are already informed of the other conditions and of everything which relates to them. Time presses, you are informed of the whole affair. It is now only necessary to know your determination in order that the clock may be set. For 12 hours only are allowed you to finish the adventure. Yet surely, to judge by your appearance to so valiant a knight, 12 hours will be more than sufficient, and I shall eternally confess myself indebted to you for my life. Such was the narrative of the modest Crystallina. Such was the proposal with which she finished it, and my answer was word for word as follows. Fair lady, I promise to do all in my power to deliver or at least to assist you. My object is to fight your enemies, not to make love to yourself. Without vanity, I may say that I should find it as easy to finish this adventure in another way as by the force of arms. But as glory invites me to employ my sabre, and as your beauty, all wonderful as it is, does not tempt me to display my prowess in any other manner, I shall immediately cut myself a passage through your butcher, your clockmaker, your blacksmith, your female Moors, your convenient Harpiana, her hideous companions, and the whole mob of your spinning ragamuffins. Now, then, make up your mind whether you will accompany me or not. If you chose to share my fortunes, I will save you from the perils with which you are menaced at the hazard of my life. On the other hand, if you prefer remaining here in order that you may betray me, I give you my word of honor that in case of my being attacked, the first head which I cut off shall come from your shoulders. The lady between the sheets seemed almost frightened out of her senses at this threat. She sprang out of bed, embraced my knees, and assured me that she desired nothing better than to follow me through the world. However, she implored me to listen to her advice, which would facilitate my enterprise. She then returned to her bed and told me that she was going to ring the bell at 3 different times, but at the first tingle the person whose business it was to set the clock would not fail to make his appearance in order to perform his office, that at the second the locksmith would arrive to see how many rings were already taken off from the brazen hoop, and that at the third the sacrificer with the long beard would come running to release me, in case I had accomplished the adventure, or, supposing me to be found unable to complete it, to deliver me over to his servants, till he had leisure to flay me himself. That these 3 personages were the most distinguished, the most cruel, and the most dangerous of all those whom the genius her husband had left to guard her and execute his orders, and that having enticed them into the pavilion one after another in the manner which she had just explained, I should be able to do with them whatever might seem to me the best to be done. But still, continued she, though you are sufficiently convinced that violent means cannot enable you to open the enchanted hoop, you may have some doubts whether gentle methods would or would not be more effectual. Therefore, if you like it, you may satisfy your curiosity in this respect, before you have recourse to other extremity. My curiosity, said I. Ring, ring, my lady Crystallina. My disposition is not quite so curious as yours. I never heard of a better thing in my life, cried the Sultan. That is exactly what I should have said myself in your situation. For the more that women are curious, the more it behooves us men to show that we are exempt from such a weakness. But pray, go on. Your narrative is so entertaining that I could pass all my life in listening to you. Well then, you were standing by the bedside of the nymph of crystal, in your nightgown and slippers, and with your sword in your hand, when you told her to ring the bell. You see that I forget nothing. Now let us hear what happened afterwards. Being accoutred, resumed the Prince of Trebizonde, exactly as your most sagacious highness has just described, I placed myself near the door of the pavilion, but I chose such a position that the gentlemen whom we expected could not possibly see me till they should have passed the threshold. The curious fair one now tingled her bell, the clockmaker did not fail to make his appearance, and I did not fail to chop his head off. I served the locksmith in the same manner, and I signified to the nymph by signs that she should now summon the grand sacrificer. In reply she raised her right hand, and talking with her fingers she explained to me that the two officers whose business I had just done for them were appointed to enter the pavilion much about the same time to execute their several functions, that is, the one to set the clock, and the other to count the rings as they came off the enchanted hoop. They had also the privilege of remaining in the pavilion during the whole adventure, but she gave me to understand that it would be ridiculous to ring the bell a third time so soon, since the sacrificer could not possibly believe that the enterprise was already accomplished, and still less that if the attempt was abandoned in despair, that he should be summoned before there was any necessity. She therefore represented to me that it would be the most prudent to wait 3 or 4 hours, which would allow us sufficient time to make an opening in the back part of the pavilion, through which we might escape during the obscurity of the night with less difficulty than by the door, which was always surrounded by a multitude of guards in complete armor. Having given this advice, she let fall the hand with which she had been discoursing. As my right hand was employed in holding my saber, I was obliged to make my answer with the left. But indeed I can talk as easily with one as with the other. I replied, the Facardin of Trebizonde was not used to making his escape by breaking out of a back door through fear of danger, that I would have nothing to do with her aforesaid opening, and that if she did not immediately ring the bell for her jack-ketch of a pontiff, I was determined to set out in search of him and send him to join his 2 scurvy companions. I no sooner ceased to speak, that is to say, to move my fingers, than hers resumed the conversation. She said that if such was my determination, she at least conjured me to take one of the spinning wheels in my left hand by way of a buckler, for that the satellites of the genius, who would infallibly oppose my passage, bore such profound veneration to these machines that they would sacrifice their lives rather than run the risk of breaking what they knew to be so precious to their necromantic master. This piece of advice was not so disagreeable to me as her former counsels. Accordingly, I laid hold of the spinning wheel which was nearest, and the virtuous Crystallina, jumping out of bed and seizing the other, implored me to set forward without waiting for the enemy's arrival, since by this means we should stand the better chance of taking them by surprise, and when they were least prepared for an attempt so desperate. I did not contradict her. We quitted the pavilion of Darius, and the astonishment of the guards who surrounded it was so great that I cut down 5 or 6 before they had time to recollect themselves. The rest betook themselves to flight, howling most horribly, and I pursued them with rather too much ardor, for the grand sacrificer, whom I happened to have left behind while I went forward to look for him, quitted the altar which he had prepared for me, and came running after me with a dozen of his attendants, each provided with a great chain for the purpose of binding me neck and heels. Crystallina warned me of my danger by a loud exclamation which made me turn round. No one dared to approach her because she took care to cover herself with the awful spinning wheel, and besides this protection she spun with all her might and main when she found her danger become very urgent. This was an action which the boldest of our enemies dared not behold without prostrating themselves upon the earth, and during one of these humiliations I took an opportunity of slicing off the head of the confounded high priest, without respect for the length of his beard or the sanctity of his office. This once accomplished, what followed was rather a rout than a combat. I killed as many as I could reach without trifling away my time and making prisoners, and having traversed the crystal rock without meeting with the slightest obstacle, I assisted the wife of the genius to enter the golden bark. I followed her into it, and no sooner was I on board than the vessel sailed away as if it had been mad, without asking us whither we chose to be carried. I must not conceal from your highness that my joy at having accomplished this adventure was so great, that till we were out at sea I did not recollect my armor. It appeared to me quite disgraceful to leave it behind me by so precipitate a retreat, and being unwilling that the genius on his return should convert my arms into a trophy of my flight, I endeavored to steer the vessel back to the place which we had just quitted. But the bark paid no attention to me, and in spite of all my exertions we soon reached a landing place, where we found an abundance of good company, as you will see in the progress of my narration. I told you that I was extremely vexed at not having been able to regain the crystal rock in order that I might have rescued my armor. But my distress was very different when I perceived that the bark sailed straight towards a shore, which was covered with a multitude of people, some on horseback, some on foot, but most of them superbly armed and accoutred. I could also distinguish in the distance a number of tents and pavilions raised in the middle of an extensive plain, and surrounded with lofty trees, whose boughs formed over them a shade, cool, thick, and delicious. These knights, as well as the populace astonished at the sight of us, were all assembled on the margin of the sea, and employed in contemplating us with their telescopes, while they expressed increasing astonishment in proportion as we drew nearer to the shore. I was so completely out of humour at finding myself obliged to disembark in the middle of this assembly, my companion a lady in her shift, myself with a drawn sword, and in my night-gown and slippers, and our whole freight consisting in a couple of spinning wheels, that I was tempted to throw myself into the sea rather than land in a situation so ridiculous. To land at last, however, there was no avoiding. So great was my confusion that I was ready to be pitied. I hung down my head, I dared not lift my eyes from the ground, and I knew not where to conceal myself. But the lady was not in the least put out of countenance. She no sooner landed than she began to put her spinning wheel in motion, and though this action did not inspire such extreme respect, as was the case in the Crystal Island, nevertheless those who had witnessed our disembarkation did not fail to assemble round her. I expected that our reception would have been accompanied by loud bursts of laughter and 1,000 jests and sarcasms, but finding myself mistaken, I took courage, and on raising my eyes, I was surprised to see that all the men of distinction were accoutred in a mode to the full as ridiculous and extraordinary as myself, though in different manners. 3 of those whom I had seen on horseback now alighted and advanced to receive us. The sight of 2 of them first drew a cry of astonishment from Crystallina, and then threw her into such fits of laughter that she almost burst her sides. I could not resist following her example. The knight who first addressed me told me with great politeness that I did nothing to any purpose, unless I fell to spinning with my own hands. This person was the tallest and best-made man that I ever beheld. On his head he wore a fish kettle instead of a helmet, and by way of a sword a huge spit was dangling at his left side, but the rest of his dress was brilliant with azure, gold, and gems of incalculable value. His strange dress and the gravity with which he delivered his remonstrances would have forced a smile from a criminal upon the rack. "I need not ask," he continued, "whence you now come. The golden bark, the princess who accompanied you, and your sword still crimson with the blood of a terrible adversary, sufficiently assure me that both in war and love you are one of the most valiant combatants in the universe, and I congratulate you on your success. But your present adventure, it is not enough to be a hero. You must also be a buffoon. To be able to make blood flow is a great point, but it is a much greater to be able to make faces. Let me therefore advise you to take the wheel from the hands of your companion and favor us with a specimen of your spinning." I was in doubt how to take this sarcastic counsel, when my companion, as he called her, came running towards him with open arms. "Ah," she exclaimed, "my ever-adored Facardin! Does then fortune at length relent and restore you to the unabated impatience of my first curiosity?" "Crystallina the curious," replied he, repulsing her caresses. "Different objects suit different seasons. At present your affairs are not the point in question. What climate throughout the world is ignorant of the conditions of a charm which this renowned warrior has broken, and what curiosity would not now at length be satisfied?" The kind-hearted Crystallina seemed to be somewhat mortified by this reception. However, she was not cast down. On the contrary, with equal rapture she ran to embrace the second knight, though with no better success. He did not even honor her with a look, but repulsing her even more harshly than the other, he turned round and addressed himself to me. He was more lovely than day, and his dress was as follows. His brows were encircled with a leather band in the shape of a diadem, from which rose an innumerable quantity of streaming feathers. He wore a cuirass of polished steel, and round his waist was fastened a leather apron tolerably dirty. In one hand he held an awl, in the other a cobbler's last, and at the end of a rope all daubed with pitch hung a shoeing horn. Just as he opened his lips to address me, the third approached to make his bow. I easily understood that Crystallina had no knowledge of this last knight, for her curiosity furnished her with nothing to say to him. Still his dress and appearance would have excited the curiosity of any other person. His stature was by no means lofty, not to say that it was extremely low. He wore a casque which imitated to perfection the head of a cock, the comb forming the crest. On each arm was a kind of buckler covered with feathers, and when these two bucklers met upon his back you would have sworn that they were the wings of a cock. His cuirass, also covered with similar plumes, represented the bird's stomach. A thick tuft of long feathers bending backwards seemed to rise from his chine. Each leg was armed with a gilt spur fastened just above his ankle, and in order that nothing might be wanting to the resemblance which he wished to produce, he clapped his wing-looking bucklers 3 times, and imitated the crow of a cock so perfectly that any hen in the universe would have been completely taken in. As I could not imagine the meaning of all this, I stopped the questions which they were going to ask, by entreating them to tell me in what part of the world we were, why so many persons thought proper to wear such different disguises, and what whim had induced these 3 in particular to assume their several characters. "It is not very probable," answered the tall Facardin, "that you should be really ignorant in this respect, since to judge by your own dress, the same design must certainly have conducted you hither. Still, as we are the last arrived except yourself, it is our duty to inquire whether you are willing to engage in the adventure, supposing that you either are or are not ignorant of its nature. If you consent, you shall be admitted into our company. Otherwise, you shall be furnished with everything necessary to enable your prosecuting your journey elsewhere." I replied that I desired no better than to signalize myself in any adventure whatever, and I gave them my promise to make one among them. "In that case," said the knight, who was decorated with a shoeing horn, "it belongs to me, as being the last comer, to receive you, conduct you, and instruct you as to what is going on in this quarter. I shall begin by making known to you the first of these adventures, which guided myself hither, but with your permission I will defer my narrative till you shall have rested and refreshed yourself a little in one of the pavilions, which you may perceive beneath yonder trees. Few people are ignorant of the enchantment of the crystal rock. You have finished the adventure of the brazen hoop by delivering the gentlewoman who stands near you. Come then and refresh yourself after your fatigues, and while the lady spins beside you, I will tell her an anecdote or 2 respecting the genius her husband, which will astonish her not a little." Having made this compliment, the 3 knights called for their horses, and ordered one magnificently caparisoned to be brought for me. The cock was on horseback, the first, and as soon as he was mounted, he began to clap his wings and to crow with all his might and main. When I saw such a figure on horseback, I thought that I should have expired with laughing, for his steed, frightened out of his wits by these unexpected proceedings, kicked and jumped and frisked, and made such a clattering that the nymph Crystallina, who, according to the custom of the place, had been placed on a pillion behind me, laughed herself into so violent a fit of the vapours that we had the greatest difficulty in bringing her to herself. "Fair lady," said the cock as soon as she was recovered, "I am extremely flattered by your approbation, but still when we come to the point I am terribly afraid of failing. As for you, valiant stranger," he continued, addressing himself to me, "I would advise you as a friend to take the wheel from this lady and spin away as usual." "As usual?" I exclaimed. "May I be called a traitor and a scoundrel if ever I spun a thread in the whole course of my life?" "Nay, it does not signify," replied he who was to be my master of the ceremonies, and who wore the leather apron. "Only it is as well to practice beforehand." This said, he gave orders that the rest of my equipage should be brought after me, meaning the other spinning wheel, and that the golden bark should be conducted to the mouth of the river on whose banks the pavilions were pitched. As soon as we were in motion, the strangers and myself began to examine each other again from head to foot. I had already opened my mouth to inquire why they chose to wear their masquerade dresses so long after the carnival, but the Knight of the Owl guessed what I was going to ask. "I perceive," said he, "that you are come hither from no premeditated design, though in this extraordinary apparel. That is not the case with us, and since you appear to feel such astonishment at the sight of our arms and dresses, you probably are ignorant of the nature of the adventure which you have just engaged yourself to attempt. I will therefore instruct you in every particular, and lay before you all the dangers which it presents and the recompense which it promises." End of section 21.
Section 22 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. History of Mussolina the Serious, Princess of Astrakhan. The King of Astrakhan, it was thus that the Knight of the Owl commenced his narrative, one of the most powerful sovereigns of Asia, not only on account of his extensive domains and the gold and silver mines contained in them, but the valuable chintz manufactures which have rendered his name celebrated throughout the universe. The King of Astrakhan, I say, in spite of all his splendor and prosperity, still considered himself the most unfortunate of mankind, for he had no children to whom he might bequeath his scepter. The queen, his wife, was young, handsome, and well made. Indeed, her whole appearance was so promising, and her flow of health so uninterrupted, that you would have taken your oath that the king's affliction was occasioned by no fault of hers. Accordingly, he never expressed the least displeasure against her personally on this account, and as he loved her passionately, he was not even offended at her laughing all day long at his extreme impatience and the infinite pains which he took to procure a successor. So many vows were made and so many sacrifices were offered to obtain a blessing thus ardently desired that the priests were perfectly worn out with fatigue, and as the king believed the whole fault in this business to be his own, there was no end to his baths and his medicines and his drinking mineral waters, for in short he fairly went through all the ceremonies which are prescribed to women in order to produce fertility. At all of this the queen laughed, ready to kill herself, as well as at the vows, the offerings, the sacrifices, which were lavished with so little effect, yet no one took it amiss that she should be the only person who appeared to be amused by what was considered by the nation as a public calamity. The people knew well that the poor princess did not act thus singularly out of ill nature, and that her only defect was that of being the most incessant giggler of the present age. Everything made her laugh, and nothing entertained her. The king, her husband, had been engaged in several wars with the neighboring sovereigns on this very account, for whenever they sent to announce some melancholy event, as for example the death of an only son, she answered the ambassadors with their long black trains by such bursts of laughter that they immediately left the hall of audience in high displeasure, and set off dispatches to their master filled with indignant complaints at the gross violation which the respect due to representatives of sovereign majesty had experienced in their persons. This malady of the queen's daily strengthening and advancing toward perfection by the advice of his council, the king resolved that she should make a pilgrimage to the famous oracle of the cock, and that she should only be accompanied by a small number of attendants, as is usual on these occasions. The temple of this oracle is at the gates of Forchemina, capital of the kingdom of Bactria. She arrived there without accident, concealing her name and rank in order to avoid the ceremony and expense of a public reception. The king, who had followed her incognito, thought fit to explain the object of his voyage to the priestess of the temple himself, and while he was earnestly consulting the holy matron respecting his wife's embarrassment, her majesty was ready to split her sides with laughing. The priestess was extremely scandalized at this indecorous behavior. However, after a few skips in the air and some frightful contortions, she delivered the following oracle as inspired by the sacred cock, her master. That which is wished by the he-pilgrim shall happen ere long to the she-pilgrim, and both shall laugh when the cow has a calf. But the season which suits the best with laughter, he who makes the infant laugh shall laugh the loudest laugh by half in. The beginning of this answer was sufficiently explicit, but the second part was rather embarrassing and afforded the spectators ample room for exercising their powers of argument and conjecture. The event, however, proved that the oracle was as good as its word, and indeed better, for at the end of 9 months the queen produced a son and daughter, of which it was difficult to decide which was the most beautiful, though it was certain that they were both more beautiful than any child ever was at its first appearance in the world. Unfortunately, the birth of her children cost the poor queen her life, for in the very act of being brought to bed she died of laughter. Nothing could have consoled the king for her loss except the children whom she left behind her, and the pleasure which he found in being able to sit quietly in his palace without being stunned every moment by immoderate bursts of laughter. But he was not long permitted to enjoy such a happy state of tranquillity. At the end of 6 months, the chamber which contained his dearest treasures was discovered in the night to be on fire. On the first alarm, he hastened to the place, but though everyone followed his example, and though numbers threw themselves into the flames in hopes of saving the children, the conflagration was so rapid and so dreadful that it was only possible to rescue the little girl. The greatest part of the officers of the royal household, who remained in the midst of the fire and smoke till the very last moment, returned at length half roasted, but without being able to save the unfortunate prince. This calamity threw the whole kingdom into the deepest affliction. As to the king, he absolutely refused to admit of any comfort, but time, who is the universal consoler, insensibly diminished the father's grief, while he gradually increased the daughter's beauty. She was a living image of her mother, except that she was taller, better proportioned, had a fairer skin, a finer complexion, and eyes more brilliant 1,000 times. In short, if we were to credit those who have seen her, she is at this moment 1,000 times more beautiful than all the other princesses in the world put together. But, alas, he continued, heaving a profound sigh, it is evident that they who speak thus rapturously of Mussolina cannot have seen all the princesses in the world. After making this reflection, the Knight of the Awl remained for some moments absorbed in a deep reverie, from whence he no sooner recovered than he resumed his discourse in the following manner. The king, more dazzled with her charms than even his court and his whole people, was never weary of admiring himself in his performance, and believing her to merit all the crowns in the universe, he was determined not to deprive her of his own by contracting a second marriage. But, as it was his fate never to enjoy perfect happiness in his family affairs, this admirable princess, whose every glance showered darts of flame around her, and whose whole person and slightest movement displayed graces the most lively and animated, had never yet been known to open her mouth either for the purpose of laughter or conversation. And it was only when she yawned, which she was much in the habit of doing, she exhibited gums of a brighter vermilion and teeth of a purer ivory than ever were till then beheld by the eyes of mortals. The good king, who, while his daughter was a child, was continually thanking his stars that she was free from her mother's defect, as soon as she was grown up, would have given half his kingdom to have seen her laugh the whole 24 hours. So heartily was he weary of a gravity which appeared to him even more insupportable than her mother's incessant laughter. No means were left untried which might possibly induce her to break this silence, which distressed everybody, and to overcome her solemnity, with which she was out of all patience herself. For it was quite evident from her manners that everything entertained her, though nothing could make her laugh. But all means were tried in vain. Philosophers, chemists, masters of languages, and instructors of paroquets all exerted their talents to make her speak, and all threw away their time. Nor was her gravity less obstinate than her silence. In vain did they collect together all the buffoons and jesters of the kingdom, good, bad, and indifferent. The king even sent for the best company of comedians to be found in all China, where farces are acted in greater perfection than in any other country of the universe. But they might as well have remained at home. They were not able to twist the princess's mouth into so much as a single smile. As it often happens, that misfortunes which appear to be past remedy are frequently followed by others still more difficult to support, so it proved in the present instance. An event at length occurred which made the king, the court, and indeed the whole kingdom look as grave as herself. She was fond of all kinds of amusements, but particularly of the chase, a magnificent castle embosomed in a wide and agreeable forest, and situated at scarcely a day's journey from the metropolis, was the abode which she had selected for the purpose of enjoying this exercise in perfection. She managed her horse like an Amazon, and in her hunting equipage not only looked as lovely as Diana herself, but was without comparison more dexterous and active. One day, when the ardor of sport had carried her further than was her usual custom, and when the exertion of killing and pursuing the forest inhabitants had nearly exhausted her strength, she found herself on the banks of the river which traverses the forest. It is the same by which your bark is to rejoin us at the shore, whither we are now proceeding. The waters of this river are full as clear as those in which Alexander the Great was so near losing his life, but are by no means reckoned so dangerous. As their qualities were well known, no objection was made to the wish which the princess made to refresh herself by bathing. Accordingly, she hastened into the water, all covered with dust and perspiration, without giving her attendants time to raise the magnificent pavilion of chintz embroidered with gold and silver, which was usually erected on these occasions. Her male attendants, of course, withdrew to a considerable distance before the princess began to undress. There only remained with her 2 of her principal ladies and 4 maids of honor, who, by the king's order, never left her, because they were the greatest talkers to be found in all Astrakhan. They followed their mistress into the river, and having placed themselves near her, the neighboring woods and rocks soon rung with such a clack as never was heard before, nor will be again. For my own part, I am persuaded that instead of being induced to talk by listening to these damsels, which was her father's design in placing them about her person, the poor princess, overpowered by their flux of words, had made a vow never to open her lips from the fear of resembling them. Whether this was the case or not, it is certain that the king was soon under the necessity of forming a new household for his daughter, for while she was refreshing the loveliest limbs in the universe in the most transparent and delicious of all possible rivers, these chattering women began to praise her beauty, all at the same time. One exclaimed that the god of the stream must needs be the foolishest fish that ever swam to see so perfect a beauty in his bed without giving any sign of his being in existence. Another declared That poor Jupiter must certainly be growing lamentably old, since he did not think it worth his while to metamorphose himself for the sake of a mortal more charming than all the goddesses put together, he who had formerly transformed himself into bulls and swans in honor of creatures who would have looked like so many scullions by the side of a beauty who discovered through the thin gauze, which formed her only covering, 10,000 charms of the most dazzling luster. It is still a question in dispute whether the god of the river was out of patience at their chattering, or the deities of Olympus were offended at their impertinence. But whichever was the case, it so happened that all of a sudden the waters raised themselves to an astonishing height. Terrified at the prospect of being drowned, the females hastened to regain the bank, when they beheld close behind them a monster whose enormous bulk occupied the whole space between the opposite shores. In vain did they endeavor to climb the nearest bank, though the waters nearly placed them upon a level with the land. They were carried away by the impetuosity of the current, and soon swallowed up like so many frogs by the immense throat of the crocodile, who followed close behind them. The princess, who had seen but too distinctly the tragical adventure of her ladies and her maids of honor, had now less inclination to laugh than ever, especially as the monster, as soon as he had got his teeth picked by a particular fish who follows him everywhere for that express purpose, made towards her at full speed. Her first intention was to gain the nearest bank by favor of the waves, which had already made their way over it. This point once carried, she might easily seize her bow and arrows, which lay at no great distance, and defend herself against the crocodile's attacks. Unluckily, all her male attendants, who upon her preparing to bathe had withdrawn out of respect, were now assembled on the banks of the river, whither the cries of the unfortunate maids of honor had attracted them, and the princess's modesty made her judge that it would be by no means becoming to expose herself to their view, covered with nothing more than a few yards of wet muslin. In this extremity she could think of nothing better than to endeavor to escape from the crocodile by swimming, and accordingly she lost no time in throwing off her shift, which would have embarrassed her actions. She now exerted herself to the utmost, but as the monster was but a few yards distant from her, her hopes of escaping were very faint, when her shift floated upon the water, attracting his attention. Instantly he seized it, and, as if he had been perfectly satisfied with this precious spoil, he ceased to pursue the fair princess and sank under the waters as expeditiously as he had made his appearance. The river, which had overflowed the banks while he occupied the bed of it, immediately reverted to its place. This made the spectators conclude that the monster would not return, or at least not till another time. The princess, who was now stark naked, suffered nothing more than her head to be seen above the water, for in consequence of what had just happened, her whole suite consisted entirely of men, whom the cries of the poor ladies on being swallowed up by the crocodile had drawn thither. She made signs to them that they must prepare one of her magnificent tents at some little distance from the river, and her orders being obeyed, she again made signs that they should withdraw and leave her at liberty to quit the bath. She soon reached the pavilion, and having dressed herself, though without a shift, she took her bow and arrows, rejoined her attendants, and mounting her horse, repaired to the magnificent palace which she had quitted that morning. In the meanwhile couriers were dispatched to the court, who informed her father of this melancholy adventure. The king hastened to rejoin her without losing a moment. He was followed by the whole court, and by daybreak the next morning he found himself in the presence of a daughter whom he loved as dearly as his own existence, and for whom the danger from which she had just escaped seemed to have redoubled his affection. He wept through joy while clasping her to his bosom. Then he fainted away through terror on hearing the description of the crocodile. That very day he insisted upon princesses accompanying him to the capital, lest the monster should take it into his head to pay them a second visit, and do as much damage on land as he had already done in the water. The rejoicings which took place in honor of the princess's escape were not universal. Those persons who were connected either by the bonds of relationship or affection with the beauties whom the monster had swallowed, were perfectly inconsolable for their loss. The lovers in particular besieged the king with requests that they might be permitted to examine the borders and environs of the river, even to its very source, in hopes that an opportunity might be found of avenging the death of their divinities by that of the accursed crocodile. At length he gave his consent, having first resolved to send a body of his best engineers to close up the mouth of the river and prevent by strong embankments the monster's approaches. At the same time, he commanded them to leave the access to the sea open, lest instead of driving him out of his dominions, he should enclose the crocodile within them. The adventurous lovers, who formed an escort for the engineers, marched in two bodies upon the opposite sides of the river, and cursed their stars at having already proceeded above halfway, without finding any vestiges of that of which they were in search. At length, those who patrolled along the right bank arrived at a morass, which obliged them to go considerably out of the direct line of march. At the very moment when they were preparing to change their direction, they saw their companions on the opposite shore precipitate themselves into the river. Casting their eyes on the waters, they plainly discovered a piece of muslin floating there. Not doubting that this was the princess's shift, and that in consequence their allies had discovered the monster's retreat, without loss of time they followed their example. When the perfidious crocodile, who lay concealed among the reeds with which the marsh was bordered, rushed upon them and treated every one of them as he had already treated their relations and their mistresses. The engineers and their workmen, whose business was not distinguishing themselves by acts of valor or temerity, returned home just as they came. If it had not been for them, no one would have known the fate of those unfortunate adventurers. While the public was employed in lamenting their loss, as they had already lamented that of their deceased mistresses, intelligence arrived that this confounded crocodile no longer kept any bounds in the mischief which he committed. He had already laid waste both sides of the river, swallowing up without mercy the cattle and their herdsmen, who, not having yet heard of this strange incident, continued to water their flocks and herds there as usual. In a short time after, it was perceived that there was an alarming diminution in the city of all kinds of provisions, as well of all of those articles which are necessary to maintain the luxury and magnificence of a metropolis, and which were usually brought thither by the river from all parts of the globe. On inquiry, it appeared that the monster, lurking, as I said before, among the reeds and rushes, with a single spring from the marsh into the river, sent all the vessels full of merchandise to the bottom, where the poor wretches on board of them immediately became his prey. It was not ascertained whether he had been told that women are naturally more tender than men, but it is certain that he had quite another kind of greediness for the fairer sex than for ours. The king of Astrakhan was so completely overcome by such a rapid succession of misfortunes that he scarcely knew where to turn himself. However, he did not as yet know the whole extent of his ill luck. The lovely princess, when she quitted the capital, had no less than 374 dozen of shifts under the care of her deceased first lady of the wardrobe. At her return, not a one of them was to be found, nor could she by any possible pains ever get any more made to suit her. After ransacking all the shops, both in town and country, and trying every kind of muslin, cloth, and linen, she was at length obliged to make up her mind to wearing no shift at all, though nothing in the world appeared to her more uncomfortable. However, there was no resource, for all the new shifts which she tried on seemed to be bewitched. Those which she wore during the day took away her appetite, and those which she wore during the night would not suffer her to get a wink of sleep. The king, more affected by this new distress of his daughters than by all his other afflictions put together, thought that in this extremity nothing better could be done than to send the great officers of the crown with magnificent presents to the oracle of the cock. The priestess of the temple received the officers extremely well, and their presents still better, but she informed them that some time had elapsed since the cock set out to pay a visit to the great caramusel, and that it was only in the vicinity of Mount Atlas that they could be satisfied respecting those matters which they had come to investigate in the vicinity of Fort Chemina. Though the king, their master, was extremely vexed at this delay, he kept up his courage, and only allowing them the time absolutely necessary for making the preparations for this second journey, he dispatched the same ambassadors with 300 elephants laden with presents of the finest chintz and linens to be found in his dominions. To give the embassy a still greater interest in the eyes of the enchanter Caramucil, he caused it to be accompanied by his own band of musicians, though, as those say who have heard them, these same musicians are more likely to turn the heads of those who are not accustomed to them than to afford them any entertainment. I was on the point, said the Prince of Trebizonde, of telling him that I could speak from my own knowledge on this subject, but my companion did not give me time, continuing his discourse as follows. The satraps of Astrakhan, said the Knight of the All, set forward with their bales of chintz, their 300 elephants, and the same number of monkeys. They skirted along the boundaries of the Turakian Chernosis, traversed the two Armenias, and at length arrived at a forest where they were very near being deprived of a great number of the presents committed to their care. I already informed you that the 300 elephants carried immense bales of the most beautiful chintzes that the universe could furnish. On top of each of these packets was placed a monkey, though what the king their master imagined the wise Caramucil could possibly do with 300 monkeys is more than I can tell you. However, whatever were his motives, he had commanded his satraps above all things to be careful not to lose a single monkey by the way. The forest, which it was necessary to traverse in order to reach the place of their destination, was so full of deer, hares, and other beasts of chase that they were obliged to have recourse to their music for the purpose of obtaining a passage. No sooner did the band strike up than the animals scampered away on all sides and vanished in a moment, to all appearances more alarmed than if all the hounds and huntsmen in the universe had been hard at their heels. However, this first success was shortly after very near producing the greatest of all possible disasters by procuring for them an entrance into the forest. For no sooner were they in the midst of it, the trees being all either apple, walnut, or almond, than the monkeys, who from the backs of their elephants required only a single spring to reach the very topmost branches, as if by general consent, skipped away in a moment. One of them alone remained behind, a baboon, the most noble in his manners and the most elegant in his shape of all baboons, past, present, and to come. Unfortunately, he was so melancholy in his disposition that during the journey the satraps could not occasionally refrain from tears at contemplating the sadness in which he appeared to be plunged. Far from skipping about and imitating the tricks and gambols of his companions, he passed the greatest part of his time in reading. As if he was interrupted by any accident, immediately he was observed to recline his head upon one of his paws, sink into a profound reverie, and then suddenly cross his arms upon his breast, raise his eyes to heaven, heave the deepest of sighs, and shed such showers of tears that the spectators found it impossible not to keep him company. He had quietly resumed his book as he reposed upon his elephant, while his companions scampered about the forest, making such a noise and uproar that all within hearing were ready to go distracted. The caravan was obliged to halt during 3 whole days for the purpose of reassembling them, nor could they be persuaded to quit the trees till they were perfectly glutted with all kinds of fruit. After all, the whole number did not return, for 3 died of an indigestion produced by eating too many almonds, and in a few days afterwards the gripes carried off 3 more who had stuffed themselves with green apples. In this emergency, all that the ambassadors could do was to flay them and stuff their skins with straw in order that the number might be complete, which the king had charged them to present to the celebrated Caramucil. As soon as they reached the fort of the mountain, a courier was dispatched to give notice of their arrival and to inquire whether the enchanter wished them and their whole equipage to set forward for his dwelling, or whether he preferred their making the caravan encamp in the neighborhood till he should issue his commands respecting the manner in which he chose to receive the presents with which they were entrusted. At the end of 3 days, the courier returned and informed them that Caramucil was not to be found at the place which he usually inhabited. He was in retirement at the very summit of Mount Atlas, a situation perfectly inaccessible to all of them except the monkeys. He concluded by saying that he thought it necessary to make thus much known to them as soon as possible in order that they might determine on their proceedings. Upon hearing this, the ambassadors resolved to leave the presents under the care of their attendants at the foot of the mountain, and to endeavor to reach, as well as they could, the place whither the enchanter was supposed to have withdrawn. They traveled during the whole fortnight, always going higher and higher by the most difficult road that was ever known, without finding anything but rocks and precipices. At length, after having bestowed many a hearty curse upon the crocodile who was the occasion of giving them all this trouble, as well as upon his Majesty's preference which had caused him to select them for this honorable employment, at length, I say, they perceived the road to become less difficult and dangerous, though they still continued to ascend. Here and there they found little valleys watered by delightful streams, whose banks were embellished by a profusion of wildflowers. Arriving still higher, they observed birds of a kind perfectly unknown to them, and even small pavilions were scattered about in various places. At the distance of 600 furlongs more, they found that there was no means of mounting higher, and here it was, when they could see nothing above them but the clouds, that they encountered the far-famed Caramucil. He came from a pavilion considerably larger than those which they had observed by the way. On one side it was shaded by an innumerable quantity of orange trees, and surrounded on the other by various machines, sustaining quadrants, telescopes, and all kinds of instruments, which are used in contemplating the movement of the stars. He was followed from the pavilion by a man whose arm was supported by a scarf. As the ambassadors were evidently in doubt which of the two was the person whom they were in search, the enchanter advanced toward them, and inquired very politely what the great king of Astrakhan desired of Caramucil. On hearing this, they prostrated themselves before him, as if he had been some divinity, for his appearance inspired them with quite another kind of reverence from that which the report of him had prepared them to conceive. They expected to see the hideous form of a sorcerer, or at best some old man with a long beard and bent double by extreme decrepitude. Consequently, they were greatly surprised to see a tall personage who, though somewhat upon the decline of life, still had a noble air, a majestic figure, which was displayed to considerable advantage by the magnificence of his habit. He immediately caused them to rise, after which they disclosed their business, explaining the nature of those misfortunes respecting which they had come to consult him, and finished by enumerating the presents which they were commissioned to lay at his feet. After listening to them attentively, he conducted them, before he gave any answer, to a part of the mountain whence the ocean was visible, and whence indeed the whole earth would have been visible if human eyesight could have stretched itself so far. They were quite terrified at the prodigious height at which they perceived themselves. The islands which rose above the sea appeared like little black spots, and the largest vessels like so many floating atoms. It was now that the enchanter addressed to them the following discourse. I am far from being what I am believed to be by the greatest part of those who only know me by a reputation, which I certainly by no means deserve to have obtained. It is true that long reflections, continual speculation, and perhaps the proximity of the celestial bodies have enabled me to acquire great insight into whatever is most infallible in astrology. I will even allow that there is less certainty in the answers returned by most oracles than in my conjectures and predictions. Respecting that of the cock, from whom they have referred you to me, or rather whom you have been advised to seek in my abode, his divinity is henceforth out of the question. Other cares and other occupations engage his attention. Observe, continued he, the distance between the place which we now occupy and the billows which break against the mountain's base. If the king your master could collect 3 certain spinning wheels which are dispersed about the world, he might then possibly obtain a cord long enough to reach the surface of the ocean from the summit of Mount Atlas on which we now stand. This accomplished, he would enjoy the completion of all his wishes, The monster would disappear forever, the princess would laugh and talk, and these spinning wheels would spin for her a shift even finer than that which she had lost, and which she might wear without danger to either her appetite by day or her repose by night. But it is impossible that the king of Astrakhan should ever possess these enchanted spinning wheels all at the same time. Listen to the advice which I shall now give him, in order that he may preserve his territories from total desolation, and may give the most lovely princess in the world the only thing which she wants to render her the happiest and most accomplished. Let him publish everywhere that whoever can vanquish the crocodile, or make his daughter laugh, shall be rewarded either with the hand of the adorable Muselina, together with the kingdom of Astrakhan, or with the whole strength and power of the king her father, to enable him to complete any other conquest which he may have in contemplation. Should the adventurers fail in making the princess laugh, they may still be permitted to encounter the monster, for whether they begin by the monster or by the princess is a matter of absolute indifference. All persons of whatever rank or appearance must be allowed access to the lady, and once in 2 years she must not fail to make a journey of a couple of months, the purpose of exhibiting her divine beauties in the different provinces contiguous to the domains of the king her father. Now then, farewell, illustrious satraps, continued he. Restore to the sovereign who sent you the magnificent present with which he has thought proper to honor me. Caramucil desires no other reward for the service which he performs than the pleasure of having rendered them. But suppose, inquired his companion, who carried his arm in a scarf, suppose the bows and arrows should be among their presents or in the possession of their attendants? The ambassadors, who had paid no attention to him till he made this speech, now cast their eyes upon him, and were struck all on a heap at beholding a mouth so prodigiously large that in point of enormity that of the royal Fortinbras could not possibly exceed it. Caramucil, without attending to their astonishment, prevented the protestations which they were going to make, that they did not possess a single bow and arrow in the whole equipage, by addressing himself as follows to the stranger with the wide mouth and his arm in a scarf. "It is not so near this place," said he, "that you can hope to find the arms which you mention." Then he took leave of the ambassadors, who rejoined the caravan in much less time and with much less trouble than it had cost them to obtain a sight of the great Caramucil. As they had been absent for a considerable time, they ran over the list of their elephants, their monkeys, and their bales of chintz. The numbers were found to be complete, with the exception of the melancholy monkey, who within the last week had disappeared, though in what manner those who had been left to take care of the baggage were unable to say. Neither was it possible to obtain any tidings of him, in spite of all the researches which they made in the neighborhood. The satraps were much grieved at his loss, and still more at not having been at least able to find his carcass, in order that they might have stuffed it, as they had done those of his 6 companions. However, there was no remedy, and they set forward upon their journey homeward. On the 6th day, after going considerably out of their way in order to avoid the wood so fatal to their monkeys, an adventure took place, which at first embarrassed them extremely, though it terminated very much to their satisfaction. They perceived at a distance several camels escorted by a body of men well armed. As the chiefs of the party seemed to be persons of consequence, and as they concluded that camels so carefully guarded must needs be loaded with something singular or precious as soon as they were near enough to be heard, they ordered the music to strike up in honor of the strangers. No sooner did this infernal concert begin than its effect was visible on every man and beast among those for whom this compliment was intended. Above all, the camels flounced, kicked, and capered as if they were crazy, and threw the whole caravan into confusion. In their extreme agitation, they threw off their loads, and these, in falling, burst open the cases of certain lions and tigers, whose appearance was by no means agreeable to the serenaders, for they came right towards them, and some of the musicians paid with their lives for wanting agility in making their escape. The elephants, however, behaved extremely well on this occasion, and the monkeys extremely ill, for while the first kept off the wild beasts with their trunks, The second rent the air with screams of terror and dirtied all the bales of chintz on which they were sitting. It was at this moment that the pride of all the monkeys in the world appeared from behind the corner of a rock which hereto concealed him, and astonished all the satraps by his unhoped-for arrival. He was armed with a bow and arrows. He selected one for each wild beast, and with an unerring aim pierced their hearts one after another. As soon as he saw them all stretched upon the earth, he quietly drew out his arrows, saluted the satraps, and vanished among the rocks, which bordered the plain as suddenly as he made his appearance. In what manner the ambassadors and the escort of lions and tigers separated, I am not informed, but it is certain that the former, on their arrival at the court of Astrakhan, having delivered to their master the answer and advice of the great Caramuzel, the king, under the sanction of his council and with the consent of his daughter, caused to be published everywhere the conditions on which all adventurers were permitted to enter the lists and aspire to the possession of the most beautiful princess under heaven, and one of the most powerful kingdoms upon earth. Since this publication, fame has carried the report of the princess's beauty further than even the danger and singularity of the two adventures by which her favor is to be obtained. She has not failed to visit all the neighboring provinces by turns during a journey which she makes yearly for 2 or 3 months. All who have seen her, either during her travels or at her father's court, have found her beauty greatly to exceed its reputation, and the greatest part of them, seduced by the splendor of her charms, and by expectations so brilliant, have endeavored but in vain to fulfill the required conditions. Such noble stranger, added the knight of the all, such is the occasion of our being assembled here, and such is the adventure which your word binds you to attempt. At the conclusion of this narrative, we found ourselves on the banks of the river, where my eyes were astonished by the most singular and magnificent sight I had ever beheld. But the remainder of the Prince of Trebizonde's adventures may as well be deferred till you read the second part of these memoirs. End of part the first and of the second volume. End of section 22. Section 23 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Ah, happy he who thus in magic themes, o'er worlds bewitched in early rapture dreams, where wild enchantment waves her potent wand, and fancy's beauties fill her fairy land. Crabbe, Volume the 3rd. Part 2. Call up him who left half told the story. Milton. And by, the second course comes lagging like a distanced horse. Suame Jennings. I informed your majesty, continued Farquhar of the Crystal Rock, for such was the title assumed by him upon delivering Crystallina the Curious, I informed your majesty that on the banks of the river I was destined to behold a sight the most singular and magnificent, but upon recollection it strikes me that it may possibly make my narrative more intelligible if, before I describe the nature of that sight, I relate the events which occurred previously. Possession was confirmed by the amusement afforded me by his conversation and by a peculiar manner of expressing himself, which gave value to the most insignificant trifles. I listened to him with inexpressible pleasure, and thought that the charms of his natural eloquence were not a little set off by a set of the whitest teeth I had ever beheld. Being naturally open and conversable, I soon gave him to understand that I felt interested in his fate, and finding that our sentiments of esteem were mutual, we vowed upon the spot eternal friendship, and promised to communicate our adventures to one another with the very first opportunity. I shall not fail to recount them to your exalted majesty in their proper place. The impatient Dinarzade gave a deep groan on hearing this promise, but the speaker paid her no sort of attention. Such discourse, continued he, conducted us to the banks of the river, where an infinite number of pavilions formed of the richest and most beautiful chintz informed us that the Princess Muselina was already arrived, in spite of the numerous company in which I found myself, of which certainly not a member seemed to have met with more fashionable tailor than myself. I could not help feeling rather embarrassed at the idea of appearing thus singularly accoutred before so illustrious an assembly. The attendants of the princess, as I had already been informed, consisted of the principal satraps and most distinguished characters of the court of Astrakhan, and, as I have remarked, that people of the highest rank are generally people of the worst manners, I made no doubt that I should be ridiculed most intolerably. In this I was mistaken. The deliverance of their mistress from her tedious gravity was a point of too much consequence to permit her attendants to be merry on the subject. On the contrary, they loaded us with compliments upon the extreme absurdity of our appearance, and I could perceive that my companions were as much delighted to be thought ridiculous upon this occasion as they would have been offended upon any other. Such is the influence of circumstances. I must not, however, omit to mention that the knight with the awl did not participate in this delight. Absorbed in profound melancholy, it seemed scarcely a less difficult task to make him smile than the princess. Yet his conversation was so lively and entertaining that, being naturally addicted to gaiety, I was frequently ready to die with laughter. Not so my companion. While he amused all around him, his own countenance remained perfectly unaltered. He uttered a bon mot, as if he was announcing some misfortune, and whenever he favored us with an epigram impromptu, I always expected to hear a funeral oration. I could not help remarking to him the inconsistency of his conduct. "Your business here," said I, "is to make the princess laugh, instead of which, if she has but one grain of sensibility in her whole composition, the moment she beholds you, she will burst into a flood of tears." I doubt not that the gloomy melancholy in which you are absorbed is occasioned by your love for Muselina, and by your fear of being compelled to resign her perfections to some rival. But however such proofs of your inward attachment may flatter the vanity of that lady's bosom, they are by no means likely to operate upon the muscles of her face. "You are not the first by many," replied my new friend, "who has made the same remark, and I own I have but little hope of succeeding in the first mentioned adventure. As far as regards myself, I doubt not that the princess will look all her life as if she were an undertaker's apprentice. However, if I cannot make the lady laugh, I hope at least to make the crocodile cry, and that will answer my purpose just as well." "But," I said, interrupting him, "are you not desirous yourself that Muselina should get rid of a little of her everlasting gravity? Why, your marriage ceremony will resemble the nuptials of a couple of screech owls. Your contract will be dripping wet with the notary's tears, and the mufti will not be able to read the service for sobbing." "You have guessed right," rejoined the stranger, "in supposing the cause of my melancholy to be love, but you have mistaken its object. My intention is not to obtain the hand of the princess in marriage, but to purchase for myself a claim to the king of Astrakhan's assistance, and for my brother the possession of a woman whom he loves most ardently. Yet even should my hopes be crowned with success, how shall I then proceed to obtain the object of my dearest wishes? Where shall I seek what I never yet have found? How shall I find her whom I never yet have lost? And how, oh, how shall I join my existence to that of a fair one who perhaps never had any existence at all?" These questions were much too difficult for me to answer, and the stranger, having sunk into a profound reverie, I forebode to interrupt him. We therefore proceeded in silence toward the tent, which was prepared for the reception of all those adventurers who aspired to the conquest of Mussolina's gravity. The time appointed for this trial, as I was informed by one of the satraps, our conductors, with whom, in order not to remain quite idle, I entered into a conversation on dismounting from my horse, was still at the distance of 4 days, when also the 2 months appropriated for Mussolina's absence from Astrakhan would be completed, after which, should no one have succeeded in the adventure, she would return to her father's as solemn as ever and leave the crocodile to pursue its riots undisturbed. The tent to which we were conducted occupied at least half a square mile. It was separated into a multitude of apartments by panels of painted chintz enclosed within frames of massy gold. I remarked that all the figures which adorned these singular walls were portrayed in the most ludicrous attitudes, and represented in the act of laughing heartily, doubtless from the hope of inspiring the princess with an inclination to imitate them. In my own mind, but I took care to keep my opinion to myself, I was decided that his astrakhanical majesty had judged ill upon this point, for the faces made by these merry figures were so distorted that it was very unlikely that his daughter would wish to resemble them, not to mention that as some of them were represented in the act of standing on their heads, it might possibly not have been thought quite consistent with her Royal Highness's dignity to appear in a similar situation. Each of the pretenders to Mussolina's hand, for the satraps insisted upon reckoning me among these merry rivals, was conducted to a separate apartment. To my infinite satisfaction, I found that the lodging of my new friend was appointed next to my own. My conductor, having ushered me into my chambers, opened a wardrobe well stored with robes, turbans, and other articles of dress. He then informed me that as the grand trial would not take place for some days, I had better not throw away the advantage of novelty, but laying aside for the present the laudable absurdity of my appearance, he advised me to make a choice among the various garments with which he then presented me. I lost no time in following his advice, and while I exchanged my bedgown for a magnificent robe of silver tissue, I informed the satrap that I by no means aspired to the hand of his mistress, that I would make faces before her with all my heart and soul, and might and main, if my doing so could be of the least use to her or her illustrious father, but that it was so long since I had met with anything of the kind that I should think killing the crocodile an extremely good morning's entertainment. But as for the princess herself, I begged leave to declare with all possible respect that it was exactly the same thing to me whom she married or whom she refused. "Upon my word, prince," interrupted Denizarde in a voice equally expressive of anger and contempt, "you are strangely indifferent about women." "By no means strangely," answered the prince with a smile. "Nothing can be more natural. Nay, I will even own to you that there is but one woman in the world of whom I have a very high opinion, and she is—" "For the love of heaven, who is she?" cried Denizarde eagerly. "A perfect stranger to you," rejoined the prince, "and I mean that she should remain so. But more of this hereafter. At present I resume my narrative. I was just finishing my dress, and doubtless my companions were employed in the same manner, when Crystallina bounced into my room without ceremony. She seemed greatly agitated, and very soon poured forth such a torrent of words as made the astonished satrap's ears ring again. She insisted upon her right to be presented to the princess, and ordered the satrap to conduct her to the royal tent without delay. The Lord Chamberlain being sent for to decide the difficult question, whether, as the wife of a genus, she was entitled to an entree at court, he immediately decided it against her, assuring her that no genus or anyone belonging to a genus was permitted to remain in the kingdom of Astrakhan. For my own part, continued his lordship, I was fortunately born with a natural antipathy to genuses of all kinds. I thank my stars I never saw more than one in my life, and though he was an extremely dull one, he still contrived to make such a disturbance in the court of Ipsian that the king swore by the poppy-colored whiskers of Mahomet's fifth wife, his most solemn and irrevocable oath, that in future no Janus should dare to smell roast meat in his dominions. You see, therefore, my dearest madam, added his excellence, shrugging his shoulders in the most fashionable manner and bowing to the very ground, you see that is quite impossible for me to oblige you. I am absolutely in despair at my refusal, but I trust the reason which I have done myself the honor of laying before you will be found equally strong and satisfactory. Crystallina, dying with curiosity to see this much celebrated princess, answered the chamberlain with vehemence so audible that it soon drew a crowd of listeners around her. But in vain did she talk herself hoarse in explaining that though married to a Janus, she was anything but a Janus herself. The chamberlain was obstinate, and she could obtain nothing further from him than an admission that though she might very possibly be no Janus, she certainly came under the description of a white witch. Having said this, he was on the point of retiring when his eyes rested on the ebony spinning wheel which Crystallina still carried, and which in the most eloquent parts of her oration she occasionally menaced to discharge at his excellency's head. No sooner did he perceive this machine than he started back and whispered his deputy, who whispered the mufti, who whispered the princess's nurse, who whispered the body physician, who whispered the lord chamberlain again, and then they all whispered together. It was thus that I stood with my incensed companions surrounded by a circle of whisperers who seemed engaged upon something of the most serious nature. Crystallina was ready to burst with curiosity to know what they were saying and begged for an explanation in the most urgent and pathetic terms. After a full quarter of an hour, the conference ended, and the chamberlain, advancing toward us, was on the point of addressing the lady when he fixed his eyes upon me, who, for want of something better to do, was amusing myself with turning the handle of my spinning wheel. No sooner did he perceive it than he started back a second time and whispered to his deputy, who whispered to the mufti, who whispered to the princess's nurse, who whispered to the body physician, who whispered to the lord chamberlain, and the whispering began all over again. This second conference lasted much longer than the first, but I need not inform your most sagacious majesty that one way or other everything must come to an end at last. So was it with this whispering. It ceased, and then advancing to Crystallina with an air equally polite but much more respectful than before, the chamberlain informed her that he was ready to conduct her to the royal tent. Dreading lest he should change his mind a second time, she took him at his word. In vain did I beg her to consider her singular appearance and assure her that since the days of Eve no woman had gone to court in her shift. The chamberlain was too impatient to conduct her to Mussolina to allow time for changing her dress, and as Crystallina was just as well pleased to be seen in her shift as in any other way, she soon quitted my apartment and hastened toward that of the princess. Thither I followed her, but not till I had been prevailed upon to carry my spinning wheel along with me. The night being already far advanced, we found Mussolina's tent illuminated by so great a quantity of torches of rose-colored wax that day itself would have been far less brilliant. I could not avoid remarking that each of these torches issued from the beak of an immense golden cock, richly ornamented with rubies and emeralds, and the Knight of the All whispered me that this bird was held in profound veneration throughout the dominions of Astrakhan. The princess was seated upon a throne of silver, overshadowed by a canopy hewn out of a single emerald. She was attended by 12 antient females and an equal number of principal satraps, and was occupied in receiving the pretenders to her hand. I will not attempt to describe the charms of this adorable personage. Suffice it to say that her eyes effaced the splendor of the torches which blazed around her, and that when She opened her mouth by accident. Her breath was so sweet and balmy that my head being naturally unable to support perfumes, it was with the greatest difficulty that I kept myself from fainting away. The tent being already crowded by the multitude of her admirers, we, as the last comers, were obliged to wait till the others had been presented. She received them in a very gracious, though somewhat solemn manner, permitting each of them to kiss her alabaster hand, but she spoke to no one. As soon as the king or prince or whatever he chose to call himself, for I suspect that many of these dignitaries were entirely of their own creation, was announced, she signed to her nurse, a venerable woman about 60, who stood at the foot of the throne. Immediately the old lady put her lips in motion, and as soon as she had pronounced a few civil sentences, her mistress nodded 3 times as much to say, "She has hit it." The knight then retired to make room for his neighbor, who went through the same ceremony. I asked a grave-looking old satrap, he had the most enviable pair of mustaches that I ever had set my eyes upon, whether by chance it had not been her Royal Highness's pleasure to be born dumb. He assured me very positively of the contrary. "For," he said, "though she has never been heard to utter a syllable, she cannot possibly be dumb, as she perfectly understands everything that is said to her." This argument was so irresistible that I had not a word more to say upon the subject. I afterwards inquired who was this able logician. I was told that he was the president of the Royal Astrocanalical Society. I could not but acknowledge that he was well entitled to fill such a place by his whiskers. Near 400 knights had already been presented, and now Crystallina impatiently requested the Lord Chamberlain to perform his promise. He hesitated not to obey her, and giving her his little finger with the most graceful air imaginable, he led her toward the throne, when the sentinels who guarded the entrance of the pavilion rushed into it suddenly with looks equally expressing apprehension and surprise, and exclaimed that the sky exhibited a sight the most extraordinary. It was indeed that very sight which I have already had the honor of announcing to your majesty. This information was more than sufficient to rouse Crystallina's curiosity. Without considering the impropriety of her behavior, she darted out of the tent, and in her hurry overset the unlucky Lord Chamberlain. Shocked at her rudeness in quitting this noble assembly so abruptly, I ran after her to bring her back, and, as he lay directly in my way, made bold to tread upon the Lord Chamberlain in passing. The knights and satraps, the guards, the old woman, and at last the princess herself all followed my example. And never since the days of the deluge was a man of the Lord Chamberlain's rank so be-kicked and be-trampled. The princess was the last person to quit the tent. However, as soon as she reached the door, the crowd respectfully opened, and she passed through the midst of us with as much speed as her gravity would admit her of using, that is to say, upon a moderate jog-trot. Her attendants, one and all, assured me that she had never been seen to move along so nimbly before. For my own part, I could not help observing something constrained and ungraceful in her manner of moving, but I suppose this was occasioned by her being without a shift, and certainly cloth of silver next to the skin must needs feel extremely uncomfortable. But to proceed. And now, with one consent, every eye was fixed upon the heavens. What was our astonishment at beholding an immense ball of fire, which every now and then burst into a multitude of little stars, and then as suddenly collected itself again into one blazing mass. We made various conjectures respecting this phenomenon. They were all extremely ingenious. Unluckily, none of them were right. However, as the flaming ball seemed descending toward us, we at length agreed unanimously that the most likely means of ascertaining what it could possibly be would be to wait till we could distinguish what it really was. This was the suggestion of the whiskered philosopher. It met with universal approbation, and I could perceive that he was himself not a little proud at having struck out so luminous an idea. Though extremely curious to know the cause of this singular appearance, my attention was not so much engrossed as to prevent my observing that one of Mussolina's women was considerably agitated at the approach of this flaming ball. She endeavored, indeed, to conceal her emotions as well as she could, though it was considerably increased upon her finding that my eye was fixed upon her. The cause of her alarm had by this time arrived so near us that we could distinguish the particles of which it was composed. But if we felt surprise at its first appearance, how was that surprise augmented when we found the light to proceed from the mouths and eyes of an innumerable number of flying tigers, who appeared to act as guards and lanthorn-bearers to personages still more extraordinary than themselves? Imagine, most illustrious Sultan, a cock considerably larger than a full-grown turkey, his eyes sparkling with a brilliance far exceeding that of the finest carbuncles, his body adorned with 1,000 beautiful colors, and his neck encircled with a chain of enormous emeralds. Seated upon this uncommon courser, and guiding him by the chain which served as a bridle, we beheld a gigantic monkey, who held a bow of polished steel in one hand, while with the other he governed his chandelier with more grace than could be expected from the very best-bred baboon in the universe. On his back hung a golden quiver, adorned with precious stones, and upon a crimson velvet pillion behind him sat a little old woman, so hideous that we all exclaimed with one voice that the monkey was by much the handsomest animal of the two. It was with the utmost difficulty that she kept her seat. So long was her body, and so short were her legs, her nose so little and snubby, that it was not to be seen without a magnifying glass. But to make up for this deficiency, her chin was so immoderately long that it curled over her mouth and rested its point between her eyebrows. She squinted so horribly that the earth had full possession of one of her eyes, while the other was the property of the heavens. Her ears were of such a length that to keep them from flapping about she had been obliged to tuck them under her girdle. However, she had taken care to deck them out with a very smart pair of earrings, and her hair, which was of a flaming red, was frizzled up as high as a tower, and plastered all over with flour and hog's lard. To set off this charming face and figure to the best advantage, she had a little scarlet turban ornamented with a profusion of feathers of all possible colors, and stuck upon one side of her head coquettishly, while her person was enveloped in a traveling dress of deep yellow velvet, trimmed with a broad gold lace, and flounced and fur-billowed with catskin. When I add that her breath was so strong that we needed all the perfume of Mussolina's to overpower it, your Highness may form some idea of the charms which ornamented this masterpiece of nature and art. These extraordinary personages continued to descend, and as they approached, inspired us with very justifiable apprehensions. A flight of fiery tigers being by no means the most agreeable visitors, the event proved that our alarms were without cause. When they arrived within a few yards of us, the escort remained motionless in the air, while the cock lighted on the ground not far from Mussolina. The monkey sprang nimbly out of the saddle, and taking the old woman in his arms, placed her upon her feet with the greatest care and delicacy. She seemed greatly fatigued with her journey, but as soon as she recovered her breath, she advanced toward the heiress of Astrakhan and addressed her as follows. "Illustrious princess, you behold an ambassadress from the great Caramussel. He requests you, through me, not only to receive with kindness, but to treat with profound respect this paragon of all earthly monkeys. Here only can he expect the cure of that melancholy under which he now labors, and here has Caramussel engaged that he shall obtain it. Farewell, lovely lady. May the chin increase, may the foot be diminished, may the spinning wheels turn, may the rope be woven, and oh, may your beauty never subject you to the same misfortune which my unlucky charms have entailed upon your most obedient and very humble servant." As she said these last words, she burst into tears, and while she sobbed most piteously, she made such abominable wry faces that all the beholders were ready to expire with laughing. It was then that the princess rejoiced in her immovable gravity. She alone kept her countenance and endeavored to apologize by signs for the ill breeding of her company. The nurse explained this to the old woman in very polite terms, adding that Mussolina requested her to repose herself in the royal tent after her journey, when she hoped that she would relate her adventures, as she was extremely anxious to know the birth, parentage, and education of so extraordinary a person as she appeared to be, and also to hear some account of the great caramussel who made presents of monkeys to princesses. The stranger accepted the proposal, and the whole company returned to the tent, but the old woman would not begin her narrative till she had thrown herself upon her knees before the monkey and demanded his permission. The animal, who really seemed to be the best tempered and best bred of the monkey kind, gave his assent in a very gracious manner. Then, throwing himself upon the embroidered carpet, he seemed to be absorbed in profound melancholy. In the meanwhile, the old woman, having passed a few minutes in silent reflection, a precaution highly necessary in relating so long a history, began her narrative in the following words. History of the Matron of Mount Atlas. Your Royal Highness, said she, addressing herself to Mussolina, is probably not aware that our families are nearly connected. The queen, who had the honor to die in giving you birth, was no other than... The old woman had proceeded no further in her tale when her eyes rested upon me. She stopped, and suddenly starting from her seat, she hobbled towards me. Sir Knight, she said, what is your name? It is Facardin, I replied. This singular name appeared to excite surprise in everybody except in the inquirer, and in the tall knight with the fish kettle upon his head, to whom the old lady now made the same demand respecting his name. My name, answered he with an air of perfect indifference, yawning at the same time, it is Facardin. The general wonder redoubled. And yours, resumed the old woman after a moment's pause, addressing herself to the knight of the all. It is, he replied with a low bow, it is Facardin. Facardin! Screamed out the old woman, in a voice so shrill that it almost cracked the drum of my ears, at the same time giving 3 skips in the air with such activity as was truly surprising in a person of her age and figure. Facardin! Facardin! 1 Facardin, 2 Facardins, 3 Facardins. 1 Facardin more, and 1 Facardin less, then all for a time will be wrong, and all will at last be quite right. Having said this, she darted out of the pavilion, sprang nimbly upon the cock, and giving him a slight kick, he rose into the air and instantly disappeared. Old woman, flying tigers, and all. It may not, however, be improper to remark that the foot with which she kicked her chandelier was the smallest and most elegantly formed that I ever remember to have beheld. Great was the general disappointment at the matron's abrupt departure. We trusted, however, that the monkey would supply her place and continue the relation of those adventures in which his companion had made so little progress. But here our hopes were again frustrated. In vain did we promise him pig nuts and bilberries. In vain did we threaten him with whips and chains. To our utter surprise, the monkey seemed not to understand us. We thought that he might probably be a foreigner, and tried by turns every language in use throughout the habitable globe, but with no better success. Say what we would, not one syllable would the monkey answer. At length we were obliged to agree with the opinion of the whiskered philosopher, who, in a speech of 3 hours, replete with the most sublime eloquence, most learned disquisitions and arguments, the most logical and irresistible, proved to us very clearly that whatever skeptics might advance to the contrary, the monkey was actually a monkey. The princess, however, was still persuading the animal not to be as provokingly silent as herself, when Crystallina, impatient to have her presentation over, was led forward by the deputy chamberlain, for as to the chamberlain himself, he was too much bruised to appear again that night. Instead of attending to Crystallina's compliment, I was not a little surprised to see the princess suddenly seized by a corner of her shift and examine the mark of it with great eagerness and attention. She then shook her head and with a deep sigh let the linen drop again. After this strange behavior, she seemed to recollect its impropriety, for she blushed deeply and was signing to her nurse to make an apology when she discovered the spinning wheel, which Crystallina, during the ceremony of the presentation, had deposited upon the carpet. "That is mine!" cried the princess, seizing it eagerly, "and have it I will, that's positive." The joy of the whole court at hearing her speak for the first time was only equaled by the rage of my fair companion, but without minding her reproaches, the princess began to spin with all her might and main, when she stopped her work for an instant in order to address herself to me. "Spin," said the princess, for though she had thus unexpectedly gained the power of speech, she was not yet able to use it fluently. "Spin." In vain did I protest that I never had spun a thread in my life. Mussolina would be obeyed, and the whole court repeating in full chorus, "Spin." I even set myself to work with the best grace that I could, but scarcely had I turned the handle twice when a third wheel was seen at the top of the tent, and a pair of beautiful white arms passing themselves through 2 holes in the chintz hangings began to turn the machine with incredible swiftness and dexterity. While the general attention seemed engrossed by this phenomenon, mine was employed upon a different object. Enraged at her having been thus plundered by the princess, Crystallina had retired in dudgeon to a distant corner of the pavilion, and was busily engaged in conversation with the identical antient lady who had expressed so much emotion at the sight of the flaming ball. But their discourse did not long continue undisturbed. The monkey had raised himself from the floor quietly. He advanced with caution towards the hawkers, and having crept behind them unobserved, he suddenly sprang upon the old lady's back and fastened his teeth in her left ear. The duenna screamed, cried, kicked, and struggled, but in spite of her efforts and those of the spectators, the animal maintained his hold, nor quitted it till he had fairly dissevered the ear from its adjoining parts. No sooner was her head deprived of this natural ornament than her form dissolved into a cloud of smoke, but soon collected itself again into the figure of an enormous giant, who rose with angry looks into the air. The roof of the tent opened, and the colossus disappeared. At the same moment, the beautiful hands vanished. Crystallina fled shrieking from the tent, and the monkey, slipping off his skin with as much ease as if it had been a great coat, there was seen in his place a man about 45, of a most noble presence, and whose features, except his mouth, were truly prepossessing. But, oh, that mouth! Mohammed! What a mouth! Your Majesty may possibly think that a feature so out of all proportion was likely to excite merriment in the spectators, but no! Terror was the effect produced upon all present by this miraculous mouth, and when he opened it to address the princess, so terrible an abyss was presented that the poor little soul involuntarily jumped back, and we had some difficulty in convincing her that she had not been swallowed up alive. In truth, had the stranger felt any wish for such a mouthful, I am certain that he could have bolted her Royal Highness without any difficulty, for I would have betted 10 to 1 that his mouth could take in a full-grown ox, horns and all, without troubling itself to make more than a moderate stretch. But I must beg leave to observe that I do not mean an ox bred in Lincolnshire, which kingdom, as I have read, produces that animal uncommonly large, but merely such an ordinary-sized ox as is usually found in your Majesty's dominions. I thought it right to mention this, as I by no means approve the fashion of those rhodomontulating travelers who exaggerate matters in order to excite wonder, when in fact nothing can be more ordinary and natural. "You are quite right," observed the Sultan, "and I much admire so scrupulous an attention to veracity. But pray go on with your history, for as you have told us what could go into the stranger's mouth, I am quite impatient to know what could come out of it." "You will naturally suppose," proceeded Farquhar, "that from so capacious a mouth we expected a tremendous voice, and words, every one of them composed of at least 10 syllables. However, it soon appeared that the stranger's voice was like any other voice, and that he had not the slightest objection to ifs, ands, ofs, or alsos. As soon as Mousselina had recovered from her fright, he announced himself to her as Fortinbras, King of Denmark, brother-in-law to the Merry Queen of Astrakhan, and consequently uncle to the mournful princess. She gave him a very affectionate welcome, and permitted him to salute her roseate cheek, but it was observed by all that when his monstrous mouth approached her, the poor little princess shook like an aspen leaf. We were all impatient to hear the adventures of this monkey monarch, which we doubted not would include those of the frightful old woman. Fortinbras begged us to suspend our curiosity till the next day, as he was greatly fatigued, having galloped all the way from Mount Atlas, upwards of 7,000 leagues, in 2 hours and a quarter. We could not deny the plausibility of this excuse, and we soon after separated for the night. Fortinbras rejoicing that he had got rid of his claws and tail, the courtiers that the princess had been induced to speak, and Mousselina that she had not only recovered her own spinning wheel, but through my means possessed another besides it. Of both of these wheels she requested me to take charge, adding that the next day we would resume our work. The whole company then retired in perfect good humor, except the nurse, who was somewhat chagrined at the reflection that in future she was only to talk for herself. It is true that because her mistress had recovered her voice, it did not follow that the nurse had lost hers, but the old lady knew well that being old and ugly she might talk to all eternity without a soul listening to her, and that, she thought, was almost as bad as not talking at all. Farquhar of the Grotto, for such was the title of my new friend, followed me to my apartment. Here he introduced me to his brother, who was no other than the knight with the fish kettle for a helmet. He was certainly much handsomer than his brother, and his person was truly noble and majestic. But the countenance of my acquaintance was so amiable, and bore so strong an expression of mingled sense and sweetness, that I hesitated not for a moment to give him the preference. As soon as the first compliments were over, I begged Farquhar of the Grotto to gratify my curiosity by relating the cause of his bearing the same name with myself. With this request he complied in the following terms. End of section 23. Section 24 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. History of Farquhar of the Grotto. It is impossible for me to tell you where and in what manner I was born, since, though it was a ceremony in which I sustained a very principal part, the circumstances have completely slipped my memory, as if they had never happened. Neither can I tell you who were my parents, as, in spite of all my pains in looking for them, I have been able to meet with no relations except my brother, whose ignorance on this subject equals my own. The earliest period which I can recollect found me the inhabitant of a subterraneous grotto, under the care of an old hermit, whom I called father, but who I have more reasons than one for believing had no right to that appellation. This singular person was by birth a Chinese, and his name had been formerly the Mandarin Fi Fum Fo Fim. He possessed extraordinary abilities, and not only gave me daily proofs of his being a prodigy of wisdom, but was even at the trouble of assuring me of the fact himself. Unluckily, this extravagant kindness which nature had shown in forming his intellectual parts was fully counterbalanced by her stinting him in his externals. The poor mandarin was born with but one eye, one ear, one nostril, one arm, and one leg. The latter was placed in the center of his body, which turned round upon itself as if upon a pivot, and to such perfection was he arrived in the management of it by dint of practice, that he could hop upon his one leg nearly as fast as any other person could run upon two. It was long before his parents could pitch upon a proper wife for him, till at length a female appeared at the court of Peking, who seemed formed by nature for the express purpose of supplying all the deficiencies of the young fille femme faux femme. She called herself the lady femme faux femme fille, and as he was entirely made up of unities, she, on the other hand, was composed of nothing but quinequities, for she had 5 arms, 5 legs, 5 ears, 5 eyes, and 5 nostrils to each of her 5 noses. As with such a person she was not pestered with too many admirers, she readily accepted the address of the young mandarin, but alas! It soon appeared that her name was not more the reverse of his than the temper of fille femme femme was opposite to that of femme faux femme fille. He was gentle, and she was passionate. He was wise, and she was silly. He employed his single hand in no offices but kind ones, while she was persuaded that nature had given her 3 additional legs and arms for no earthly purpose than the better to enable her to thump and kick her husband. At length, however, one fine sunshiny morning, the mandarina took it into her head to die, and the mandarin took it into his to bury her. It was shortly after this event that a revolution in China obliged him to leave that country, and one of his friends having entrusted me to his care, he took refuge with me in the Isle of Serendip. His acquaintance with the mandarina, femme fille of lamented memory, had made him an inveterate woman-hater, and he endeavored to communicate his aversion to me. His labor was thrown away. I sighed ardently to behold one of these terrible wild beasts, for such he had taught me to fancy them. Neither could all his arguments erase this wish from my mind, any more than a singular accident which occurred to me when I was scarce 16. I was sitting in the grotto one evening and endeavoring to persuade my governor to let me have at least one peep at these monsters, when suddenly a large black cloud descended into the cave. In a few minutes it dispersed, and I beheld a stranger of noble and commanding presence, who held in one hand a golden wand, and permitted the other to serve as a perch for the largest and most beautiful cock that I had ever beheld. It struck me this evening that it was the very same bird which brought hither the King of Denmark, but of that I cannot be positive. No sooner did the hermit perceive the cock than he sank upon his one knee, the bird extended its right wing towards him, and he kissed it with every mark of affection and respect. The stranger then conversed with the mandarin in some language unknown to me, but their eyes sufficiently testified that I was the subject of their discourse. It lasted about an hour, after which the stranger prepared to depart, but first he addressed me in these remarkable words: "Youth, be in all things submissive to your venerable protector, but in nothing more than abstaining from the sight of women. Know that as I have lately consulted the stars respecting you, I read in them this threatening prediction: the first object which he loves, he shall love forever. The first object which he loves shall forever prove cold and insensible, and even though that object should be in his possession, he never shall be united to the first object which he loves. Remember this, be prudent, and be happy. Farewell." As he uttered these last words, a shower of tears fell from the eyes of the beautiful cock. At the same moment a cloud wrapped itself around them, and they quitted the grotto in the same manner as they had entered it. This incident, for a time, made an impression upon me, but reflecting that there was little danger of my feeling any sentiment like love for a wild beast, I resolved to gratify my curiosity and see a woman, let the danger be what it might. Accordingly, I escaped from the mandarin fee fum fo fim, and after a fruitless search of some days, I stumbled upon the fair Crystallina, whose curiosity was not a jot less urgent than my own. What passed till we parted, as well as the adventure which separated us, you probably have heard from that lady, and would therefore be unnecessary to relate it now. Here Shararar interrupted the Prince of Trebonzonde, and requested him to repeat those adventures, as he had so happy a knack at forgetting what was told him, that they would seem to him exactly as if he had never heard them before, a talent upon which he seemed to value himself prodigiously. However, Dinazarde, begging with tears in her eyes that the prince might be suffered to get to the end of his long-winded history, if indeed such a thing was possible, which she began to doubt, the Sultan was prevailed upon to suffer him to proceed. He did so as follows. Facardin of the Grotto continued thus. I had for some time flattered myself that the oracle respecting my future fate had been completely mistaken. It was at least certain that Crystallina had been anything but cold and insensible, but now that we were parted, I discovered that the sentiment with which that curious damsel had inspired me had nothing to do with love. So far was I from being grieved at her departure that I rather rejoiced at no longer having a woman continually at my elbow, with whom I had found full leisure to be sated. The gust of wind which divided us so obligingly bore me swiftly through the air. It deposited me unhurt at the foot of a mountain whose base was bathed by a rapid river. It was night, the moon was at its full, and its beams enabled me to discover a small island at no great distance. I was in doubt what course to pursue. The island seemed uninhabited, and the mountain did not wear an aspect much more promising. While I hesitated, I observed something moving on the shore of the island. I strove to distinguish its figure, but in vain. After a few moments, it plunged into the water and seemed to be hastening toward the mountain. Not to be deficient in good breeding, I advanced to receive the newcomer, but my politeness instantly vanished on perceiving that it was nothing else than an old lion, whose bulk and looks were truly tremendous. My doubts were now removed. I immediately took to my heels and began to climb the mountain with all possible expedition. As the lion did not pursue me, I soon slackened my pace, but now for the first time entered my head that this exploit of mine was by no means to my credit, and that to begin my career by running away was but a sorry presage for my future fame. I therefore determined to return and face the lion, and drawing a saber, with which I had provided myself on quitting the grotto, I measured back my steps. I confess that as I drew nearer to the lion's neighborhood, I felt my eagerness to engage decrease very fast, and at length I could not resist peeping over a piece of rock in order to observe his motions before I attacked him. He was stretched at his full length just below me, reclining his head upon his left hand. He sighed frequently, and at intervals wiped his eyes with his tail, which served him for a pocket-handkerchief. He was in such evident distress that I thought it quite cruel to disturb him, and rather resolved to deprive myself of the honor of cutting off his head than intrude upon his sorrows by giving him an opportunity of biting off mine. While we were in this position, my attention was attracted by a light which glimmered upon the top of the mountain. At first I thought that it was a paper kite with a lantern tied to its tail, but on its descent I discovered the light to proceed from a fiery car driven by 2 flying tigers. In this sat a man splendidly habited, and I recognized with surprise the stranger who had told my fortune in the mandarin's grotto. He was accompanied by a lady, the elegance of whose form gave me great curiosity to see the face belonging to it, but this was impossible in consequence of her headdress, which was the most extraordinary ever worn by woman. It was no other than the enormous cock which I had seen in the grotto, and which, placing a claw upon each of her shoulders, overshadowed her face with its wings, while its tail streamed down her back, forming a lappet very tasty and ornamental. As soon as the car touched the earth, the enchanter aided his companion to alight. Instead of expressing terror at the sight of the lion, she hastened toward him, while he, upon hearing her steps, reared himself upon his hind legs and, as I imagined, prepared to spring upon her. I already gave her up for lost, but to my great surprise I found that if he devoured her at all, it was likely to be with kisses. The nymph repaid his caresses with interest, though she was evidently so much affected that she was ready to faint. The lion, however, who seemed to have all his wits about him, made haste to feel in his left ear for a smelling bottle, with whose contents he proceeded to bathe her nose and temples. When I saw him prepare for this charitable office, I felt no little concern for the poor lady, as I thought him by no means calculated for the employment, and doubted not that his claws would flay her nose completely. I was therefore much pleased to find that the considerate beast was aware of this danger, for he poured a little of the lavender water upon the tip of his bushy tail, and then chafed her nostrils with the greatest success and dexterity. The nymph being recovered, the lion now paid his compliments to the enchanter, and afterwards shook the cock by the right wing in the most hearty and affectionate manner. The whole party then sat down on the banks of the river, where the magician seemed to endeavor to console the other three, but to judge by the tears that were shed, his eloquence was not very persuasive. In about an hour, the party broke up. The members of it took a most affecting leave of each other, after which the lion, throwing himself into the water, returned to his island, while the enchanter and the nymph, still wearing her singular headdress, returned to their car. It rose into the air and disappeared on reaching the summit of the mountain. Supposing that this same mountain must serve as a retreat for the enchanter, I resolved to ascend it and endeavor to find him out. He had formerly appeared to take an interest in my fate, and I thought it possible that he might give me some intelligence respecting my parents, a subject on which the mandarin had always preserved an inviolable silence, and which I was extremely anxious to get cleared up. I fancied that I should feel awkward upon entering the world, if, on being interrogated respecting my family, I should find myself obliged to say, "Upon my honor, sir, I know no more about it than yourself." Accordingly, I set off in pursuit of the enchanter, and at length reached the mountain summit, though not without being 20 times on the point of breaking my neck by the way. I now found myself at the entrance of a spacious grotto, adorned with statues, shells, and a variety of other ornaments, rustic, it's true, but disposed with infinite taste. In the middle hung a bird-cage composed of jet and ivory, and in one corner stood the enormous cock, employed in turning with great gravity the handle of an ebony spinning-wheel. I thought this occupation extremely unprofitable, for the foolish bird, who probably had been ill-taught, had neglected to put any flax upon the distaff. As the grotto had another outlet, I was proceeding to try my fortune further, when I heard the voices of persons approaching. I drew back, and soon after saw the enchanter enter, leading the same lady who had expressed so singular an attachment to the lion. They were accompanied by a stranger, whose person I need not describe to you, as he was no other than the giant, the loss of whose ear disenchanted Fortinbras this evening, and who, by the by, is also Crystallina's husband. In one hand he held an enormous club, and the other sustained a gilded tobacco pipe, from which he occasionally puffed clouds of smoke in the face of the enchanter. No one seemed to be aware of my presence. The giant threw himself upon a couch of turf and listened with an indifferent air to the supplications of his companions. "Be not thus contemptuous," I heard the enchanter say on entering. "You have the advantage at present, but fortune will one day change. The same arts which have made you possessor of the 2 spinning wheels may again deprive you of them, nor can you put them to any use without the 3rd, which I never will trust out of my own custody. Listen then to my proposals. Restore my brothers to their original forms, suffer me to reassemble the limbs of the Queen of Denmark, and forbear to insist upon the dreadful conditions attached to the possession of Sapinella. On my part, I assure you, though I cannot consent to become your subject, that I will never attempt to become your master. The 2 spinning wheels shall remain yours forever, and I promise you from this moment eternal peace and amity." "Promise me a fiddlestick," interrupted the giant, taking the pipe out of his mouth. "Will yonder stubborn little princess promise to marry me if I put matters to rights again? That is the only promise which will have any effect, I can assure you." "I marry you!" exclaimed the damsel. "Inhuman monster! What claim can you advance to my affections? Have you not cut my unfortunate mother into 1,000 pieces? Have not your spells compelled my royal father to walk upon all fours? Besides, if you had not the worst memory of any genus upon earth, you would recollect that the stars have decreed that I shall marry nobody unless I marry Facardin, Prince of Ophir." "A fig for the stars!" cried the giant. "They don't know what they talk about. For it was but last night that I read in them these identical words written in a very neat running hand. Sapinella of Jutland shall never marry Facardin, Prince of Ophir." "I shall certainly go distracted," exclaimed Sapinella, wringing her hands. "I am to marry nobody, if not the Prince of Ophir, and yet it seems the Prince of Ophir is never to marry me. The meaning of all which is that I am never to marry at all. Surely the devil is in the stars, and I wish they were at the bottom of the sea, for they are the plague of my existence." Here she began to weep, as if she meant to set the room afloat. However, her tears could not melt the giant's hard heart, who rose to take his departure. "On no other conditions," said he, "will I reverse my spells, and if you can reverse them yourself, you are cleverer than I take you to be. Farewell, princess. The Prince of Ophir will be here shortly. I cannot prevent your seeing him, but I will prevent your liking him, while with you, as to his liking you, that your own rashness has already prevented. Ay, he continued, addressing himself to the cock, turn away, old gentleman. If you have done that sooner, you would have done wisely. As it is, your labor is thrown away, and you are likely to crow for 16 years longer." The cock only replied by a look of indignation, and by turning his tail upon him with an air, for a cock remarkably majestic. In the meanwhile, the form of the giant, dissolving into a cloud of smoke, soon made its exit from the grotto. In this conversation, nothing struck me more than the name of the Prince of Ophir. It was the same as with my own, and I began to suspect that a family name of royal family of Ophir must needs be Facardin. To ascertain this point, I now advanced from my concealment, and having made one of my best dancing bows, I addressed the enchanter nearly as follows. "Permit me, doctor," said I, for as he was a conjurer, I thought that he must certainly have taken a university degree. "Permit me, doctor, to make myself known to you and ask you a few questions. Idle as you may think my curiosity, I confess I cannot help wishing to know the name of my parents and to what place I went to be born. Satisfy me on this head, and you shall be handsomely rewarded for your trouble." With these words, I showed him the palm of my hand and prepared to cross his with a piece of money. The enchanter, who was by no means a common fortune-teller, rejected both, but before he could reply, the cock hopped up to him with much dignity and crowed thrice in tones so expressive that I was convinced of their meaning more than cocks do in ordinary. "Alas! My dear Tariff Eldon," said the magician, as if replying to some question which the cock had asked, "I fear that your hopes are too sanguine. In spite of his name, this young man seems calculated neither by his age nor his natural strength for so violent an exertion. However, as the bow is luckily in my possession, if you insist upon it, the trial shall be made. But remember that from this moment you enter your prison, its door must be closed no more to open till the Facardin arrives destined to free you from your feathers, restore Sapinella's original form, dispel Mussolina's gravity, and devour that fatal toe in which consists the whole power of our enemy." Upon hearing this, the cock for a few moments appeared to hesitate, and he hung his head mournfully, but his spirits soon revived. He spread his tail, clapped his wings, and then, turning to the enchanter, exclaimed in a tone the most resolute, and with an air of the most intrepid, "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" He then hopped into the birdcage with great alacrity, the door of which closed upon him with a thundering noise. The enchanter, now opening a case of sandalwood and drawing forth a bow of polished steel, requested me to bend it. I hesitated not to obey, but in vain did I first try it one way, then the other. My attitudes, it must be allowed, were uncommonly graceful, but the bow remained unbent, and at length, the skin being rubbed off both my hands, which naturally are rather of a delicate texture, I was obliged to relinquish the instrument in despair. "I thought so," said the enchanter, shaking his head mournfully. "It is well that I have 3 strings to my bow. As for this, be at your charge, Sapinella, and remember that he who bends it will thereby prove himself the person destined to reverse the ill fortunes of your family. I am now compelled to leave you. Henceforth, I am not permitted to visit you, neither is it in my power to prevent the genus Faradun from occasionally tormenting you with his presence. But let it be some consolation to know that whenever he sets his foot upon this mountain, he becomes your slave, not your master, and that my spells will force him to forbear repeating his addresses or attempting to possess your person by force. Take courage, then, my dear niece. However disagreeable the form which your rash vow compels you to assume, remember that you will one day regain your own, will be married to the Prince of Ophir, have a great many children, and live very happily ever after." "Alas!" replied the lady, "you forget, most wise Caramucil, that the provoking stars have decreed that I never am to marry the Prince of Ophir. But what surprises me most is, that since you are a conjurer and practice the black art, you did not foresee and prevent all this mischief." "Sapinella," replied Caramucil, with a look of profound wisdom, "though I am an enchanter, I would have you to know that I never was taken for a conjurer before, neither can the power of magic possibly reverse the decrees of fate, for decrees are decrees, and fate is fate. Be content to know that no exertions on my part shall be wanting to alleviate your sorrows, nor do I quite despair of finding at length a prince vigorous enough to bend this bow, a mouth as large as your father's, a cock that can fly as high as the emperor, and a rope spun by the hands of 3 princesses, the most beautiful in the world, long enough to reach from the summit of Mount Atlas to the surface of the sea, and strong enough to bind our inveterate enemy in fetters never to be broken. As for you, young man," continued he, addressing himself to me, "I must not at present satisfy your curiosity respecting your parents. Suffice it to know that you have a brother who will shortly fall into the power of Faradun, that giant whom you've just seen now. Be it your care to deliver him from thence, and in order that you may know him when you meet him, behold his figure." Here the enchanter waved his wand. I immediately beheld on the opposite side of the grotto a young man seated on a rose-colored sofa, and picking his teeth with a careless attitude. The vision lasted but a moment, yet in that short period he found time to yawn thrice, an habit of which, as you probably have already observed, love itself has not been able to cure him. The figure having disappeared, Caramucil thus continued his discourse. "Your brother is called Facardin as well as yourself, a name which important reasons have induced me to bestow on various children, in whose fate I feel interested. Faradun's abode is not easily discovered, but as it is necessary that you should reach it for the purpose of rescuing your brother, I now present you with this phoenix of all coursers, who not only surpasses the winds themselves in fleetness, but will unbidden conduct you to those places where it is your most interest to be." I heard the latter part of his speech with some surprise. In vain did I look round and round, no courser to be seen, and yet did Caramucil continue to enhance the value of his present, assuring me that the animal was sound wind and limb, perfectly free from vice, and altogether as clever a little tit as ever was crossed by a gentleman. And still no horse appeared. At length I began to suspect that my friend the enchanter was not quite himself, and that he had been endeavoring to settle matters with the genus over a bottle. This suspicion was confirmed. When conducting me to a corner of the grotto, he pointed to a three-legged stool and desired me to mount immediately. He then forcibly obliged me to seat myself upon the stool, and thus proceeded. "Excellent," he said, with an air of satisfaction. "Really, considering that you never were a horseback before, you make a tolerable appearance, and seem to have a very good seat. Now then, nothing is wanting to complete your traveling equipage except this two-stringed guitar. Take it and observe that whenever you strike the silver cord, all who are within hearing will be compelled to dance. And when you strike the golden one, whatever actions are going on at that moment will be continued by the performers during a full hour. On yourself alone the charm will have no effect. Now, then proceed in search of your brother. And should you meet by the way with any stray legs, arms, heads, or bodies, have the goodness to put them into the green velvet bag which is suspended under your horse. Remember also that whenever you wish him to set forward, you must say, 'Chik Ali ala Mawabad Bizel Khan,' and that you must never dismount him without first whistling thrice and rubbing the tip of your nose as often against the bridge of your guitar." "My dear doctor," I said, "you must certainly be dreaming. What in the name of heaven can you mean by stray legs and arms? And as to making this thrice-legged stool move by merely pronouncing Chik Ali Allah Muhammad Bazal Khan, the thing is absolutely impossible." The words were scarcely out of my mouth when the stool set off with me as hard as it could lay with its three legs to the ground. It galloped up hill and down dale like a mad thing, leaped over 5 barred gates with the greatest agility, and upon reaching the banks of a river, without hesitation it dashed into the water and soon landed me upon the opposite shore. Immediately my wooden courser resumed his speed, and away we went again, as if we had been galloping for a wager. As we passed through a village, the people ran out to wonder at us. The men and women hooted us, and the little boys pelted us with mud, stones, rotten eggs, and dead cats. But all this only served to make my nag go the faster. I cried out to them to stop him, for that I was a runaway with. Some of them endeavored to obey me, but whenever they approached the stool to lay hold of it, one of its legs kicked up and dealt about broken heads and bloody noses with such generosity that the attempt was soon abandoned. The machine continued to proceed nor stop till we reached the gate of an antient castle. End of section 24. Section 25 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Notwithstanding the rapidity of my progress, I was not in the least fatigued. It's true, my horse was nothing more than a joint stool, but it was as easy as if it had been an armchair. I was occupied in examining the castle's exterior when the portal grated upon its rusty hinges, and 2 servants, almost bent double with age, advanced with an entreaty that I would enter and accept some refreshment. With this request I readily complied, but nothing could induce me to quit my seat till I had whistled thrice and given my nose 3 gentle rubs against the bridge of my guitar. After this important ceremony, I entered the castle, nor was I a little pleased, nor my companions a little surprised, at observing that the stool came trotting after me, and never suffered me to go out of its sight. This induced me to hope that the machine was growing attached to me, and desirous of encouraging this predilection, I failed not to occasionally pat it upon the back and seize every means of showing that I was satisfied with its services. My guides crawled on so slowly that I had full leisure to observe the apartments through which we passed. They were magnificently furnished, but all in an antiquated taste. Old tapestry, old books, old pictures, old chairs. Everything was old and seemed of a piece with my conductors. They ushered me into a small octagon chamber, and I now begged to know their master's name. "We have no master," was the reply. "This castle belongs to a princess, to whom you will be introduced as soon as you are old enough." I thought this a very strange condition, and begged to know at what age Her Highness would think me presentable. I was answered that natives of that country did not presume to appear at court until they were turned of 60, but that in consideration of my being a stranger, 10 full years would be abated. I hastened to assure the domestics that, anxious as I was to be acquainted with their mistress, still I could not possibly wait 30 years for that honor, that I was obliged to proceed on my journey immediately, but that I should take care to return and pay my respects to Her Highness as soon as I should be decently decrepit. "You mistake me," interrupted one of the old men. "As a stranger, it will be sufficient for you to look old, and provided you do but wear the appearance of age, your possessing the vigor of youth is a defect which you will find the princess very ready to forgive in you. You are to know that she once was a mistress of the genus Facardin, but being grown old and consequently neglected, she retired from the world in disgust, and now keeps her court in this ancient castle. In order to preserve her eyes from being offended by the sight of that youth and beauty in others which she no longer possesses herself, nothing but what is old is suffered to approach her, and her court is composed entirely of superannuated belles and beaux in their dotage. A talisman placed there by Facardin preserves in our hearts our youthful passions. We love, intrigue, quarrel, and fight as if we were still in the bloom of 17, and to a stranger this sight will probably appear entertaining. Here you will find 4 antiquated couple tottering through a cotillion in spectacles, while there a circle of seniors with trumpets at their ears are fascinated by the vocal powers of a toothless toast. In one room you will admire 2 fiery dullards, burning with rage, anxious to fight, but unable to draw their swords. And in another you will see a wrinkled beauty of 80 snatch her shriveled hand from her driveling adorer, refuse him in disdain one of her 5 remaining hairs, and exclaim against the wiles of wicked man and the too easy faith of unsuspecting woman. This account piqued my curiosity, and having nothing better to do, I accepted the services of the old domestics, who hastened to equip me for their lady's presence chamber. They began by fixing a gray wig upon my head, then fastening under my chin a beard whose length was truly respectable. After this, they drew red circles round my eyes, traced several wrinkles on my forehead, and in a quarter of an hour rendered my appearance so venerable that when I first looked in the glass I voluntarily made myself a low bow. The servants now withdrew to announce my arrival to their mistress. Scarcely was I left alone when the sound of complaint attracted my attention. I listened and heard a voice which seemed to be in the room bemoan its hard fate, call the stars cruel, and, as is usual on such occasions, invite death to put an end to its sorrows. As I could discover nobody except myself in the chamber, and as the voice seemed to be close at my elbow, I was somewhat puzzled by this occurrence. Presently I felt something treading upon my toes. I looked down. It was the joint stool which had taken that mode of attracting my attention, and which, having obtained it, marched before me towards a corner cupboard. It was fastened, and as I have always been told that it is extremely wrong to pick a lock, I judged that it would be much more genteel to break the door open. I did so, and found in it a tortoise-shell box, which I examined without delay. What was my surprise at finding a pair of lips of the most rosy freshness, whose continual motion, as well as that of the tongue, which I could perceive occasionally, left me no doubt from whence the voice proceeded. This circumstance embarrassed me not a little. In vain did I endeavor to unravel it, but could only ascertain that from their incessant motion the lips must certainly have belonged to a woman. Still the complaints continued. I listened to them attentively, and at length heard some sentences which cleared up my doubts at once. "No," said the voice, "never was wretchedness equal to mine. Never before was a woman chopped in pieces because her daughter refused to marry a man 10 yards high. Oh, if I had my eyes again, I should certainly cry them out at thinking as to how ignoble an office my bosom has faded, that bosom of which I was once so proud. And shall that harridan of a princess possess it forever? No, but let the rest of me be put together again, and soon will I have my bosom back in spite of her teeth, or rather in spite of mine. For alas, the traitress has the possession of them too. As for my other limbs, heaven only knows what has become of them, but I am terribly afraid that my legs are fallen into bad hands. Ah, if that defect in them, which I so carefully concealed from every eye, should be discovered! Insupportable thought! Heaven and earth! I should certainly expire with shame were it at once publicly known that my legs are bandy." So pathetic was the tone in which these last words were pronounced that I could not refrain from weeping. I asked the lips several questions, but to no purpose. Indeed, I found afterwards that the ears which ought to have heard me were at the time about 3,000 leagues off. However, I had no doubt that these very lips were part of the stray limbs recommended to my care by Caramucil, and I immediately deposited them in the green velvet bag. This was scarcely done when the servants returned to conduct me to the princess. I followed them, and my 3-legged companion trotted after me. The princess, Cincinnosa, for that was her name, it seems, had been a favorite of Fair-Douin. I could not by any means admire Fair-Douin's taste. She might indeed have been handsome once, but I should never have suspected it. Her skin was like so much tanned leather. Her high cheekbones, daubed thickly over with paint, seemed ready to pierce through the skin which covered them, and not having hair enough left with which to fasten it on, her monstrous flaxen periwig got a little more on one side with every movement, so that by the time that I had been in the room a quarter of an hour, it had made half the circuit of her head, and the hind part hung down before. She sat upon a lofty throne, surrounded by her courtiers, whose nodding heads and trembling hands made me think at first that I had got among a parcel of shaking mandarins at a china shop. The ladies of the bedchamber were all turned of 80. Every maid of honor was at least in her grand climacteric, and there was not a staff officer in her whole army who did not go upon crutches. Such was the court of Princess Cincinnosa. She received me very graciously, and at dinner I was placed at her right hand. I soon found that spoon meat was in great request. Not but that there was a variety of other dishes, such as old mutton, large beef, and full-grown fowls, but as for lamb and veal, they were forbidden food. The princess would have fainted at the sight of a chicken, and a pigeon, to which I was helped, proved so extremely old and tough that in my conscience I believed it was the same that carried Noah the olive branch. During dinner there was a concert at which nothing but old music was performed, and between the instrumental pieces a soprano, who looked like Methuselah, favored us by warbling Solomon's song. His hands trembled so that he could hardly hold the music book, and his voice being extremely infirm, I could not but allow that his shake was wonderful. However, I did not much attend to the music. Another object engrossed all my attention. Her Highness's nose and chin being of an immoderate length, and meeting so close that a walnut placed between would have remained there firmly, she was obliged to introduce her food into her mouth at one corner. Luckily, that mouth was so large that she accomplished the point without difficulty, and in doing it took care to display 2 rows of teeth admirable for their regularity and whiteness. She saw that I remarked them, and, willing to complete her supposed conquest, she made the heat a pretext for removing the gauze from her neck and discovering a bosom of which a Grace need not be ashamed. I no sooner beheld it than I was convinced that both this and the teeth belonged to the lips already in my possession. Instantly I started from my seat, with one hand cut a flesh-colored string which fastened the bosom to the back of her Highness's scraggly neck, and with the other clapped it into my bag without saying a syllable. Cincinnatus's surprise and rage at first choked her utterance. No sooner did she recover herself than she seized a plate, intending to throw it at my head, and prepared to utter a volley of execrations, the first word of which I verily believe to have been nothing less than damnation. Before she could execute either the one or the other design, I struck the golden string of my guitar. Instantly her hand remained with the plate suspended in the air. Her lips continued to move with incredible velocity, and she continued to repeat, "Damn, damn, 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 damn," without being able to bring out another syllable. Nor was the effect produced upon the spectators less strong. The high steward, who was drinking, was unable to take the cup from his lips, and swallowed such a quantity of liquor that I expected to see him burst every moment. His wife, who was fanning herself violently, soon knocked off the mounting and continued to shake the bare sticks. The chief cadi was repeating an interesting anecdote, but instead of making any progress in it, he repeated the same sentence over and over and over again, while his hearers listened as attentively as if they had never heard it before. Two old generals were shaking hands, continued to wring each other's fingers till I thought that they would have all dropped off, and the master of the horse, being employed in treading affectionately on the toes of the maid of honor who sat next to him, remained so long in this attitude that the poor creature, who happened to have corns, roared aloud with all her might and main. Above all, I was amused by an old lady of the bedchamber, who, having just filled her mouth with a piece of burning hot pudding, was unable to get rid of it, and persevered in tossing it from one side to the other with such horribly wry faces, it would have provoked laughter in Mahomet himself. I now prepared for my departure, but first I made bold to strip Cincinnatus's mouth of its borrowed ornaments. These also I put carefully in my bag. Then, seating myself on the tripart, I pronounced Chik Ali Allah Mahomet Bazal Khan, on which it gave a great jump, darted with me out of the window, and I soon lost sight of the castle and its environs. I was well satisfied with the issue of this adventure, and still better with my wooden horse, who, for a flying leap, was without his equal. We soon reached the gates of a noble city. Not choosing to make too conspicuous a figure, I quitted my seat after using the necessary precautions and entered the city on foot. But my companion attracted such a universal notice, and the crowd which followed us created such a disturbance, that as we passed the Prime Minister's palace, he was induced to appear in his balcony. Struck with surprise at the sight of this animated machine, he gave orders that both of us should be conducted into his presence. This command I readily obeyed, and the stool trotted up the stairs after me of its own accord. My reception was very gracious. I took care to keep my birth and station in life a secret, which, as I knew nothing about them myself, was a matter of no great difficulty. However, I failed not occasionally to throw out certain little hints, which, by saying nothing and implying a great deal, made the minister understand that I was a person of no slight importance. On his part, he informed me that I was then in the capital of the Danish dominions, and he begged me very politely to make use of his house during my stay at Copenhagen, a request which I was condescending enough to comply. At night I was conducted to a superb apartment. I could not help expressing to the domestics who were appointed to attend me my surprise that among all his civilities their lord had not offered to present me at court. A flood of tears was the first answer to this observation, after which they informed me that the whole royal family had suddenly disappeared in a most unaccountable manner, and that the supreme power was for the present exercised by the chief minister alone. They also entreated me not to mention this subject before their lord, whose grief had been excessive on this occasion, and they even hinted that a tender attachment to her majesty was suspected to have no small share in producing so violent an affliction. The domestics now left me. I retired to my couch, where I soon fell into a profound sleep, but the tripod did not suffer me to enjoy it long. As its movements seemed to insist upon my rising, I took my guitar and followed the most intelligent of all movables through a long gallery which led to the minister's own bedchamber. Unwilling to disturb him at an hour so unseasonable, I would not enter, but I made no scruple of looking through the keyhole, which, I thought, could do no harm to anybody. My surprise at what I beheld was excessive. The minister, a grave, stately man with a white beard, was on his knees while he addressed the most passionate and pathetic speeches to a pair of the bandiest legs that ever were covered by a petticoat. It's true, to set them off a little, they were clothed in flame-colored stockings with silver clocks, and I remarked that in spite of their crookedness, they walked up and down the room with an air of extraordinary dignity. "Oh ho," I said to myself, "these legs must certainly belong to the lips and bosom in my green velvet bag. They must needs become their companions." But how was this to be managed? The door was locked, and the key on the inside. However, accidentally applying my shoulder to one part and my knee to another at the same time, through mere inattention, giving a tolerably hard push against it, as good luck would have it, the door happened to fly open. At that moment the right leg was replying to a tender speech of the minister's by a tolerably hard kick upon the left cheek. I walked straight up to them, took one in each hand, and in spite of all their struggling, deposited them very quietly in my green velvet bag. Most extravagant was the rage of the prime minister. He called loudly for his servants to throw me out of the window, a ceremony which, in my opinion, was quite unnecessary. Desirous, therefore, to save the poor fellows the trouble of coming up the stairs, I now tried for the first time the silver cord of my guitar. No sooner had I struck it than the minister seemed to have been stung by a tarantula. In vain did he strive to repress his desire to dance, a desire so unbecoming in his age and station. First he extended one arm, then the other. Now he lifted the left leg, and now the right, till at length he set off at full speed and danced the haze round 2 elbow chairs with wonderful activity. I could not restrain my mirth when I saw the old gentleman, his cheeks glowing with rage and his eyes flashing fire, frisk away, snap his fingers, nod his head, figure in and out between the chairs, and every now and then set to a corner cupboard. But my attention was soon called to quiet a disturbance which had taken place in the green velvet bag. It seems the rage for dancing had communicated itself to the flame-colored legs. They were footing it away at an astonishing rate, while the lips complained aloud that they were kicked black and blue, and the bosom sent forth such sighs as if its very heart was breaking. Thus being the case, I thought it fit to put an end to the ball. I forbore to strike my guitar, seated myself on the joint stool, and it sprang with me through the window, just as the minister came tumbling upon the floor, quite out of breath, and totally exhausted. I will pass over the next 3 years of my life, whose events were wholly unimportant, and hasten to the period when I encountered my brother for the first time. One day the friendly enchanter suddenly appeared before me as I was reposing myself upon the shore of the Red Sea. "Youth," he said, "I am well satisfied with your obedience. You have secured those limbs about which I was most anxious, and now I have only to find the nose and the left hip. But the time is arrived when your brother requires your assistance. Hasten then to Facardins Island, and release him from his disgraceful captivity. But in order you accomplish that desirable event, you must first assume this necessary disguise." With these words he presented me with a female dress and assisted me in the arrangement of it. He proved to be a very dexterous attendant, and contrived to set off my person to such advantage that when I peeped into my only looking-glass, the Red Sea whose billows washed my feet, a very smart young woman presented herself in the watery mirror. One circumstance, indeed, by no means contributed to give me a feminine appearance. I had not shaved for 2 days, and my beard being naturally rather black and bushy, it formed a very striking contrast with the snow-white muslin in which my head was enveloped. No sooner did I mention this than Caramucil, who really is a sharp, active fellow and can turn his hand to anything, drew out a shaving case, caught me by the nose, and whipped off my beard in the twinkling of an eye. This done, he took the green velvet bag in his hand, bade me adieu, and vanished. I was now left to my own thoughts. I did not indulge them for long, for I was of the opinion that in order to support a female character naturally, the less that I thought, the better. No doubting that my joint stool was acquainted with the nearest road to Faradouin's habitation, I seated myself upon it as usual and began to pronounce the charm, when to my utter astonishment the stool slipped from under me, and I fell upon my nose with a terrible thump. I was not a little displeased at this practical jest, but resolving not to give up the point, I endeavored to reseat myself. The tripod proved too cunning for me. Aware of my design, it would not suffer me to approach within arm's length of it, nor was it till after an hour's chase that I succeeded in catching it. Scarcely did I grasp its foreleg when suddenly I felt myself seized and lifted into the air. Greatly was I alarmed at discovering that a monstrous bird called a roc had pounced me, and was bearing me through the atmosphere in his talons. You may be sure that I did not spare my lungs on this occasion, and a pair of tolerable ears might have heard my cries from the Red Sea to Jerusalem. A few moments only had elapsed when I saw something glitter beneath me. The bird descended straight towards it, and I soon found myself on an island apparently composed of crystal, upon which the beams of the sun were playing and tinging it with a variety of colors, the most beautiful and brilliant. Instantly the bird was metamorphosed into a female, the deformity of whose person and countenance was by no means compensated by the magnificence of her dress. "Be not alarmed, lovely lady," said she in a gentle voice. "If you prove the woman for whom I take you, you have it in your power to render a signal service to the genus Faradouin, and in return may reckon upon his most fervent gratitude. But should I find myself mistaken in the person, I will immediately either convey you back to the spot where I found you, or transport you to any part of the globe which you may think proper to point out. Now, follow me to my sovereign." She then conducted me down a magnificent staircase of crystal till we reached a spacious salon. Here, on a throne of coral, sat the giant whom I had already seen upon Mount Atlas. He seemed greatly puzzled about something, and was entertaining himself with an immense magic lanthorn. My conductress interrupted him. "Illustrious lord," she said, "look upon this damsel. In my opinion, her beauty far excels that of the Princess Noire." The genus forbore to answer till he had put on his spectacles. They were formed of 2 enormous telescopes, and with these he examined me for some minutes with great attention. In the meanwhile, I affected to blush, and fixed my eyes through modesty on the ground. "In point of beauty," he replied, "you are certainly right, but charms alone will not answer my purpose. I must first know whether she is of royal blood. Come hither, pretty one. Pray, where were you born?" After a pause, during which I seemed to struggle with excess timidity, I made a low reverence, and replied in a feigned voice, "Wherever your excellence pleases." "You are extremely obliging," answered he, "but as that does not quite resolve my question, I should be glad to know who were your parents." "To the best of my knowledge," said I, after a few moments passed in reflection, "to the best of my knowledge, they were my father and mother." "So I should suppose," cried the giant impatiently. "Why, the girl is an idiot. What I want to know is, what were their names and their stations in life? My lord, answered I, they never thought proper to tell me of their own accord, and Mahomet forbade that I should have been so indiscreet as to ask them any such impertinent questions. Why, I protest, exclaimed Faradouin, you are a very paragon of prudence, but as I am not likely to gain much information from you, we may as well break off our discourse. Cadiga, conduct her to the Princess Noire, while I endeavor to discover by my books that of which she seems herself to be so ignorant. Go, my pretty Simplicity. Cadiga will furnish you with playthings, and you may have as many almonds and raisins as you can manage to eat. I thanked him with an awkward, childish air, and then followed Cadiga, mincing my steps as much as possible and mostly walking on tiptoe. I was now ushered into an apartment formed also of crystal, but curtains of gold stuff were suspended round the walls and effectively prevented the persons within from being seen by those without. At the further end of the room was a sofa on which sat a young lady of exquisite beauty. She was splendidly dressed and was singing a plaintive air to her lute. Cadiga now bade me adieu and retired, locking the door after her. The joint stool all this while had remained in my hand without motion. Its weight, added to that of the guitar, was by no means inconsiderable. I was not sorry, therefore, to set it on the ground. No sooner was it at liberty than it ran towards the lady, tumbled itself at her feet, and, as far as I could guess from its movements, seemed to express great joy at the sight of her. Without paying it any attention, the stranger rose and came towards me with open arms. "Welcome," she began, "welcome, lovely princess, to this odious prison. I am well aware that in you I behold one of these unhappy beauties who are destined to share with me the task of spinning the cord on which depends the preservation of our tyrant's power. But I am still ignorant whether you are the adorable Sapinella of Jutland or the divine Mussolina of Astrakhan. Answer me, amiable stranger, whom do I embrace at this moment?" Thus saying, she extended her arms towards me, and I was not behindhand in opening mine. Unluckily, the joint stool, who had no arms to spread, was provoked at seeing ours in that attitude, and just as we were on the point of embracing, it very impolitely pushed itself between us so suddenly that I was very near tumbling over it head foremost. I made 2 or 3 more attempts with no better success, till finding that whenever I approached the lady, the inconvenient tripod never failed to tread upon my toes, break my shins, or kick my ankles, I gave up the point and resolved to make a virtue of necessity. Accordingly, I declared my sex and requested to know whether she could give me any intelligence on my brother. On finding that she had offered to embrace a man, the fair stranger endeavored to blush. She did not succeed, but I gave her great credit for the attempt. She then launched out in praise of the propriety of my conduct, protested that she should have been shocked to death had she kissed a male creature, and thanked me in very strong terms for having made my confession, though I saw that in her heart she would have been quite as well pleased if I had kept it to myself. She then desired me to be seated. I obeyed and placed myself by her on the sofa, but the jealous joint stool took care to squeeze himself in between us. "If by your brother," began the princess, "you mean the warrior who calls himself Facardin, I can only inform you that he is now upon this island and is a great favorite of Faradouin's, and a still greater of his wife's. Not that I have seen him myself, being never suffered to quit this apartment, nor is he likely to visit me, as Cadiga informs me that he professes an invincible antipathy to women. I know no more about your brother, whose rescue I hope you will speedily accomplish. My own deliverance, I fear, is far off. I am guarded by 1,000 indissoluble spells, and alas, the chains which I wear were forged by my own imprudence." End of section 25. Section 26 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. History of Noir, Princess of Serendip. My father, who was sovereign of Serendip, died when I was scarcely 14, and left me his sole heiress. I was sought in marriage by a multitude of admirers, but none made himself so agreeable to me as Zemin, Prince of Fez. Not that there was anything particularly captivating either in his figure or his face. Neither was his wit very brilliant or his understanding uncommonly profound. But then he was extremely good-humored, and composed the very best riddles that I ever read in my life. Besides, he was so merry and comical that he kept me in a fit of laughter from morning till night. And when I add that he danced perfectly well and had very white teeth, you will easily conceive that I loved him to distraction. On the day preceding that fixed for our marriage, as we sat in a bower of my gardens, Zemin happened to praise the workmanship of a certain chest which stood in his chamber. His account of it excited my curiosity, and it was sent for. It proved to be made of sandalwood, but its greatest ornament consisted in a number of golden figures inlaid upon the lid, on which they moved about as if they were alive, performed dances, fought battles, and were perfectly obedient to the commands of Zemin. At length I inquired what the box contained. With surprise I learned that my lover was ignorant himself. A dervis, who was then dead, had made him a present of it, at the same time assuring him that if he dared to open it without the Genisferodon's permission, he would expose himself to the most dreadful misfortunes. No sooner did I hear this than I resolved to try my influence over Zemin by compelling him to open the chest. In vain did he remonstrate, and as he still persisted in refusing compliance, I threw myself into an agony of passion, and at length pretended to faint. Zemin could not stand this trial of his affection. He seized the chest, touched a secret spring known only to himself, and the lid instantly flying off, he drew forth the contents and laid them at my feet. Of course, I immediately recovered from my swoon in order to examine his present. It consisted of a steel bow and an arrow with a golden head. But no sooner were they out of Zemin's hands than an enormous bird, shaped and colored like a cock, but neither whose size nor flight resembled that animal's, darted from above, seized the bow and arrow, and was out of sight with them in an instant. This incident was strange, but the next was terrible. Suddenly the ground opened at a few paces distant from us, and a black, shaggy, gigantic arm coming out of it grasped my two hands and dragged me into the cavity. Zemin, who was staring after the feathered robber with his mouth wide open, was alarmed by my cries. He flew to assist me, and was just in time to catch me by the feet. By these he attempted to draw me back again, and the shaggy arm persisted in pulling me down, while my lover persisted in pulling me up. I was seesawed in this manner for a full half-hour, than which nothing could be more disagreeable. At length a violent exertion of the shaggy arm compelled Zemin to let go his hold. Down I went head foremost. The earth closed over me, and for this time I fainted in good earnest. On recovering, I found myself in this apartment, and attended by Cadiga, who informed me that I was in the power of the Genisferodon. I inquired for what crime I was thus imprisoned. She replied that her master was highly offended with me for having been the means of throwing the enchanted bow and arrow into the power of his enemy Caramucil. But this was not his only motive in carrying me off. It seems that there exist 3 spinning wheels, which, being put into the hands of the 3 most beautiful princesses in the universe, will fabricate a cord long enough to reach from the summit of Mount Atlas to the surface of the sea, and strong enough to fetter the 3 sons of the enchantress Merigan Banu, whose magic powers are alone equal to contend against Faradun's. By various stratagems he has obtained possession of 2 of these spinning wheels, and as he daily hopes to make himself master of the 3rd, he naturally is anxious to discover the 3 princesses destined to make use of these cabalistical machines. For this purpose he procured the baptismal registers of all the princesses at present in existence. He then, by means of an enchanted lanthorn, caused them all to pass in review before him, and adjudged the palm of beauty to be Musselina of Astrakhan, Sapinella of Jutland, and your humble servant. To assure himself that his selection was correct, he next summoned the 3 most beautiful princesses in the world to appear. First came Musselina, good. Then appeared Sapinella, better. But now when it was my turn to advance, lo and behold, in walked a lady veiled from head to foot, and whose stature sufficiently declared that she was not the Princess of Serendip. This has puzzled the genus not a little. Though frequently repeated, the trial has never met with better success. Every time that he summons the princesses by their names, he is more and more convinced that I am one of the charming trio. But no sooner does he call for the 3 most beautiful princesses than in steps this veiled lady and puts all his ideas in confusion. Cadiga, under form of a roc, is frequently dispatched abroad in hopes of making some discovery. Nor do I doubt, noble stranger, continued Princess Noire, addressing herself to me, that deceived by your dress she fancied you might possibly be that mysterious fair one, and under that persuasion conveyed you to Faradun's island. Should this be the case, I can only advise you to— I can't hear one word they say, cried someone above us in an angry tone. We both started from the sofa and looked upwards. To my utter astonishment, I beheld my former mistress, Crystalina, perched upon the transparent roof, which, not being so thick as the walls, happened at this moment to give way with a loud crash, and the paragon of curiosity came tumbling into the middle of the room. We ran to her assistance and found that in spite of so dangerous an accident, she would escape with a black eye and 2 or 3 contusions. She now thought proper to apologize for so abrupt an entrance. She stated that, learning from her attendants that 2 unknown persons were concealed in this apartment, she could not but feel anxious to take a peep at them. That as the door was locked, she made bold to procure a ladder and look in at the roof. And she finished by entreating to know who we were, as she was extremely curious to learn our histories. Noir, who had good reasons for pardoning the faults of curiosity, readily promised to content Crystalina. But I had other business in hand, the stool having given me several hints that it was time to resume our journey. I pronounced the usual charm, on which it sprang with me through the fractured ceiling, and soon landed me in the salon where I had been presented to the genus. He was absent himself, but in his stead I beheld a person much more welcome to me. It was my brother, who, holding the magic lanthorn, gazed with great earnestness upon the opposite wall, where appeared the figure of a beautiful female. Her countenance was extremely grave, and above her head was inscribed in characters of fire, Musselina the Serious, Princess of Astrakhan. I hastened to embrace him, and expected him to be greatly surprised at hearing me salute him as my brother, but it seems that Caramucil had already informed him in a dream both of my relationship and my disguise. He received me, therefore, with much cordiality, but little astonishment. I explained to him the virtues of my tripod, and proposed that we should make use of them to quit Faradun's dominions. He embraced my offer without hesitation. "You cannot do me a greater favor," said he, "for of all the islands in the universe, this island is the dullest, and its mistress is the most tiresome person under the sun, except his master. Besides, happening to enter this apartment, I found this magic lanthorn, and the lamp being lighted to keep myself from going to sleep, I began to play with it. You see the figure which presented itself? Nothing can be more lovely, and I was just thinking how much I should be delighted to throw myself at the feet of the original, if traveling all the way to Astrakhan were not so extremely troublesome. However, your equipage obviates this difficulty, and, if your praise of this expedition be not exaggerated, I shall soon find myself in the presence of the incomparable Muselina. I challenged him to an immediate trial of the merits of my stool, and it was large enough to carry double with ease. We seated ourselves, and it set off at full speed. We soon reached the sea, into which the intrepid machine plunged without hesitation, and landed us safe on the opposite shore. Here Caramucil was waiting for us. He gave me great credit for the manner in which I had executed my commission, at the same time informing me that as no one could enter Faradun's island without its master's permission, he had been obliged to disguise me in order that the genius might introduce me there himself. Then, restoring my male apparel, and ordering us to hasten to Astrakhan, he embraced us affectionately and then disappeared. We obeyed him and traveled forth with great celerity, though my brother frequently complained of not being able to lean back. However, in spite of this inconvenience, the drowsiness of his nature so far got the better of him, and when we were about 2 days' journey from Astrakhan, he fell asleep in broad daylight, and losing his seat in the middle of a sound nap, came tumbling upon the ground. The machine stopped of its own accord, but in my anxiety for his safety, I forgot everything else and sprang off the stool without taking the necessary precautions. No whistling was thought of, no guitar bridge was remembered. Fraternal affection took entire possession of my mind. My brother was luckily unhurt. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and rose, but even his apathy was not quite proof against astonishment when he saw the joint stool raise itself up on its hind legs, split its third leg into 2 arms, between which sprouted out a head and shoulders, and at length present to us the form of a youth, of diminutive but elegant form, and of a countenance, although not handsome, remarkably engaging. "I am sorry for it," exclaimed Denizarde, "with all my heart and soul. Let me die if this not be another prince, with another history which will prove as long and as tedious as those of the princes, his predecessors." "Fair Denizarde," replied Farquhardin of Trebizonde, "as frequently is the case with you, you are perfectly mistaken. This stranger was none other than Zemin, whose adventures you have already heard related by Princess Noire. The genius, having in his wrath changed him into a 3-legged stool, Caramucil took pity on him, and as one spell can only be reversed by another, he promised that Zemin should regain his original shape whenever the person who sat upon him should rise without first complying with certain conditions. On giving him to me and endowing him with peculiar powers of velocity and discretion, the enchanter was compelled to make those conditions known to me. I had neglected to fulfill them, and in consequence Zemin had regained his proper form. He thanked us in very strong terms for the service which we had rendered him, though we could not help wishing that it had been delayed 48 hours longer. His magic speed would have conveyed us in 2 days to Astrakhan, which in the common mode of traveling we had no hopes of reaching under a month. However, we concealed our chagrin from Zemin and accepted the offer of his company to Astrakhan. On our arrival we found that the princess was absent on her usual tour, but were advised to meet her on the banks of this river, where she would not fail to appear at a stated period, and where the grand laughing trial was to take place. Hither then we hastened, each having adopted that dress which seemed most likely to excite ludicrous ideas. Zemin, in remembrance of that bird which robbed him of the fatal bow and arrow, has chosen the resemblance of a cock. For my part, a whimsical fellow whom I encountered the other day, and who made himself extremely ridiculous by his admiration of a lady's slipper, which he wore in his helmet, suggested to me the dress which you saw me wear this morning. I now come to the most unfortunate adventure of my life, or shall I rather say, the most fortunate? But a few days are past since I recognized at a distance the royal music of Astrakhan. Not doubting but that the princess was at hand, we hastened toward it. Suddenly we heard loud shrieks proceeding from the banks of a river, and on looking round we descried two strangers mounted on camels, one of whom, being unable to restrain the animal on which he rode, was carried by him into the water. We quickened our pace in hopes of assisting him, but being at some distance, when we reached the spot, neither men nor camels were discernible. Nothing was to be seen except some loose papers floating upon the water. Suddenly I perceived something glittering at my feet. It proved to be a gold box, studded with sapphires, and which probably had been dropped by one of the two strangers. I opened it. That moment decided my fate. I beheld the portrait of a female so exquisitely beautiful that from the first moment I felt my happiness to depend on my possessing the original, and every succeeding minute has confirmed that conviction. Judge, then, what must be my grief when my brother assured me that by means of Feridun's magic lanthorn having been seen all the princesses in existence, he beheld no face in the least resembling this portrait. Yet that it must represent a princess is sufficiently proven by the diadem upon her brow. Alas, she was doubtless some antediluvian toast, some fair one who was in vogue about the time of the building of Babel. Otherwise her beauty must already have rendered her celebrated, and the sighs of innumerable adorers have thundered her name through the universe. Judge, noble stranger, whether I have praised her too highly. Here, continued the Prince of Trabantze, he put the gold box into my hand. What was my surprise, my joy, my ecstasy, when I recognized a portrait which I had lost, and which was the exact resemblance of— "Of whom?" interrupted Dinazarde eagerly. "Of a person," continued Farquhar, "whose name must never pass my lips. No, Caramucil, I will preserve my oath to you inviolate, however hard may be the task, however strong may be the temptation." Here the prince paused for a few minutes. He sighed deeply. His eyes were suffused with tears. However, he soon recovered himself and resumed his narration in these words. "The joy with which I surveyed the portrait did not escape its admirer. He eagerly inquired whether I recognized the features. I replied in the affirmative, adding that it represented a princess who had been buried at least 10 years. The gaiety with which I gave this intelligence greatly offended the enamored knight. I endeavored to appease him. "Who the lady was," said I am not at liberty to reveal, but though she is dead and buried, I can assure you that your passion is likely to meet with a return. One part of Caramucil's predictions is accomplished. This portrait, at the sight of which your heart for the first time throbbed with real love, will doubtless prove cold and insensible. And though it is in your possession, I presume you have no thoughts of making that piece of ivory your wife. One part of the oracle is still unfulfilled. The first object which he loves, said the enchanter, he shall love forever. Prove this to be true, and all may yet be well. But above all, take no offense at anything that I may do or say. Be assured that my favor is at present of no slight consequence to you, and that my good will have great influence upon the success of your amours." Farquhar of the Grotto entreated me to be more explicit, but finding me resolute in silence, he woke his brother, who during this conversation had fallen asleep, took a cordial leave of me, and then my two namesakes retired to their own apartments. Next morning I was roused by a message from Mussolina, who was impatient to see me and my spinning wheel. I dressed myself in haste, and, wheel in hand, soon entered the royal tent. The whole court was assembled there, and even Crystallina, for in spite of the affronts which she had received on the preceding evening, curiosity to hear the story of Fortinbras would not permit her to be absent. On my entrance, a chair of state was presented to me. "Spin," said the princess as soon as I was seated. "Spin." I obeyed. She followed my example. No sooner did we turn the handles of our wheels than the third appeared at the top of the tent, accompanied by two beautiful arms which had made use of it on the former evening. The princess rose and made low reverence, as if to thank them for taking so much trouble on her account. On the contrary, Fortinbras, who sat near his niece, immediately burst into a flood of tears. "You do well, my dear niece," said he, "in showing attention to so near a relation. Alas, those lovely hands are the cause of all my woes, and yet with what tender delight does the sight of them inspire me! But I fear that I am not quite intelligible. Listen, then, charming Mussolina, and compassionate my sufferings." An universal silence instantly prevailed through the tent, and Fortinbras commenced his narrative as follows. End of section 26. Section 27 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. History of Fortinbras, King of Denmark. Though my birth on the mother's side is illustrious, I must own with blushes that my father was a plebeian. Bedreddin was the son of a respectable pastry cook in Samarcand, and from his earliest years evinced a natural turn for his father's profession. In particular, his pigeon pies were inimitable, but unluckily happening to season one with ratsbane instead of pepper, which occasioned the death of the favorite sultana, the Mulfiti, and a sky-blue lapdog of which the king was particularly fond, he was obliged to make a precipitate retreat from Samarcand. It was rumored, indeed, that he might have been forgiven for the deaths of the queen and the Mulfiti, for his Samarcandish majesty very sagaciously observed, "Women and parsons are to be found in plenty, everywhere, but where can I find another sky-blue lapdog?" In short, the dog proved my father's ruin, who for several years wandered about the world in the most abject poverty. Chance at length conducted him to the island on which the enchantress Mergiana Banu had fixed her residence. His person pleased her eye, and his pigeon pies her palate. To fix so admirable a cook forever in her service, she resolved to marry him. But previous to the nuptials, she took the precaution of rooting every twig of hemlock and nightshade out of the island. This proceeding was by no means unnecessary, for often did my father feel a strong inclination to treat her with a taste of such a pigeon pie as he had served up to the sky-blue lapdog. This being out of the case, he endeavored to bear Mergazian Banu's ill temper, which in truth was diabolical, with patience, and upon the whole they lived together very tolerably for man and wife, though extremely ill for man and woman. 3 children were the fruits of their union, one of which I had the honor to be. At the age of 60, death paid a visit to Bedreddin, for though my mother could prolong her own days, her power did not extend to prolonging those of other people. No sooner was her husband dead than she felt the loss of him most severely. Deprived of the exercise of kicking and cuffing him, she could find no use upon earth for her arms and legs. Her appetite left her entirely, for no dish was now so well seasoned as Bedreddin's pigeon pies. So exquisite had been her pleasure in scolding him, that scolding other people appeared quite insipid to her. Her tongue remained motionless. She left off talking entirely. When matters were come to such a pitch as this, I knew that the business must be nearly over with her. In short, she resolved to follow her husband to the grave in hopes of eating pigeon pies with him in paradise. In consequence, she neglected the usual means of prolonging her existence. In vain did my brothers and myself implore her to change this fatal resolution. She paid no more regard to our remonstrances than if they had been her husband's. "It is extremely hard," she said angrily, "that I may not so much as die to please myself, but certainly it must be the will of the stars that I should be thwarted in everything. However, your disobedience shall not prevent my performing the part of a good mother. I have it in my power to make 2 of my sons sovereigns, while the 3rd will become posset of my magic art, a lot by no means the least valuable. Come then, my children, let each of you draw a paper from this bag of green velvet, and you will know the portions allotted to you by fate." We obeyed. Each drew forth a sealed paper and examined its contents with eagerness. The kingdom of Denmark fell to my own share, that of China to Tariff Eldon's, while to Caramalsol, the eldest of us, was allotted our mother's magic art. "Nor shall my kindness stop here," resumed Mergian Banu. "Behold these 3 ebony spinning wheels. In them are contained those potent spells which hold in submission the spirits of earth and air, of fire and water. No one can deprive you of them by force, nor even by artifice, except a woman. Be careful, therefore, never to trust them out of your own keeping, till you can place them in the hands of the 3 most beautiful princesses in the universe. These lovely persons must then spin a cord long enough to reach from the summit of Mount Atlas to the surface of the sea, the possession of which, my sons, you must afterwards decide by lot. He, to whose share it falls, will become sovereign, not only over his brothers, but over all the genii and sorcerers who exist, and in particular will be enabled to bind with that rope in everlasting fetters the giant Feridun, the mortal enemy of my race. But above all, you must take care to make no mistake respecting the beauty of the royal damsels to whom you entrust the wheels, for unless they are the most beautiful, the charm will have no effect." "Mother," replied Caramalsol, after a short conference in private with Tariff Eldon and myself, "we thank you sincerely for your generous intentions, but forgive us if we do not profit by your last bequest. Too fondly linked together by fraternal affection for either of us to wish for dominion over the others, we never can consent to the spinning of this mysterious cord." Though sensible that her last moments were at hand, Mergian Banu could not restrain her vexation at this speech. "Mahomet grant me patience," cried the enchantress, jumping bolt upright in her bed. "Was ever mother cursed with 3 such obstinate blockheads by the way of sons? I can tell you, young gentlemen, if my advice is not followed, you will repent it sorely. For though while the wheels are in your possession, they will guard you against every misfortune, should any one of them ever fall into the hands of—" Here death broke the thread of her discourse, and our mother lay before us, a breathless corpse. Fatal accident! Had we but heard the conclusion of that sentence, what dreadful calamities should we have escaped! But alas! Repining is now of no more use than these reflections. I proceed with my history. The first burst of grief being over, Tariff Eldon and myself urged Caramusel to accept the mysterious cord. He positively refused, and as neither of us would even endure the thoughts of becoming the sovereign of our elder brother, it was unanimously resolved that the cord should not be fabricated at all. We now separated, but not till Caramusel had given to each of his brothers a small silver handbell, the sound of which would summon him to our assistance from the utmost extremity of the globe. To this gift was added a couple of flying tigers, for as neither Tariff Eldon nor myself possessed the least necromantic knowledge, without this assistance we should probably have found some little difficulty in traveling into China and Denmark from the island in the Caspian Sea in 3/4 of an hour. "Pardon my interrupting you," said Crystallina at this part of the King of Denmark story, "but I have heard Faradun frequently mentioned the Danish monarch, the Chinese emperor, and Caramussel as the 3 genii of whom he alone was in fear. How comes it then that, being a genus, you possess no supernatural powers?" "Because, my fair lady," answered Torbernbras, "our mother being a sorceress in her own right, her sons were all called genii by courtesy, though in fact none but the eldest had any legal claim to that title, and as to his fears of us, they proceeded from our being in possession of the ebony spinning wheels, which, as an oracle had forewarned him, were capable of fabricating a talisman superior to all those of which he was master himself. My first appearance upon a flying tiger had something in it so novel and striking that my subjects were instantly prepossessed in my favor, and I was placed upon the throne with universal approbation. Soon after, I espoused Faracondas, the reigning queen of Bactria, a woman of singular beauty, whose younger sister was already married to the king of Astrakhan. A little more than 4 months after our marriage, the queen presented me with a daughter. Being somewhat surprised at this circumstance, I consulted several famous physicians whether they had ever heard of such a case before. They answered that such an accident was common enough on the first time of a wife's lying in, but desired me to make myself quite easy, for it was never known to happen a second time. This assurance satisfied me completely, and as my daughter had made her appearance in the very spring of my marriage, I determined to call her Sapinella, which, as I need not inform you, in the Danish tongue means primrose. Her charms have rendered this name famous. But of all the princes who at the age of 15 sought the hand of the lovely Sapinella of Jutland, heiress of Denmark and of Bactria, no proposals were so acceptable to me or to herself as those of the Prince of Ophir. Possibly, fair Mussolina, you are not sufficiently skilled in geography to know the exact situation of that kingdom. Permit me, therefore, to explain it to you. At that extremity of the Red Sea, which is nearest to the Indies, are situated on one side the confines of Ophir, and on the other extend those of Bactria. The sovereigns of Bactria, for time immemorial, have been at enmity with those of Ophir. The reason was a very silly one, a case by no means unexampled among neighbors, who, like these, were only separated by 500 or 600 leagues of water. These 2 potent sovereigns, having plagued themselves with wars during upwards of 1,500 years, it was at length agreed between the king of Ophir and myself that a final period should be put to them, and a lasting peace cemented by the union of our children. My daughter was loveliness itself, and the Prince of Ophir was a prodigy of personal charms and mental talents, though hitherto he had been as cold as ice to the fair sex. However, plenipotentiaries having met on both sides, the treaty was soon concluded. Now it happened that the Bactrian minister, though a great politician, had scarcely an inch of nose, but to make up for it he had the most enormous mouth that ever was beheld, with eyes. The ambassador of Ophir, on the contrary, no, stay a moment till I recollect myself. Yes, exactly so. It was the ambassador of Ophir, whose mouth was so small that a child of a year would have got the tip of its finger into it with difficulty. But then he made amends for it by a nose the most gigantic and the thickest, studded with warts and pimples that ever adorned the face of a plenipotentiary. My ambassador carried the articles of peace and Saphinella's portrait to the court of Ophir, but he might have saved himself the trouble. The prince would not even look at the picture, and having watched for an opportunity of escaping, fled secretly from court one night at about 12:15. But what happened in the interim at the other court will make your hair stand on end with horror. Before I relate this catastrophe, it is necessary to inform you that at the distance of about 2 stadi and a half from Forchimina, the Bactrian capital, there was a small wood, extremely dark, and that within this wood there was a temple still more gloomy. Listen to this with attention, I beseech you, that on the summit of this temple there was a pinnacle, which towered among the clouds, that on the top of this pinnacle there was a cage, and that in this cage there was a certain cock, whose predictions were esteemed as oracles throughout Bactria. Remember these circumstances, if you please, for they are of material consequence. I was at this period resident myself at Forchimina. The ambassador of Ophir was not yet arrived, and the whole court was expecting him with greatest impatience, on account of the splendid fireworks prepared against the wedding night. In the meanwhile, the lovely Sapinella, who, as a princess ought to be, who had received so excellent an education, was extremely partial to handsome, well-made young men, entreated her mother to accompany her privately to the oracle of the cock, in order to ascertain exactly at what hour the Prince of Ophir would arrive. For trusting to the information of the newspapers, she made no doubt that in order to render the scene more interesting, her lover himself would arrive most gallantly under the name of the king, his father's ambassador. My daughter, therefore, growing weary of being dressed out, frizzed, and perfumed at all hours, as though fear of being taken by surprise had been the case during 3 days and 3 nights together, was just on the point of slipping out through the stable door in the twilight, unaccompanied by maids of honor or ladies of the bedchamber, when the queen was informed that the minister of Ophir was just arrived in post-chaise. This proof of amorous impatience confirmed them in the idea that this could be no other than the handsome prince in person. The chariot, which was to have carried them to the oracle, brought them back to the palace. Sapinella, who hoped to reward the prince for his anxiety to see her by proving to him that the sight was worth the trouble, did nothing but teach her eyes to languish, bite her lips to make them look red, and pull her hair this way and the other, till at length the audience began. But when the real ambassador appeared, I really thought that she would have fainted. She was so fully persuaded that this was the prince in disguise, that when, instead of the most lovely countenance in the world, she beheld this pelican's nose hanging over a mouth which appeared to be made with a gimlet, she exclaimed aloud, and with violence, that the Prince of Ophir's mouth might water, but that the Princess of Bactria turned up her nose at him. Not contented with this transport of indignation, she sank upon her knees before the whole assembly, and raising her eyes to the heaven, "May Mohammed never have mercy upon my sins," she cried, "and may his alcorn be my poison, if ever I marry the Prince of Ophir, till I become old and hideous enough to inspire him with the same aversion which the sight of him now creates in me." Having said this, she kissed the earth, which is looked upon by the patricians as the most solemn manner of ratifying a vow. The poor ambassador, who had not yet commenced his harangue, was extremely astonished at this aversion so openly avowed toward the most charming prince in the universe. He pocketed the gold trumpet, which he was going to insert in his mouth in order to render his compliments audible, and quitted the audience chamber in the same manner that he had entered it. But he ascended his post-chaise in such a storm of rage that we all thought his nose would never get out of the city without setting it in flames, it appeared so red and fiery. On the other hand, the princess tore herself from the encircling arms of her father, gave a sound box on the ear to her governess, who was in vain endeavoring to pacify her, sprang upon the horse of one of the officers of the guard, and away she galloped astride to the oracle of the miraculous cock. On reaching the wood, she descended, and was on the point of entering the temple, when, by the glimmerings of the moonbeams, she perceived a youth in bright armor seated at the foot of a lofty cedar to which his corsair was bound. I need not explain that this stranger was the Prince of Ophir, whom, while flying from his father's court, chance had guided to the oraculous wood. Neither need I mention that Sapinella instantly fell in love with him to distraction. "Gallant stranger," she said in a gentle voice, while her blushes made her cover her face with her fan, though she made no scruple of peeping at the prince through an oval hole in the handle of it. "Gallant stranger, pardon the intrusion of an unknown. You behold in me the unfortunate Princess of Bactria, who—" "Of Bactria?" exclaimed the Prince of Ophir, staring back in dismay. That name recalled to him all the horrors of matrimony. Already he fancied himself married, already heard Sapinella call bone of his bone and flesh of his flesh, and unable to resist the impulse of his feelings, he sprang upon his horse, struck his spurs into the animal's sides, and without saying adieu to my daughter, he soon left the oraculous wood a full league behind him. Sapinella was not a little surprised at this abrupt departure. She gazed after him with her mouth wide open, nor had she succeeded in closing it when the giant Feridun stood before her. Happening to have some business with the miraculous cock that evening, he entered the wood just as the Prince of Ophir left it. No sooner did he see my daughter than he loved her, and no sooner did he love her than he told her so. But he had chosen a most unpropitious moment for making his addresses. She not only rejected them positively, but assured him that he was the most horrible creature she had ever seen, and that if he would come to the capital, he might easily make a fortune by exhibiting himself as a monster. At the conclusion of this civil speech, she vaulted into her saddle without staying to consult the oracle, snapped her fingers at the genius in token of contempt, then gave her horse a kick and galloped home again as hard as she galloped away. Incensed at this behavior, Feridun had recourse to his spells, but when he found that they had no effect upon the fugitive, it struck him that she must certainly be under the protection of one of the 3 magic spinning wheels of which he had so long been in search. It was to preserve us from the malevolence of this very sorcerer that our mother had advised our spinning the mysterious cord which would render the power of the possessor superior to his, and would enable us to bind this formidable enemy hand and foot whenever he should render himself obnoxious. We had neglected Merigi and Banot's prudent counsels, and though it was then unknown to me, one member of our family had already experienced the fatal effects of our disobedience. Feridun had, it seems, taken a fancy to be Emperor of China, and invaded that kingdom at a time when grief for the recent loss of his wife rendered Tariff Eldon the less able to repel the attack. However, conscious that though the loss of his wife was a bad thing, the loss of his empire would be still worse, he exerted his military talents with such effect as to defeat the invaders, and as the spinning wheel protected him from all supernatural enemies, Feridun was obliged to regain the Crystal Island without having accomplished his objective. On reaching his home, his first care was to consult his books as to the cause which rendered his most powerful spells without effect when exercised upon the Emperor of China. He now learned for the first time that there existed 3 spinning wheels, once the property of the pre-Adamite sultanas, that each of these sufficed to protect not only its owner but his family from every species of enchantment, and that if they were collected and placed in the hands of the 3 most beautiful princesses in the world, they would fabricate a cord which would make its possessor sovereign lord over all the genii and sorcerers in existence, whether good, bad, or indifferent. This intelligence made Feridun set all his wits to work. The talismans in question, he well knew, could not be taken by force, nor could he become master of them except through a woman's hands. To a woman, then, he applied himself, and caused your merry mother, fair Muselina, to stop at Pekin in her road to her husband's dominions. Here, under the disguise of a dervish, he took care to explain to her the importance of the ebony spinning wheel, and expatiated upon its virtues till her desires to possess it became extreme. Tariff Eldon, still sorrowing in widowhood, but the Queen of Astrakhan soothed him and consoled him so comically that in less than a week she had completely laughed his wife out of his heart and herself into it. No sooner did she find him entirely in her power than she fixed the price of her favors at the surrender of the spinning wheel. Though she was too much a woman of honor to intend to keep her word, my brother was infatuated. The wheel was given into her hands, and that very night the queen departed privately from Pekin, carrying with her the palladium of Tariff Eldon's happiness. He soon felt the fatal effects of his imprudence. Feridun again invaded China, and with such success that scarcely could a faithful courtier escape with my brother's 2 young sons, both of them still in the cradle. Soon wearied of his conquest, Feridun shortly after returned to the Crystal Island. But he was not so soon weary of tormenting the unfortunate emperor, whom he had transformed into an enormous cock, frequently amusing himself by making him fight matches against animals of the same species, and sometimes setting him up to be thrown at by little boys at an asper apiece. At length, even these amusements lost their relish, and one day he had actually ordered him to be fricasseed for dinner. When my feathered relation perceived the magic handbell given to him by Caramucil, which till then he had totally forgotten, and which the genius, ignorant of its use, had brought with him to the island among other spoils for the sake of the silver, Tariff Eldon seized it with eagerness, and with the very first tingle brought Caramucil to his assistance. The enchanter's threats and expostulations induced Feridun to spare the life of the human cock, but it was only upon condition that he should act the part of the Batrician oracle during a certain number of years, at the expiration of which term he should be delivered into the hands of Caramucil. Accordingly, the emperor was enclosed within the cage of the pinnacle and compelled occasionally to deliver such oracles as the genius, who frequently officiated as priestess himself, thought proper to suggest. "But wherefore," said Muselina, "did Feridun suffer my mother to retain possession of the spinning wheel? For in her possession it still was when she died." Her principal confidant then gave me the key of the closet which contained it, accompanied by my mother's dying injunction not to unlock the door, an injunction which I never disobeyed till after the loss of a certain part of my dress, which shall be nameless. "To take it from her by force," replied Fortinbras, "was impracticable." But Feridun certainly expected the queen to give it him with her own free will. However, when he demanded it, her majesty, your mother, who knew well the value of the wheel, and who loved a joke better than custard, thought that it would be an excellent jest to outwit the genius, and therefore assured him, at the same time laughing heartily, that she intended to keep it herself. This promise she adhered to more faithfully than her former ones, as indeed was natural, for it certainly is infinitely more difficult to keep a promise which we make to please other people than one which we make to please ourselves. Feridun, however, took this joke so ill that he vowed to make your mother laugh on the wrong side of her mouth, but as the talisman effectively secured her from his resentment, he resolved that you, at least, should not jest so out of season, and accordingly endowed you, at your birth, with that immovable gravity which nothing but the effect of his own enchantments can dispel. So much for the history of my brother. Now I resume to my own. End of section 27. Section 28 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Cindy Morton. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. On Saponella's return home, She expatiated upon the beauty of the unknown youth and painted the giant's appearance and menaces in the most terrific colors. My poor wife was so much alarmed that she was actually going to swoon, but on second thoughts put it off till a more convenient season. Every female in the palace joined her in beseeching me to take all possible measures for preserving them from this terrible giant, declaring one and all that they expected to be murdered or worse before the next morning. At all events, they should never be able to sleep quietly in their beds for thinking of the giant. That was absolutely certain. Farrokhanaz, indeed, who was a most virtuous personage, and held her honor far more precious than her life, dwelt more particularly on Ferdinand's enormous stature, and hinted that all the female chastity both in Denmark and Bactria would be endangered by an enemy 10 yards high. For my own part, I was persuaded that the talisman, whose mysterious virtue I had prudently concealed from everyone, was a full security against the attacks of our unknown foe. However, to satisfy the women, I ordered the palace guard to be doubled, and soon after removed my court to the capital of Denmark. Some weeks passed away in such tranquillity that we not only hoped that Faraduen had forgotten us, but at last we actually forgot him. In the meanwhile, Sapinella had spared no pains to obtain some tidings of the unknown possessor of her heart. She described his person accurately in the Royal Copenhagen Gazette and offered 500 sequins reward to any who would tell her where to find him. All her exertions were in vain, and she began to despair of ever discovering him, when one evening, while she was wandering in the palace gardens, she suddenly felt something seize her by the foot. She looked down and perceived an enormous toad, a reptile to which she had always a particular aversion, gnawing the toe of her slipper. She uttered a loud scream, hastily drew her foot out of its covering, and instantly the toad and the slipper disappeared together. As soon as the beautiful Sapinella recovered from her alarm, she hobbled back to her chamber and called for another pair of shoes. But, oh, grief of griefs, none could be found that would fit her. In vain did we ransack every shop in Copenhagen. One pair was too large, and another was too small. This made her walk as if she had a wooden leg, and that, in a few minutes, produced corns as big as pumpkins. All were at a loss to account for so strange a circumstance, but no one doubted that Faraduen had a finger in this business. Such indeed was the fact, for Caramucil some time after explained the matter as follows. It seems that it was a condition, though unknown to my brothers and myself, annexed to the possession of our spinning wheels, that the children of those in whose custody they were kept should each have some personal perfection, so exquisite as actually to become a defect. And such was the case with my daughter's foot. With your skin, adorable Mussolina, and with the respective noses of the two princes of China, it was also decreed that no cloth should be suffered to touch that particular part without causing extreme pain, except the first piece which should be applied to it. Thus it was, my fair niece, that you could only wear one particular shift, that Sapinella could only be fitted with one particular pair of slippers, and that my Chinese nephews could only blow their noses with one particular pocket handkerchief. I must not, however, omit to mention that these several articles had the particular property of never wearing out or of requiring washing. Faraduen discovered this circumstance and resolved to deprive Sapinella of her slipper. This accomplished, and my daughter thrown into the greatest perplexity, he next assumed the form of my prime minister and assured my too credulous queen that the sandalwood chest which I kept locked so carefully contained a remedy for her darling's distress. Nay, so artfully did he work upon her maternal feelings that at length she broke open the mysterious chest. First, she drew forth the ebony spinning wheel. Not conceiving how this machine could possibly supply her with slippers for Sapinella, she proceeded to search deeper, and in the meanwhile requested her adviser to be so obliging as to hold the talisman for a moment. Ah, how willingly the traitor complied! No sooner was it in his hands than he resumed his natural form. Farrukhnaz screamed with terror and surprise. I heard the cry, and hastening with my daughter to her assistance, beheld for the first time my colossal enemy. "King of Denmark," he said, "listen with attention to my commands. This talisman was stolen from my father by Marganian Banu. Justly should I punish you for having detained from me so long my paternal inheritance. But in consideration of the passion with which your daughter has inspired me, your offense shall be pardoned, and my enmity converted into friendship, provided the fair Sapinella consents to become my bride." The poor princess was frightened out of her little wits at this proposal, but my wife, who had a natural turn for satire, and was highly incensed at having been overreached, thought proper to indulge her propensity at the giant's expense. This she did with such success, and rendered Verduin so irresistibly ludicrous, that in spite of my vexation I laughed till I was ready to expire. This was highly imprudent in both of us, for the giant could no more command his temper than I could my muscles, or the queen her tongue, and suddenly lifting up his left leg, he without any ceremony made— you need not put up your fans, ladies. He suddenly made a nail as big as a scimitar issue from his great toe, with which tremendous instrument, when I was in the very midst of horse laugh, he gave my mouth such a slicer that he slit it completely from ear to ear. Then, grasping my wife by the nape of her neck, he rose with her into the air, where, horrible to tell, we saw him with his enormous nail cut her up as dexterously as the most expert butcher could have done a calf. This done, he hurled her limbs to different quarters of the globe, a leg one way and an arm another, while the blood flowed from them in such quantities that it tinged the waters on which it fell, and has caused that part of the ocean to be called ever since by the name of the Red Sea. This horrible scene performed, the genius redescended to inform us that he would return on that day 12th month, when, if my daughter still refused his hand, he would inflict on us the most exemplary punishment. He added that to teach me better manners than to laugh at people before their faces, my mouth should never return to its original size till I had found another of the same dimensions, and having said this, he disappeared with the fatal spinning wheel. For some time I could do nothing but lament my wife, who had not a single fault in her whole composition, except having a passion for satire and a pair of bandy legs. At this remark from the king, the white arms were observed to turn the wheel with incredible velocity, but Fortinbras did not notice this circumstance. He proceeded: "When my grief was somewhat abated, I hastened in search of the silver bell, which would summon Caramucil to my assistance, and which till then I had neglected. What was my despair at learning that the queen, being ignorant of its secret qualities and thinking it old-fashioned, had caused it to be melted down and converted into a butter boat for her own use. I was near losing my senses at this discovery, and Sapinella really lost hers, not only through fear of the genius, but from pain at walking unshod with feet so delicate. The shoemakers endeavored to fit her in vain, and as at first I ascribed their failure to their awkwardness, in a moment of passion I happened to hang 2 or 3 of the poor devils, for which, however, I was afterwards very sorry. At length I judged it best to publish in every foreign kingdom, as well as my own, that whoever could produce a shoe that would fit Sapinella, or a mouth as large as my own, should espouse the princess and be heir to my dominions. These ambassadors were ordered on pain of death never again to set foot in Denmark till they had succeeded in their search, while, on the other hand, a messenger whom I dispatched to Caramusel's residence on Mount Atlas was commanded to return with all possible speed. He was but just in time. A single day only was wanting to complete the year when Caramusel arrived. Before I had time to request it, he promised me his protection, at the same time assuring me that till my messenger's arrival he had been ignorant of my distress, having trusted to my ringing the silver bell. He also comforted me with the prospect of ultimate happiness and tranquillity, but added that for the present he could not prevent Faraduen from inflicting the most cruel calamities both upon myself and my daughter. He likewise made known to me Tariff Eldon's adventures, whose servitude to the Janus was at length expired, and whom he had just left upon Mount Atlas. He concluded by lamenting the increase of Faraduen's power, who had obtained possession of another spinning wheel by practicing the same artifice by which he had deprived Sapinella of her slipper upon the Princess of Astrakhan, who had lately been robbed of her single shift. "Alas! He told you but too true," exclaimed Mussolina, in this part of her uncle's narrative. "Assuming the form of my nurse, he persuaded me that he could easily spin me a proper piece of cambric, provided he were furnished with the ebony wheel, so carefully locked up in my mother's closet. I gave it into his hands, and he vanished with it instantly. This it was which, upon hearing of the arrival of Faraduen's wife, put into my head that she might possibly have gotten my shift, and I made bold to take up the corner of hers, in order to examine the mark, for which liberty I beg her 10,000 pardons." Crystallina received this apology very graciously, but requested the princess to suffer Fortinbras to proceed with his history, being extremely curious to hear its conclusion. I now began to suspect that I was spinning a shift for the lovely Mussolina, and feeling for the awkwardness of her highness's situation, I redoubled my diligence, while Fortinbras proceeded as follows. Caramusel now summoned my daughter. Great was her surprise and grief at learning that the handsome stranger was no other than the Prince of Ophir, and at being reminded of her imprudent oath, the enchanter also took this opportunity of reading her a lecture upon swearing, assuring her that no oaths were proper in a young lady's mouth stronger than "bless my heart." Odds fish, or at most, by the living jingo. He was still holding forth upon this topic when the Janus arrived. Greatly was he displeased at Caramusel's presence, whose skill in astrology and possession of the third talisman rendered him a formidable antagonist. My brother perceived and made use of his confusion to bring him to some reasonable treaty, and after much parley the following conditions were settled between the enchanters. Sapinella was doomed to reside upon Mount Atlas under a form the most frightful, till some prince of the name of Facardin should arrive there, and either accept her hand at first sight or devour Faraduen's left leg raw, before the Janus was able to prevent him. But if no such event took place during 20 years, she was then to become Faraduen's undisputed property. My sentence was to wear the form of some animal, and the only indulgence granted me was the choice, what particular animal it should be. It was, however, stipulated by Caramusel that if by any means I could manage to draw blood from my enemy, I should instantly resume my natural shape. With regard to Tariff Eldon, it was enacted that he should never leave off crowing till a cock could be found whose powers of flying were as extraordinary as those with which the Janus, in order to enlarge the sphere of his amusements, had endowed the unfortunate emperor. On the other hand, Faraduen was allowed free admission to Caramusel's grotto, in order that he might entertain no doubts of Sapinella's performing strictly the articles of the treaty, But so far was he from being permitted to take any advantage of these interviews that he was even forbidden to press the tip of her little finger. These conditions being agreed to, the giant disappeared to our very great satisfaction. As a clause in the treaty forbade my residing with my daughter, my brother advised my taking up my abode in the Isle of Lions under the form of one of those animals. This island being close to Mount Atlas, I could then receive the earliest intelligence of any change in my daughter's situation, and he promised that she should meet me at the mountain's foot every evening, when during a full hour she should enjoy her natural shape. He next comforted my daughter with the assurance that the 20 years of enchantment should not be reckoned in her life, and that when the charm should be dissolved, she should still find herself in all the bloom and beauty of 16. Then, taking an affectionate farewell, he transported her to the top of Mount Atlas, and I immediately found myself upon all fours in the Isle of Lions. Every evening I swam to the opposite shore, where Caramucil failed not to conduct my daughter and the imperial cock. In these visits I learned many particulars of which I was till then ignorant. It seems Caramucil's books had taught him that the bending of the famous bow of Ulysses would ascertain the person destined to disenchant my daughter. This was also no secret to Faradouin, but fortunately the bow was already in my brother's possession. Caramucil also informed me that he daily expected a prince to arrive at Mount Atlas, on whom he placed his strongest hopes of reversing Faradouin's spells, and that though my unhappy queen had, it is true, been chopped into pieces, yet consideration for his future mother-in-law had induced Faradouin to preserve her in existence. He should therefore immediately dispatch an emissary to collect her scattered but still animated limbs, and he doubted not his being able to stitch them together again so cleverly with a needle and thread that the nicest eye should be unable to detect the deception. Her hands and arms, he had the pleasure to assure me, were already in his possession, and as she was extremely proud of their beauty, he had gratified her innocent vanity by cutting 2 holes in the door of his grotto, through which she never failed to pass her arms on the arrival of any stranger. She generally affected to be turning the handle of the spinning wheel, and by this device she contrived to secure the stranger's admiration of her alabaster hands without being mortified by his discovery that the rest of her person was running wild about the universe. Accordingly, she frequently profited by this amusement, and Sapinella, having no better means of passing her time, occasionally beguiled her ennui by the same occupation. These conversations lasted during an hour, after which Sapinella regained the summit of Mount Atlas, while I swam back to the Isle of Lions. Near a year elapsed, and though many persons had attempted it, the bow of Ulysses remained unbent. At length the day arrived when the annual hunting match was accustomed to take place. You must undoubtedly have heard of this singular festival, whose novelty excited in me no small degree of expectation, and I was pleased with the opportunity of ascertaining whether animals on 4 legs received as much pleasure from being hunted as animals upon 2 legs received from hunting them, a point which had always appeared to me somewhat questionable. On the appointed morning, I failed not to be at the seashore, where about 700 of my companions were already assembled. As I was evidently a stranger, they very politely insisted on my taking the command, and would not hear of a refusal, though I protested that I should be perfectly contented with a courtesy, or at the most with a troop. But I soon found that in heading such forces but little honor could be gained. No sooner was a cock heard to crow than they fled in confusion, fell into the nets of the hunters, and I soon saw 11 land on the opposite shore. One was still waiting to complete the usual number. Heaven and earth! How great was my joy when I recognized in the warrior, who remained after his companions for the purpose of taking the 12th lion, the very person who, as Caramucil had assured me, was most likely to effect my daughter's deliverance. I flew to meet him, intending to discover myself and request him to proceed to Mount Atlas without a moment's delay. But my kind intentions were frustrated. Seeing me run towards him open-mouthed, he very naturally concluded that I meant to make a dinner of him. And under this persuasion he attacked me so furiously that I was obliged to return his blows with my own defense. Still, I endeavored to make him aware of his mistake, but the cock kept crowing so loud, and his female companion exerted her lungs so successfully that the knight could not possibly hear a word that I said to him. At length, being quite out of patience, I just gave him a scratch, which I thought would disable him from fighting for the present, and in order to stop the noise a little, I made bold to swallow the cock at a mouthful. I then returned to my antagonist, but without attending to the signs by which I strove to express that I had something to say to him, he very uncivilly chopped off my left paw. Anguish deprived me of my senses, and I had only time to pronounce his name before I fainted away. During my swoon, Caramucil, who, to do him justice, never discovered any danger till it was too late to prevent it, conveyed me to his grotto, fixed on my severed hand with an excellent salve of our mother's own composition, and I had the satisfaction of seeing it once more united to my arm. However, I long felt the effects of the wound, and, as you see, I am still obliged to carry my arm in a sling. While loss of blood still confined me to my bed, Facardin, Prince of Ophir, arrived at the grotto, bent the bow of Ulysses, and finding my daughter in her horrible metamorphosis, he positively rejected the offer of her hand. He also despised her advice not to drink from a certain enchanted fountain. The consequence was that his heart immediately became inflammable at the sight of every female, while on the other hand so singular a change took place in his person as in the eyes of every female rendered him unavoidably an object of ridicule and disgust. Very different, therefore, were the impressions produced upon them by a second interview. Sapphonella had resumed her original form, and the prince was struck with admiration at her beauty, while she, on the other hand, could only look upon him with the most violent aversion. Aware, however, that on him depended her strongest hopes of deliverance, and also that during their temporary separation he had vanquished Facardin in single combat, and had actually cut off the fatal leg, she endeavored to soften the severity of her countenance, and encouraged her lover with smiles to persevere in the adventure. The leg was served up to him. He was persuaded to begin upon it. He had already swallowed several slices, and all was going on in the most prosperous manner imaginable, when Sapphonella felt that her single hour of beauty was elapsed. Shocked at the thought of being recognized for the woman whose deformity had already excited in him such strong sentiments of disgust, she thought it best to make her escape before the transformation could take place, and leave the prince to finish his nauseous meal by himself. Most unfortunate were the consequences of her ill-timed vanity. Seeing her run away, the prince thought proper to run after her. Facardin seized his mysterious leg, clapped it on again, and with it resumed all his former power. He then raised a whirlwind, which rolled Facardin from the top of the mountain to the bottom, and thus concluded an adventure on which we had so long grounded our strongest expectations. They say, and very truly, that misfortune never comes single. It was soon discovered that during the confusion occasioned by the Prince of Ophir's visit, our enemy had contrived to carry off the Ulyssean bow. This loss almost deprived the poor astronomer of the little wits which heaven had vouchsafed to grant him. This weapon was absolutely necessary for Sapphonella's deliverance, and to recover it at any rate was an indispensable duty. Fortunately, the Prince of Fez, to whom Facardin entrusted it, Thinking my brother less likely to discover the place of its concealment when in the possession of a stranger than to regain it while under his own care, disobeyed the command of never unlocking the chest in which it was deposited. It was open. As luck would have it, the imperial cock, whom Caramucil had dispatched in search of the bow, was at that moment hovering over the palace gardens of Serendip. Instantly he darted down, carried off the bow, and it is the very same which you now see in my possession. No sooner was I recovered from my wound than Feridun insisted upon my recommencing beast, and out of pure spite and ill nature transported me to that part of the globe which is at the greatest distance from Mount Atlas. Most gladly would I have returned thither, but I was ignorant of the way, and had no book of the roads. My joy, therefore, was boundless when the king of Astrakhan happened to send me, under the form of an orang-outang, in common with many others of my species, as a present to Caramucil. Feridun's spells had prevented that enchanter from knowing what was become of me. He could only discover that after alternately assuming the appearances of a hippopotamus, an armadillo, a tortoiseshell cat, I had at length determined upon remaining a monkey for the rest of my bestial existence, in consequence of which he gave all who wished to consult him to understand that a present of those animals would be the most certain means of conciliating his protection, and he trusted that I should one day or other be included in the number of those transmitted to him. That confidence at length proved well-founded. I reached the grotto, and with some difficulty Feridun was prevailed upon to permit my residing upon Mount Atlas, as also to resume my original form during a whole day. It was that on which the ambassadors from Astrakhan had their audience of Caramucil. They had been very polite to me on the road, and I was fortunate enough to return their civilities on their way back again by rescuing them from 200 or 300 lions, I forget the exact number, who had the impertinence to make a party to breakfast upon the ill-fated ambassadors. But the lions soon found that there went 2 words to that bargain. Aware of their intention, my brother dispatched me to the scene of the action, and being armed with Ulyssean bow, which, since the Prince of Ophir's success, it required no great strength to use, I easily defeated the assailants and rescued my friends. My time on Mount Atlas passed very quietly and very dully till the other morning, when my brother accosted me with a joyful countenance. "I have at length," he said, "discovered a remedy for all our misfortunes. Hasten to the Princess of Astrakhan. With her you will find Feridun under the form of a maiden. While he is off his guard, take an opportunity to draw blood from him, and your original shape will be immediately restored. Leave Saponella's destiny to my care. The Emperor will immediately transport you into Mussolina's presence. Mount him and away." I obeyed. Saponella obtained permission to accompany me hither for the sake of a little air and exercise. Of what followed, my dear niece, you have been an eyewitness, nor will you be surprised at the emotion produced in my bosom, or beholding these beautiful white arms, when I mention that I doubt not their having formerly been the property of my beloved and imprudent consort. With another flood of tears, Fortinbras here concluded his affecting narrative. The evening being far advanced, the princess gave over work. Instantly the beautiful arms disappeared with the 3rd spinning wheel. The 2 first were again committed to my custody. Fortinbras embraced his niece. She curtsied, we bowed, and the assembly broke up in good order. For my part, I followed the brother Facardins to their apartment, expecting to be as agreeably entertained with the history of the second as I had been with that of the first. Great, therefore, was my disappointment when, on my requesting him to relate his adventures, he assured me that, except those in the Crystal Island, he had never met with anything extraordinary in the whole course of his life. "What?" I cried. "Have you really reached the age of 21 without having been turned into a blue bear or a china teapot? Are you really unlucky enough never to have seen so much as a single kingdom transformed into a fish pond? Never to have destroyed a single black giant or fiery dragon? Nor rescued from some sorcerer's den 2 or 3 dozen of bewitched queens and metamorphosed princesses? The most extraordinary thing I have ever heard of. Why, what can you have been doing all this while?" "Just what other people do," answered he. "I ate and drank a good deal, made love occasionally, said little, thought less, and yawned immoderately. I was educated in Cappadocia. It is a damn stupid country. The king of it was my guardian. He was a damn stupid old fellow. I thought books a bore, and regularly played truant. My tutor as regularly chastised me, and I thought flogging a greater bore than books. I set out on my travels, bought an easy palanquin, and made the tour of Asia with my eyes shut. I next prepared to pay Africa a similar visit. I embarked on board a felucca. My hammock was a very good one, and I slept there very comfortably. Unluckily, a violent storm woke me from a sound nap. I yawned, rubbed my eyes, and was drowned. I thought this the greatest bore of all. The rest you know, and I shall only add that Mussolina has made an impression on my heart so forcible that—" He accompanied his love confession with so hearty a yawn that it produced an instantaneous drowsiness upon his hearers. We parted for the night, and scarcely had I thrown myself on my couch before I fell into a profound slumber. I was not long permitted to enjoy it. Midnight was already past, the day appointed for the laughing contest, that day so long, so earnestly expected, that day pregnant with Mussolina's fate and with the conclusion of so many wonderful events. That day was now already an hour old. "I am glad of it with all my heart and soul," cried Chenier, rubbing his hands. "Now then we shall hear whether the Queen of Denmark's got tacked together again. Who succeeded in killing the crocodile? And make the princess laugh? What become of the monkey and his daughter? And how Mussolina almost jumped out of her skin for joy at getting a shift next to it? Tell away, my good friend. I die to know what happened on that important morning." "Since your Majesty," resumed Trebizonde, "is so anxious to know the whole affair, I hasten to inform you, without losing a moment, that I am quite ignorant of every particular." "The devil you are!" exclaimed the Sultan, jumping bolt upright in his bed. "It is but too true," rejoined Facardin. "An extraordinary accident on that very morning compelled me to quit the tents of Astrakhan. Your Majesty may remember that in order to possess the spinning wheels, it was necessary to obtain them voluntarily from some female hand. To regain these treasures, Feridun had craftily enough addressed himself to Crystallina. Perceiving that her passion for the tall Facardin, for thus he is best distinguished, had revived, he promised to make her Empress of China, and, waiving his own claim to her hand, to unite her to the object of her choice, provided she would steal the talismans from my charge and put them once more in his power. To make this proposal was his motive for visiting Mussolina's tent that evening. Crystallina had observed with much displeasure the glances which passed between the princess and her former admirer. Love, jealousy, revenge, and above all curiosity to know whether Facardin was much changed since their parting. All these motives made her eagerly embrace Feridun's offers. Accordingly, during my absence, she concealed herself in my chamber and scarcely was I asleep before the wheels were in her possession. Now then, her business was to leave the tent as quickly as possible, but she could not resist her curiosity to know whether I usually slept upon my back or on one side. For this purpose, she deposited the talismans on the ground, took the night lamp, and softly approached my couch. As she leaned over me, a drop of burning oil fell on my shoulder. A cry of pain convinced the intruder that I was disturbed, and hastily dropping the lamp, she caught up the spinning wheels and fled from the chamber. She fled not unpursued. The importance of my loss flashed upon my mind instantly. I started from my couch and followed her. "Without dressing yourself?" exclaimed Dinazarde. "Oh, monstrous! No wonder that Crystallina ran away. In such a situation, I should have outstripped the winds in swiftness, nor would ever have forgiven you for not staying at least to slip on a bedgown." "Fair Dinazarde," replied the prince, smiling, "your extreme delicacy has taken the alarm without reason. I certainly was not in full dress. Still, my appearance was by no means so terrible as your lively fancy pictures it. As from infancy, I have been accustomed to sleep in a waistcoat and drawers of rose-colored taffeta." "And a very silly custom, too," observed Dinazarde pettishly. "I had very strong reasons for adopting it," answered Facardin, "but which I cannot explain to you at the present. Perhaps a time may come when... But I proceed with my story, which now approaches its conclusion. I pursued the thief so swiftly that I overtook her at the entrance of the tent, where Faradouin was waiting for her. But before she could deliver the talismans into his hands, I fortunately seized and pulled her back again by the tail of her shift. To obtain the wheels from her against her consent, I well knew to be impossible. All that I could do was prevent her giving them to the genius. This I for some time effected by contriving, whenever he put himself in her way, to whisk her suddenly round to the other side, till Faradouin, losing all patience, muttered a few unintelligible words, and twisting his hand in Crystallina's long tresses, which a gust of wind happened to bring within his reach, he sprang with her into the air, and as I persisted in detaining her by the aforesaid cambric, away we all three flew together, to the infinite surprise and terror of a numerous audience attracted by the noise of our dispute. Crystallina screamed so loud that it was quite a wonder, nor was I by any means pleased to find myself hanging in midair by so ticklish a dependence on the tail of the lady's shift. However, I did not retain this situation long. The genius, having as little taste for my society as I had for his, drew a large pair of shears from his girdle, snipped off the piece of linen by which I was holding, and restored me to the earth with the greatest possible expedition. Down I came, tumbling head over heels, but long before I reached terra firma, I had completely lost my senses. On their return, I was not a little surprised to find myself on a sofa in my own palace at Trebizonde. A venerable man was standing near me, in whom I instantly recognized the admirable Caramucil. "Recognized him?" repeated the Sultan. "Why, had you ever seen him before?" "Frequently," answered Facardin, "but having been enjoined by him never to reveal what has passed between us, in this narrative of my adventures I have carefully avoided touching upon those which relate to the enchanter. Suffice it to say that I was not surprised to hear that I was indebted to his care for my late escape from destruction. He also informed me that he had at length discovered the only certain means for concluding the misfortunes of his family, and he gave me full instructions as to the part which I was destined to perform. In the execution of it, I have been engaged ever since. Our plot succeeds. Faradouin is our dupe completely. His power will soon be at an end, and I shall then relate to your majesty by what means Caramucil has attained his object. At present you must excuse my not saying a syllable more upon the subject, and I have now the honor to leave you at the end of my story as much in the dark as you were at the beginning." The prince was silent. Surprise at the abrupt conclusion of his history for some moments compelled his hearers to follow his example. But Schahriar at length recovered himself. "And so," he said in an angry voice, "and so you really mean to leave your story unfinished? Now, my worthy friend, have the goodness to listen to me for a few moments. If you don't instantly and on the spot relate every tittle that has passed between you and that old he-witch Caramuzel, as I'm a sultan and a sinner, I'll treat you no better than if you were my wife. And if you refuse to conclude your adventures yourself, never may I speak again if I don't do it for you with 2 yards and a half of whipcord. Now that's flat." And at that same time, clapping his hands, he called the guard of black eunuchs into the chamber. "Though your threats cannot alarm me," replied the prince, "my anxiety to gratify your majesty induces me to relate every circumstance which I can possibly disclose with safety. Know then that since my return to your majesty's domains, no sooner does the clock point to midnight than, hark! It strikes at this moment." And at the same instant a loud burst of thunder shook the room. A bright flame enveloped Facardin, and he instantly vanished from the eyes of the astonished spectators. Before they were perfectly recovered from their surprise at this unexpected incident, the door of the royal apartment was suddenly thrown open, and the Lord Chamberlain, entering in the greatest hurry and confusion, put the following letter into the Sultan's hands. "Caramuzel, Lord of Mount Atlas, presents his best compliments to the Sultan and Sultaness of the Indies, and informs them that, if not inconvenient, the King and Queen of Denmark, the Kings of Astrakhan and Ophir, Zemin, Prince of Fez, and the Emperor of China with his 2 sons intend on having the honor of breakfasting with their sublime majesties." Great was the joy of St. Clair and the 2 beautiful sisters at this promised visit of such illustrious and extraordinary personages. They were expected every moment, and therefore no time was to be lost in preparing for their reception. The news spread through the palace like wildfire, and never was there such an uproar known in it since the peculiar taste of the first sultaness was discovered. In 5 minutes all was noise and bustle and confusion. Everybody was conscious that on this important occasion a great deal was to be done, and everybody had so much to do that nobody did anything. Servants ran here and there, backwards and forwards, without knowing of what they were in search. Lords and ladies were seen flying about in all directions, some full dressed, some half dressed, some not dressed at all. Whoever wanted one thing was sure to get another. Scheherazade asked for a wash-ball, and they brought her a chafing dish of charcoal. And when the Grand Vizier called for his court-going slippers, they crammed his mouth with a buttered muffin. In spite of all these accidents, the royal family made so much expedition that they were ready before the sentinels, who were stationed on the loftiest towers, announced the approach of a numerous and brilliant cavalcade. Soon after, the expected guests entered the palace and were received in a manner suitable to their distinguished rank. After many compliments had passed on both sides, than which nothing could be more polite or less to the purpose, the whole company partook of an entertainment truly magnificent, and served up in the very best taste. Dinazarde paid particular attention to the appearance of the Queen of Denmark. Her beauty she could not question, but she whispered her sister that the poor woman had been very clumsily sewed together, and that she plainly discovered a seam where the tailor had stitched her nose on. She also occasionally touched upon the subject of crooked legs, at the same time taking care to convince the company that her own were straight, nor could all Scheherazade's frowns prevent her from declaring aloud that Long petticoats were like charity, and frequently covered a multitude of defects. Luckily, the Queen of Denmark was too well pleased at finding herself all of a piece again to suffer these hints to ruffle her temper, and the repast was finished in undisturbed harmony. And now it was the Scherer requested to be informed to what occasion he was indebted for the honor of this visit, and what adventure had taken place since the Prince of Trezebande's departure from the tents of Astrakhan. Great was his surprise and pleasure when Fortinbras assured him that the Princess of China were no other than the brother Facardins, of whom he had already heard so much, and Facardin of the grotto being unanimously requested to satisfy the Sultan's curiosity, he readily complied and commenced as follows. End of section 28.